They know what fear is.
Yeah.
Look at the coast on the bin, kill him!
Taking on gas, rapping.
Push through too cool, they can take us. Break rules, you know we don't want they afraid of. Afraid of, afraid of, afraid of, afraid of, afraid of.
Give me zone. Am I not? No.
Yeah. Ain't no stopping us, we do impossible. Straight to the top. We the top dogs and we not. Too good to play with. So close I can taste it. Running. See it's coming. No, want it.
This is worth living for.
Let's go.
Torrent versus Furia, the two teams that were inside the trade cards, now duking it out for the win. They also have a decent amount of kill points, but this is all Furia. Watson, welcome back to the ALGS and NA.
Hold on a second. Where is that grenade? He's on the inside. It is.
I knocked one. Nice, good.
Look at the drill from Furia. We haven't seen him play like this in a long time.
Con 6 and 2. 88.
Give me 10.
Let's go. Oh my god. I bubble two.
I got Gibby. Get him. Push through. He's in my gas dying. Push through.
I'm shot at salute to the ones that don't.
Valk crack. Right here. He bubbled. There.
He's 1 HP, 1 HP. I hit him 60 flash.
Nice. I just need what's in my hands right here, and it's the Mastiff Complexity going ham.
Woo! Let's go. Oh, baby. Look across, guys. I'm killing these guys.
Woo! Nice Craver shots.
I gotta give me. Get it. Play. Action's one.
I'm in Space Station, loving their opportunity here with a black hole. What's now up to dropped. He hit 72, 88 with the Mastiff. Can he clutch up here? SSG is out. Tech, can he clutch up with the Mastiff? He slides in, but he falls. It is up to Panders here. He gets the 72, but he cannot clutch.
United we stand, salute.
Yesterday may have been the Oscars, but today the real drama unfolds as we find out who will face relegation and who is headed to Sweden. My name is Kate. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. Alongside me in this here dropship, we have T-Squared and Fallout. Gents, I'm very excited about today. That is the word du jour. But Fallout, today's matches are unlike any of the 6 we've seen before in our group stage.
Absolutely. Excited is an understatement. The amount of stakes that are on the table here for today, EMEA was insane. NA with TSM and ESA in the same lobby, you know is going to be an absolute bloodbath. It's an opportunity to get the final 4 spots to qualify for Sweden in playoffs. $1 million prize pool. First LAN we have had in Apex in almost 3 years. An insane day is about to unfold. I'm excited, Tom. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm looking at the teams, like you said, TSM and ESA, trying to gatekeep, not just in the game, but just in Sweden in general. I don't think they're going to be letting people get his points as easy as they're thinking.
No, they will not. I am sure of that. But let's talk about Sweden. Primarily, let's talk about the other teams in our global pro leagues that have punched their ticket to Stockholm. And Fallout, we're looking at APAC North here. We're looking at some players, some teams that have been showcasing that Watson that did make its way into Furia's fielding not long ago, and hopefully will today. But of course, we've also got APAC South and South America, respectively.
Yeah, you're right. APAC North, combination of mostly Japanese, Korean players will be showing up in force. And I don't know if anyone's aware in the North America side of how massive the Apex Legends Global Series community and scene is in APAC North. It is nuts. We're in for a treat. APAC South Reignite, the Aussie God Squad with Jen Burton on it, been looking great. And of course in South America, Team Singularity, the dynasty of South America, Brazilian dominant squad throughout the entirety of the South American teams that qualify, with a couple Chileans in Wolf and Elysium. I'm excited to see them on display in Sweden for the playoffs.
100%. And Tom, as we take a look at this is the page today, we obviously were there to see the top 10 teams in EMEA punch their ticket. But of course, North America, we've got a couple of spots with the TBD next to them.
EMEA came in swinging today. That first game was just absolutely explosive. It goes to show you just how it's going to go for the rest of the day today, for the rest of the night, wherever you are. There was heartbreak for teams like Ingarna, but there was big celebrations for teams like Alliance that won back-to-back nights just to put themselves in that position. 4 slots remain. Space Station Gaming is looking, it could be that number 17. Those last 3 are up for grabs.
Oh, and they are up for grabs in a real way. And I will also say that it's very important to remember that we have those 3 playoff, possibly 4, but we'll say 3 playoff spots here in NA left to go. But we've also got those teams that are looking to not be in relegation. Those teams that are looking to go to our next split, our next Pro League. And those teams that are, of course, looking to avoid the Challenger LCQs and all that that entails. Fallout. The NA regular season standings. We've been looking at this all split long, but today these numbers and these colors, they mean something a little different.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 10 teams in green will qualify for the $1 million playoff LAN tournament in Sweden. The teams in yellow will not get relegated and won't have to play in last chance qualifier number 1 for a chance to earn a spot in the ALGS Championship in a few months, but they will have to still grind their way through last chance qualifier number 2, and of course all the way down to I'd say even 18th. Maybe we'd throw Unlucky and Fury. It's gonna be a long shot. X set a little more realistic. Teams have a chance to qualify in top 10. Unlucky and Fury need to win out in their group, which is gonna be tough to do. But as we look on the second page here, there's a couple teams that are facing relegation. That's pretty darn scary. I mean, built by gamers, former Sign Us Please roster. You got signed. High expectations for BBG coming in. They're a great team. They haven't necessarily performed up to snuff, so they want to avoid relegation here, and they're playing for something entirely different. And then the teams that have already qualified, Kate, are also playing for seeding for Sweden and for additional prize money for earning a better placement in the Pro League. So across all boards, across the top to all the way to the bottom of this, there's a lot at stake here.
There is a lot at stake, whether it's pro points, whether it is the seeding that those incur. And then, of course, listen, those points are going to help you get to championships if you're one of those yellow teams. So there's really everything on the line for every single team, no matter what color they are fielding themselves in. But let's take a look at the teams. Now, as we mentioned today, as we did yesterday, today's a little bit different for our NA broadcast. We've got 2 streams. This right here, this is our A versus C teams that we are looking at on this main stage here. If it was LAN, this would be the main stage. There it is. And Tom, obviously a stacked lobby in all regards.
Yeah, you're looking at 4 teams that have already guaranteed themselves their way in. That magic number seems to be 85, so everyone's kind of aiming for that. But Furia, they popped off yesterday. It was really exciting to see the compositions they were bringing to the table. And you talked about it, Fallout. If they have a magical day like they did yesterday, anything's possible. But teams on the verge that have been trying to fight their way out of relegation, like Renegades, that's a team that's starting to play a lot better now. XSET has an opportunity to make their way in. 100 Thieves, they won yesterday. They were looking extremely strong. This is a stacked lobby on a stacked day.
Stacked on stacks on stacks. Let's take a look at our secondary stream. Of course, our secondary stream, if you want to check that out, it's twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. We'll have that up on the screen a little bit later in the show. But, you know, Fallout, we got to keep an eye on that Space Station Gaming right there. But I also see complexity and see in some of these teams, as we saw earlier, that literally are on the bubble, could find themselves in that one of those last few slots.
Yeah, you know, if the first lobbies are stacked lobbies, it absolutely is. It's top heavy. This is the qualifying lobby. I mean, you have Complexity, CLG, Space Station Gaming, Sentinels, RCO, Scry, Torrent, and W all in this lobby. Those are the teams that are in 7th through 15th place. Insane to think about how much is at stake in that lobby. And, you know, if I'm trying to qualify, that's actually the lobby I'd prefer to be in. I would rather not go against TSM, ESA, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Team Liquid, who are all looking really, really great.
They are indeed, and I'm sure all of the teams you just mentioned are also not looking forward to going against each other, but they're going to say, hey, we got 6 matches. Let's find out how we do before we set up shop in Sweden. And of course, map schedule changed from our first half of our split. Now we're starting on World's Edge and heading to Storm Point once we reach matches 4 through 6. So a nice little spiciness to our map rotation as always. And of course, this is the last time online that they'll be facing those same maps. So we'll see what happens there. But speaking of things we see that help us showcase what's happening, we'll see if that segue worked. Either way, it's called Multiview. If you haven't gotten in on it, now would be the time. head on over to that command center on our Twitch page, our Twitch ALGS channel, that is. And of course, it's going to be near that follow button. Choose which perspective you want to follow. You can follow multiple perspectives. You can also hear each of the teams, your favorite players. You can find out why they do what they do and when they do it all right there. Be the pro viewer we know you can be. And as someone who is currently in the dropship with 2 former pros, I know that both Tom and Fallout, you guys have both got this, and I'm sure you appreciate a good multi-view. Is that correct, Thomas?
Oh, 1,000%. There's no better way to watch and experience Apex. You get to connect with the players. You get to see their strategy. You get to hear how intense it is going to be when they're calling out in these team fights.
Oh, team fights on the multi-view. It's awesome. Now, throughout the split, we have been showcasing the incredible talent on these squads, but now with our final 6 matches of the regular season and that trip to playoffs looming in the background, who do you think our analysts are going to choose for you to keep your eye on? Check this out. T-Squared, kick us off.
All right, so typically we end up going with the 3 teams that are possibly going to win, and these teams could potentially win because of what's up for stakes. These are the teams that are really trying to make their way into the playoffs, going with Liquid to start off. Now, they had the change going in with Gilderson's coming in and filling some pretty big shoes. I think that he's done a pretty great job. Nocturnal, a great IGL. Ask Nocturnal, what do you need to do to command your team? He says, I just need to be the leader that I can be. I got my money on Liquid today. I think they're going to bring a lot of intensity.
Meanwhile, team number 2, a team you don't really see on the teams to watch too often, it's XSET. Why are they here? 1, they looked really good in Split 1, and they pick up Vayne from the 100 Thieves roster and looked pretty solid in Split 2 as well. They are right on the fringe, right next to a few other teams with the potential to qualify. So this is the team you got to keep an eye out for in this lobby because the stakes, well, you got to get top 10, and XSET's got to get a top 2 or top 1 finish to do exactly that.
XSET, one of the fastest rotations that we have. TSM, another one of those teams with extremely fast rotations, but they've been bringing a good gameplay to the table. We know how great they are, so they're kind of poised for a great day recently, and they've been, kind of struggling in terms of finishing off their end game. So I feel like if they could just keep everybody together, keep everybody healthy, TSM's definitely, obviously, a team to watch.
Do great things, and I believe these 3 teams have that potential as well. Now the remaining playoff spots are on the line as match 1 begins in mere moments. Well, gang, it's that time again. That time in every one of our split streams when we talk about who the talent has picked as their front runners, the horse in their corral. And here we are today. What an interesting breakdown. T-Squared heading over, partnering with his favorite Mark.
Yep, we're not going to be jinxed at all after this. And you know what? Gaskin is always right, so I really like this pick that you went with, Kate. Cloud9, definitely a team to watch out for. Follow, I like your pick with TSM as well.
Yeah, TSM has not necessarily had, up to their expectations at least, the best days in Pro League. It's the last Pro League. They're playing against ESA, who's on top of the castle right now, thinking that they're the best. And TSM is going to come out swinging, trying to prove in the last Pro League day that they are the best team in North America, going into Sweden with confidence. I think they're going to want to take home the first place prize. Obviously, a lot more prize money for first place as well. So expect TSM to come out swinging. But there's also, obviously, you saw Cloud9 there. We kind of keep sleeping on 100 Thieves in our predictions. They won yesterday, and, I think 100 Thieves could easily come out and win this lobby as well. And obviously the ESA pick was a great one, Tom, until Onset picked them, and now you're just doomed because he has the curse.
Happens.
Well, with that, I'm gonna almost topple over my microphone and say thank you so much for breaking things down with me. I'll be back a little bit later in the show, but until then, enjoy match number 1 with Fallout and T-Squared. Bye, gents.
Thank you so much, Kate. And yes, match 1 is around the corner. Fallout joined alongside T2. Not often we get a chance to cast together, so I'm stoked to be live with my man Tom, and I'm looking forward to game number 1 and kicking this thing off, the last day of Pro League. What are some storylines you're looking out for?
I'm looking, what's interesting enough is big shout out to Bardoff for giving us what was in the crafter, right?
Yep.
Because I'm looking out for, again, weird and unorthodox compositions that are coming to the table like we saw Furia do yesterday. So now that we know that that's going to be in the crafter, maybe we see a lot more Bangalore teams that maybe are trying to take advantage of little nuances within the game like that could pay huge dividends. What do you think about that, John?
You're spot on. You said how exciting the crafter is, but you didn't say what's in the crafter. DigiThreat is in the crafter.
I don't want to spoil it for everybody.
Oh, you were trying to keep it a secret. God, I ruined it for everybody. Digital Threat is in the craft, and obviously that means Bangalore and the one-way Bangalore smokes we've seen quite often could be effective. Plus, we've seen in EMEA actually kind of popularizing Bangalore and Bloodhound as a team composition, which I love. I'm all about. It means you're playing fast. You're trying to get in fights. You're playing scrappy. We saw 2 or 3 teams do that. We saw Furia actually take a page out of the EMEA meta book by playing Bangalore and Bloodhound yesterday on Stormpoint, and take a page out of the APAC North meta book by playing Watson yesterday, which was fascinating. They won a game on Watson. So expect Furia to play just as aggressive, maybe run the same team comps here.
I'm getting some stuff in the chat over here from our production. Oh, we have an Octane coming through, and we have more Watson coming in for Furia. And going back to what Furia was playing, they had no rotation legends when they went over towards Stormpoint. Their aggressive legend was Bangalore. So again, Furia just adding some new mix into the meta over here. Very cool stuff. But yeah, you're right. We're sleeping on 100 Thieves 1,000%. Can't sleep on anyone in this lobby today. Apex Legends, the Global Series, brought to you by Monster Energy. Shout out to our sponsors, Monster and Lenovo, for help making this happen. And shout out to you watching at home. Get ready for some of the best Apex you've ever seen.
Absolute facts. Game 1 is here. Blow it up in the chat right now. Let us know who you want to win the entirety of the Pro League, and of course today's lobby as well. And here we are. We do got some Octane on display. Been a while since we've seen Octane in the days of NRG repping Octane just seasons ago. Excited to see Razor Bursty of Buff Pathfinder rocking some Octane here. Not too shabby, but keep in mind in this lobby we got TSM. We didn't even talk about G2, by the way. You got to talk about G2. They won their last Pro League day over TSM. Looked very, very strong. We have Esports Arena, Cloud9, Team Liquid, Fury, 100 Thieves. It's going to be a stacked lobby, a stacked day, a ton of fun to watch.
I don't think Bursty saw Hal's tweet. He was playing, some aim lab earlier, and he was like ready to shoot some Octanes down. So I don't know if that's the right move when you got Hal already on top. Whoa, fighting already taking place in the back in the middle of the tree over here. That's going to be Renegades and OA going at it.
Oh, this is huge. Renegades versus Optimal Ambition, fighting for Tree as an early POI, and it looks like Saucer is barely going to get a shield cell off. He gets taken out right after, so Madness needs to come through with the Mozam, by the way, and a Q. A snare is all he has to his name, and he's in a 1v1, I believe. This might be a pure 1v for the Brett.
A Mozam in a dream. We've all been here before eventually. Sometimes I just run right past this weapon hoping that I can find other ones, but it does do some serious damage. Like you said, now down to a 1v1 over here. 45, that is what you're looking for if you're Madness and the Renegade squad, but it's not enough. OA gonna get first blood over here, and Nades with 2 out of those 3 kills. Very nicely done from Optimal Ambition.
Yeah, it's a game of shotgun, rock, paper, scissors. Ava 8 beats the Mozam, and it's actually not rock, paper, scissors because the Mozam beats nothing. Let's just be very, very real here. But currently, oh my gosh, another team's going to fly through. It's going to be G2 already on the rotation. G2 drops in Thermal Station. Look how fast they rotated. They usually take their sweet time looting, but I think one member of G2 actually drops in the southeast side of Thermal Station and actually heard the fight going on and realized they can join the action.
They're already adjusting in the first game. Very rarely do you see that. They must have saw 2 teams flying over there. They probably hit the loot a little bit faster, and they make their way over there. They don't have just Mozambiques. They have purple armor. They have blue armor. They're feeling good about this situation, and they're hunting down this last player as Nades is going to be thirsted. Rough break for both of these teams, but the rest of the people in the lobby are going to love that 2 great teams are already eliminated.
Yeah, look at the stats for Gentrifying so far in Split 2 regular season. 60 total kills, 2.8k damage is his highest. An average damage stat line of 1,000 in a pro league against the best players, and TSM is in their lobby every time. That is insane. Gentrifying stats have been bonkers. He's been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, and if you're averaging 2 kills a game, that's 12 overall. And when we look at these kill leaderboards at the end, you're seeing, 10, 12 kills is enough to basically put you on that first page. So he's averaging almost MVP stats with that.
Every single week, by the way. Just absolute bonkers here as we take a look at the map overhead. And yeah, look how fast G2 did make that rotation over from Thermal Station. Look how much action there is just to their southeast. They could potentially decide to take some of those fights over in launch site, but obviously wise decision not to. They're going to work their way back to Thermal and back to their kind of normal rotation, it looks like. Just taking their time at least looting the rest of Tree, hitting that beacon. And they obviously didn't have a beacon in Thermal Station, so this is a wise decision for them to pick up 3 kill points, or 2 kill points, and hit the beacon and be able to rotate and play edge after that.
And don't worry, I changed the code, so we're not going to see the 3 same zones today. But, you know, this choke point right here, going in from Fragment over towards Lava Siphon, this is where we saw all of the action that happened in our first day in EMEA today, and that's where the teams are already setting up. So in terms of where this potentially could pull, I don't think it's going to go over towards Geyser because we saw a lot of teams making their way over towards that area. But that no-name area across from Lava Siphon has a handful of buildings, and that could be a great position to go and lock down. Now, Furia Panders is rocking that Watson, you can see, so they're feeling good about that. And the car is going to be so popular today with the Digi-Threat available.
Yeah. Furia drops countdown typically, so this is a very slow rotation, and they love to take their time crafting. And, you know, James is a little bit critical usually where they're crafting too often in zone crafting as opposed to fighting. But they played a lot more aggressive yesterday, Tom, and I don't know if it was a nice change of pace for you, but I really, really enjoyed the way that Furia played. Really phenomenal stuff from them. You just wonder, is it too late in the grand scheme of things now?
It's never too late if you can keep up the faith there on set. And Fallout, excuse me, I'm looking at on set.
I know I sounded just like
Lazarus is rocking down these buildings. These are the buildings that we're talking about. 100 Thieves, they're going to go for the Dorito building. So look at all the coexisting that's happening over here. Your popular end zone where the 3 pills are, where that respawn beacon is, that's going to be something to keep your eye on as 100 Thieves now goes to the outskirts to go for this drop. This is a pretty risky play considering how many teams are already in the area.
Yeah, they'll be rewarded with a purple shield, and that's why Ash does it. Easy port out. Yep, phase breach and able to just work their way back to safety, and I like that move a lot. Wise decision to have the rotation legend, a.k.a. Ash, be the one that goes to that crate. Getting a purple shield is going to help them, and guess who was actually putting pressure on them? It's TSM right nearby.
Yeah, TSM is going to take the opposite choke over here, and they're going to be feeling good about this position. And again, we won't really know exactly what zone this is going to be until we get zone number 3 scan, but a lot of people are already prioritizing where they want to go. XSET's on the opposite side of the choke, too, as you see GeForce there, James Fearless with the Mastiff, another fight taking place.
Yeah, Banshee's going to get knocked. XSET right around the corner from TSM FTX. This is big, and again, keep in mind, we had XSET as a team to watch. Why? Because they are on the fringe with an opportunity to qualify. They got to get top 2 or top 3 maybe in this lobby, and which is obviously easier said than done. He said GeForce earlier, James Fearless getting a knock on Banshee. Looks like they haven't been able to capitalize with the kill just yet.
Which is fairly interesting considering it was Mastiff. So I don't know if he long-ranged him all the way to Fragment, because that would be the strongest Mastiff ever, but you can see the shots coming in from Slurpee, and now you're also going to be getting OA. I believe this is the final member of that team. No, did they get the res?
Bro, they got the res.
Wow, they're farming
on both of them, and they just got to farm additional kills. That's insane. G2 is absolutely farming right now.
That's just so smart from G2, right? They're like, all right, we understand that this team probably will go for the res. We're going to work our way back on over to our POI as OA rotates to the back, gets that res, and now they're hiding in the back of Thermal Station. G2 basically picking on both of the teams over towards Stree. And I love that Fallout because you wonder what's going to happen in game number 2 and game number 3. Are either one of those teams not going to be interested in contesting anymore? I feel like they're going to switch it up, and one team is going to give up on Tree.
Yeah, Gentrifying just wants to work as we have to kill leaderboards, which we just saw on the right of our screen right there. He's like, I ain't losing to Sweet. I ain't letting ESA top 3 to kill leaderboards. No shot. As they're clearly playing for kills, playing aggressive today, a much more aggressive G2. Meanwhile, TSM is doing the same thing. I mean, TSM dropping Fragment East could have been the first team to rotate over into No Name Ville or Respawn Village. Instead, they take a choke point instead, which obviously gives them the chance to play for kills.
Yeah, you can see main legend there, Ash. That's going to be split between World's Edge and Stormpoint. He switches on over. I love watching how Hal plays Wraith on World's Edge. These portal plays are so on point. The third parties are always there, and he's putting himself in such an aggressive position that opens up things for the rest of his teammates. But then again, we're going and looking at Designful too. He's not that far behind. G2's been farming for a while now, and they're continuing to do so, just crafting out into the zone, and they're not worried about what's going on in the middle right now because they're going to come around Edge, and they're so masterful at these late game rotations.
Yeah, and I like the head-to-head. The biggest stat that stuck out for me in that head-to-head matchup right there, Tom, is amount of match wins. 7 for G2, 2 for TSM. G2's had the upper hand here in the Pro League so far, but you saw a lot of back and forth from Designful. And Hal on Twitter is, Hal saying, where are you when it matters? On LAN or in big competitions where TSM's known to show up. So quite the rivalry forming between those two, and they'll have a chance to settle it today. And then, of course, in Sweden as well. Look at Ziffer getting some shots with Horizon. It connects. Cheeky. FaZe Clan, sign him.
Yeah, for real. I love the play coming in. And that is a stacked Sentinel overall. That is not an easy weapon to go and shoot like that, especially while you're in the air, having to lead your shots. You can see Casuals is coming through to play. Don't do it to him, Casuals.
Yeet. Oh my gosh, I tried manifesting. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Ziffer. And you got 78 bullets. I want to shoot that next time. But we want the montage clip.
It's amped up, and it's so unforgiving when you do miss your shots. Yeah. But it's almost hitting as hard as the Kraber. If you can connect on this thing, you saw that 80 all the way across the map. That's never good. That's going to cost you a battery, as you see now teams all starting to filter in over towards the side. That's going to be Albrelli, Zach Mazer, and Naughty from C9 coming around the corner and trying to get over towards that choke point. But they seem to be a little bit trapped in between multiple teams, so I'm curious to see what Albrelli is going to do in terms of his bubble play, because you have to stay fairly close to one another, but this is somewhere that you could lock down. The charge rifle coming across the map, a little easier to shoot than the Sentinel.
Yeah, and Cloud9 rotating from the far north side of the map. Climatizer finding themselves in this choke. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with C9, who had a pretty disappointing day yesterday. Look at the bounce back.
That body has shield cells and shit on it.
Yeah, I'm going to take
blue
some
heavy
off,
mag, 30-30, there's a PK, there's a ton of shit on that.
Is there heavy ammo on that shit?
Yeah, 180.
Dub, holy shit, let's go. I'm going to grab it all real quick. I'm probably going to get drilled here, but...
I need the shield cells. I'm fucking trolling.
I grabbed a few of them. There's a 3x in there too and a red dot as well.
I'm going to take the 3x, drop it too.
Okay, I'm dropping one arc right here.
I don't know. I don't think I should shoot them. I think that's the team that'll make our life.
No, I think you do shoot them because then they won't want to peek this way.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
DSM, I think, is right there. They're on the beacon. Purple on the Valk on the beacon.
I might take this 30-30 if there's a fuck ton of ammo on it.
There's 180.
Wait, why are they hitting beacons so late? What are they doing? That's a different team. It's not TSM. There's no shot.
Yeah, I'm going to take that 30-30 so I can poke the whole game. We got care
Keep in mind, Zach, we don't have great shield econ. Is it in blue bins or is it at the choke, Zach? Where is that?
I'm 12.
No, I'm saying we'll burn through it quickly if we're all poking, Zach.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like, don't get overconfident because we have high shield econ right now. It won't last.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're right.
Because we're not going to be able to restock.
I can throw one more barrel down. But the only fight we have to worry about is green. Mac, you need to shoot this team while I go for the gun.
Okay, I'm worried about getting shot in the left.
Bro, I'm just getting aped.
I hit it.
Maybe
they're gonna be here. They're gonna be here if they want to come this way. Remember, they're gonna have to be there.
You can go for it, Zach. They're not peeking. Okay, that's unlucky.
Like what?
That's a different team.
Yo, no, it's not. It's them.
Yes, it is. That's the team on the left.
We're gonna get aped. Naughty, get crazy. Are they aping?
Yes, they're aping.
Winnable.
I can't win this. I'm running away.
I can't see.
Winnable, Naughty. Go back and help him. One, two, Naughty. There's barrels that way.
Dude.
Oh my god.
I'm dead from behind.
This is why.
Wow. Absolutely disappointing turn of events for Cloud9. You hear the frustration in their voice all over a weapon and a loot box. Lesson learned for all y'all ranked warriors out there, and that's actually just a good job from the casuals, actually baiting that and farming those kills. GeForce here nearby, they're going to try and capitalize, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be the king of the hill. As the dust settles, GeForce takes out casuals who took out Cloud9.
We have the luxury of seeing the player outlines here, but this is what you anticipate once the fighting starts. It just doesn't stop. The third and the fourth, the fifth parties, the domino effect. Furia with their late rotation coming in from Skyhook. Bubbles are going to go down, and this is what you expect in game number 1 here on World's Edge Fallout.
Wow. What a turn of events, and that is third party central here. And this is the location on World's Edge that typically third parties will constantly happen. For anyone that's grinded ranked is definitely aware of that. And it all started with the knock on Zach Mazer, trying to loot, trying to grab the 30-30 and some ammo, scopes, etc. And that results in all 4 teams that were in that fight, or sorry, 3, dying, and Furia being the last alive.
Now Team Liquid coming into the fight over towards the Dorito building. You can see the black hole is going to go down. That stops people going from the door. You may see the grav lift over there too if it is going to be up. But a lot of visual clutter happening from that thermite. Tough to push your way through that one. Ampway and Zerbo trying to stay alive. But you can see ESA built by gamers. A handful of teams in the vicinity over here because this is where I think that end game is going to be. A huge fight for Team Liquid if they could win it.
That's a great crack from Nocturnal. He's going to get one. Let's go ahead and jump right into a listen-in with Team Liquid as they win that fight, but they're not done yet.
I'm batting.
I'm holding for you. I'm
leaving. Heal.
No bad. I'm med kidding.
Valk 150.
You're fine. Just heal.
I need heavy. I have 56 bullets.
I'm dropping you bats. Here, Zach, here.
Take that if you need it.
I don't need the cells. I have 16.
Okay. Behind us, west, 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 west.
Are they landing?
Yep.
Caustic cracked. Caustic cracked.
Caustic flash, Caustic one, Caustic one.
Valk flash
on my door.
Two.
Valk dead. Try and res him.
I'm holding door. I'm holding door.
Come back, Zach. Come back and res. Come back and res. Come back and res.
Door's gone. I'm just rezzing.
I'm marking.
He's on door. On door.
Come back, man. Come back. Behind us. Just play safe. Play safe. Play safe.
Come to the corner. Come to the corner.
Ripping it back. Ripping it back. Yep.
15
There's
seconds.
knock.
Playing outside door, Brennan.
10 seconds.
Yep. Just stick him. Stick him. Stick him. Stick him. Stick him. Stick him. I got cover. I can
I need to reload
cover.
shoddy. Reloading shoddy.
Okay.
Yeah. Doing it raw. Doing it raw. We're chilling. We're chilling.
Caustic 100.
Crack the Gibby. Crack the Gibby. I'm holding my door on the north.
Popping Phoenix. Oh, go out south. Go out south. Go out south. I'm portaling us out.
I'm holding door. Careful. Careful, roof guild. Care.
Take the portal. Take the fucking portal. Look at zone.
I need heavy again. I have 38 bullets.
I have none.
38 bullets heavy.
None for you, dog.
I'm 34 over 58 right now.
Okay.
We need a Valkyrie right here and go into guys. Oh, fuck.
Wow. My heart is skipped at least a few beats and is absolutely racing. I can't imagine Team Liquid's in that scenario. So well played from them. The wherewithal to back out, pull out, survive, and stay alive. And then they get third party by G2. Obviously crucial based on their positioning, right, Tom?
Yeah, it's so crucial also to get out of that rotation to go under the bridge. But based on that positioning, you know that's the first building that's the closest towards these choke points. So teams are desperately trying to get in. They're not going to just go towards the middle because you have to find a start somewhere. And if they're having Team Liquid on the ropes because they're getting pinched from both sides, why not try to infiltrate that area? But the heads up, Nocturnal, Portal, the comms, it was on point, and now they get an opportunity to hit that skyward dive.
And here's the interesting thing. That zone you just saw on the minimap is pulling into no man's land again. Like EMEA and the south zones, all three hills, their zones were no man's land. It's happening here in North America, northern zones this time around. So it's going to be a difficult rotation for all of these teams. Team Liquid forces themselves kind of awkwardly in this position because they had nowhere else to go here, Tom.
They really didn't. You can see how many Qs they're getting from that Valkyrie passive. That gold helmet is so key right now for fun. We'll see if they're going to be able to stay alive. But in that kill feed, Exat, another one of our teams to watch, they're going to get a knock onto ESA and the finish onto Duplex. Liquid somehow, someway, still alive. This zone is going to eat a lot of these teams alive. They're going to have to fight their way out of here.
Yeah, gosh, it is going to be like 300 Spartans ascending upon a hill with the Persians, a.k.a. TSM, up top waiting. Let's see how they decide to play this as they will be storming Team Liquid right next to G2, running side by side in parallel. Going to be such a difficult rotation for a few of these teams, and here it goes.
They really hope that the other teams are getting distracted up over towards the opposite side of the choke point, and that just may be the case. As you can see, Furia, Panter's trying to lay down some fences ASAP. He does have his ultimate down, so the defensive environment isn't going to connect on top of him, but that zone is starting to tick away. The bubble isn't exactly where you would hope for Zera Tricky, and you can see how desperate these teams are trying to get over towards, which is going to be this pill ending that we've seen, a classic ending here on World's Edge.
Great shots from Tech, continues his great performance from yesterday, and just like that, Furia takes out another team. It's BBG, but here's where Watson is not going to do a whole lot for them, Tom. There's not a building or anywhere they could use those Watson fences.
And all of a sudden the collapse is coming. The bubble was already gone, and you can see 100 Thieves is still alive. Zeratricky doing whatever he can. Bubble is in 10 seconds. That's just not enough time to go and recover. 100 Thieves picking up some huge kill points along the way, and they're not done yet.
This is the 100 Thieves' dojo, this location, where they won ALGS championships. They play this ring so incredibly well. We saw it again actually a week and a half ago in Pro League. Same exact positioning, 100 Thieves won. They know how to finish these rings, these late games, and they're playing it so well.
That's such a great point. You almost forget this is where they won the tournament. They know exactly how to go and play this one. Another team that was on top of it was TSM. They locked down that choke a very long time ago. Surprisingly enough, we didn't see what happened on the opposite side of the hill because so many teams were coming over from the Fragment West and East side that created so much commotion. Now Exet in the wings waiting to collapse. TSM still alive. They've been playing extremely patient here, Fallout.
Yeah, they have. They took the east choke. Xset took the west choke, and the west choke is where the zone's going to be pulling to. So advantage Xset for now. Their center zone. TSM is going to have to slow walk their way in, but doing a really good job checking right, heading to swivel, and making sure to track this team. Meanwhile, Noct from ESA is just ratting his way to a top 3 finish. Ideally, he's going to face TSM as soon as they turn that corner.
He's kind of becoming the best rat in North America and on one of the best teams. He's just picking up points along the way, too. We'll see if he's going to be able to do something miraculous towards the tail end of things. But the aggressive play coming in from Hal, he has his phase, he has his portal. If he wants to go in on this, definitely anticipate that. But he's going to back off after tossing the nade. Doesn't want to take any damage. Also, as a shot caller, he needs to make sure he doesn't get too honed in on one team with so many teams remaining.
That's right. If you take this fight, you're certainly going to get thirded right after by Xset. Look at this. Noct is still in that corner. Xset has no idea. He can't move. He can't even breathe loud, and Xset will hear him directly above. You can see that haircut. Valkyrie, you got to shave your head, all right? Clearly, the hair is making a difference, but they're actually still not going to see Valk.
How has he not been seen yet? And TSM's probably like, what is going on? Why does it feel like there's 4 players over towards the side? Well, TSM, there are 4 players out over towards the side. Meanwhile, the fence has been taken from 100 Thieves. They're taking a lot of caustic damage, though. That's going to be Bird going down on Team Lazarus. This is the pill ending that we were talking about with all these blue crates in the surroundings. 100 Thieves home, basically, as Hal hits the portal back on around the corner. Nox still alive, and Xset very spread out through all this. They may need to get a little bit closer together.
This is insane. Noct is quite literally just hugging this rock in between TSM and Xset, a TSM and Xset sandwich. And TSM is going to rotate out. They're actually going to push right on to where Lazarus is. We know that 100 Thieves is nearby. Noct is now top 4, ratting his way to at least 6 points in placement.
He's being silent still, and there's 3 teams of 3, throughout all of this. But Verholz is taking a ton of damage. No bubble coming in for reps. It looks like 100 Thieves is going to get the better of TSM in this fight. Hal's alive, but not for long. And somehow Noct was able to get past TSM and get more placement points. As you see Xset, 100 Thieves trying to duke it out. This could be an opportunity for Noct.
Is Noct alive? Noct is alive! He's in second place and guarantees 9 placement points in a game that ESA had no business getting any placement points. He's down to 20 HP. He's going to get taken out, but he doesn't even care. That is a huge game from ESA and Noct, but an even bigger game from Xset, who calls the zone perfectly. Early placement, early rotation, and they finish so well. We said Xset was a team to watch, Tom, and they certainly showed up in game number 1.
They were just waiting for Noct to distract everybody else, and then they were going to get him later. It was such a big brain play. You got to give credit to Xset. It was all planned and all calculated.
Yeah, totally. They just forgot. They didn't just forget to look down and see Noct hiding right between those rocks and get the easiest KP or kill point of their lives. I can't believe Noct somehow pulled that off. That's one of the best ratergies, notorious devious rat strats that we've seen in quite some time there, Tom.
Yeah, it really was. And sometimes hiding in between 2 of the best teams right in the open will just work out for you. They didn't get any kills, but those 9 placement points going to be doing some serious justice. Great job from the ESA team. But 100 Thieves, they get the most kills in the lobby right there. That is their home court advantage. You got to give credit to Xset again, one of our fastest rotating teams. It really paying off there. And the great listening that we had with Team Liquid when they said, look at the zone, we got to go. Everyone was expecting that to pull over towards that no-name area between Lava Siphon and maybe that gully area as a very popular ending as well.
And just to put things in perspective for everybody watching right now, Xset with 22 points, they had 53 points overall. If the standings stay the same of where they're at, Xset needs to stay in first place overall. They'll qualify, but the question is obviously we're 1 game in. There's a lot of Apex to be played, but so far so great for Xset. How about 100 Thieves with a 12-kill game? Massive, massive showing from them. And I know as we flip to page 2 here in just a moment, I mean that 9.0 kills for ESA. They just got the easiest 9 points of their lives. Meanwhile, when you flip over, I know G2, I thought they had more kills than that. So a relatively quiet game for G2 here. Only 3 kills that they were able to farm early on, an optimal ambition in the south side of the zone.
And the 2 teams that ended up flying on over towards Tree, which wasn't that far of a rotation coming forward, they end up going out in 19th and 20th. The heartbreak for Cloud9 that happened, you could see they were trying to make their way on over towards to pick up that 30-30 so they could have more poke long range. Little did they know, they needed more close range because there was 2 teams directly on top of them.
That's right. As we take a look at the stats here, nice damage, nice game. Vayne, former member of 100 Thieves, gets replaced on that roster, and obviously 100 Thieves looking really, really strong alongside Klain and Kenny. Vaxlon making a huge impact on that squad, but Vayne clearly showing, hey, I'm still here, I'm still relevant, I'm still gonna qualify for Sweden, trying to do everything he possibly can after being your champion from ALGS Champs just 9-10 months ago.
For real, and he played that phenomenally. I think that the timing was so perfect. I loved how Klein also on the Ash was gobbling up a lot of that real estate. I was a little bit worried when they started to spread out with how hectic that was, but keep in mind, if you really needed to go in phase breach back on over towards the team, you're going to have that opportunity to go and do so.
Yeah, one thing I love about XSET, Tom, is they've just quietly been kind of a dark horse underdog team, but that performs. I mean, they won a Pro League day last split. That's, of course, when Clarify was on the team. Clarify has since retired. Vayne was a great pickup in my eyes for this XSET squad. And again, they've performed consistently time and time again, and they're doing so again here with their backs against the wall. They need to show up, and they're doing exactly that, Tom.
They really are, and keep in mind that they had a lot of 50-50 going on with Harvester to get into the split for the Pro League split to begin with. So they had to realize how to 50-50. They had to realize how to rotate faster. There was a huge learning curve that this XSET team had to deal with because a majority of the time they were sitting and watching CLG play while they were practicing, while they were scrimming, while they were playing in the weekly tournaments. So that made XSET a little bit stronger than they would have been.
That's a great point. Of course, this is Group A versus C. You can watch Group B versus D, though, however, in our secondary stream. And let's take a look at the stats. W performing.
That is CLG. What?
Oh, my goodness. Tom, this is going to be an interesting finish, my friend. W is in 15th place, right above XSET with 58 points. XSET has 53 points in Pro League standings. Both of them get first place with a dominant showing here. That's crazy.
Everybody that needed to show up showed up in game number 1. Yeah. That's going to make game number 2 twice as good. Game number 3, 3 times better, all the way to game number 6, baby.
That's crazy. Even, Scry, our top LATAM Mexican team representing an entire nation, Viva Mexico, by the way, getting 6 points. They're able to scrap together a few. The one team that's missing, though, is I'm interested to switch over to the second page, is Complexity. Oxygen doing well, obviously trying to avoid relegation. They're down in relegation right now, but Complexity gets 1 point in game 1. And Sentinels, yep, that's not good for those two. I can't even imagine, Tom, a playoff LAN competition without Lou and Monsoon there. I can't even fathom.
And, it's crazy to think how dominant these squads have been in the past, but it's also a testament to the other teams that have come through, worked really hard to get there. You really hope if you're fans of those teams, if you're fans of Apex, you would love to see them there. But Gaskin put it earlier in EMEA beautifully. There's only 10 spots, and there's going to be heartbreak. There's eventually going to be some heartbreak here for the squads that don't make it.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to repeat a tweet that came from the one and only Monsoon that I think is so well said and short, simple, sweet, relevant to a lot of these teams. Last day, if we deserve LAN, we'll make it. We'll see which teams deserve it, which teams will earn it, and which teams will qualify for the $1 million Sweden prize pool. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we come back, Game 2 with Onset and Gaskin around the corner.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NA Pro League here for the Apex Legends Global Series. And today is going to be a day filled with nerves and trepidation for many. Dan, Exet pulling off the win in our first game of the day. One of the chasing pack biting at the heels of those top 10 places.
Hey, where's my screen time? I didn't even get a second on that. We're straight into game already? Wow. I mean, I'm quite happy with that because I've been waiting for this for a long time to see who we can get as 4 more teams try to make their way into the playoffs. Of course, we have 6 already, and we've already had 1 match. And as you say, Exet managing to secure it, and Exet, a team who need those points. They want to try and get their way towards playoffs.
They certainly do indeed, and it is going to be a case of the chasing pack, like I said, just biting at the heels of any of those teams who are currently holding down those top 10 spots, who might slip up at the final hurdle. We've seen it already in EMEA, and we're already going to see a little bit of fighting going on. It's going to be built by gamers who pick up some of the freest KP of their lives. They managed to at least take 1 player down here. Not going to get the full squad wipe, but this is kind of how you want to start things out. Free KP dropping on your doorstep.
Yeah, this is another 50-50. We saw Renegades have a 50-50 at Tree in Game 1 as well, so it just seems like there's a couple of teams who are scrapping, desperate to try and pick up some early KP, and no respect being given in terms of moving away from your drop zone. And I guess maybe I shouldn't have expected anything else when there is so much on stake today, or at stake today. It's going to be so important for these teams to try and get to LAN, as Washed are going to be the team on the other side. Antboy's already gone down, and Jeldon looks like he's going to fall as well.
Not looking good for them for now. There's 1 player doing a little bit of damage on the cross, but as you say, BBG seem to have complete and utter control of this situation. Also have the high ground, also look like they have a fairly good idea of where those last 2 players are. So the real question is here, is it going to be finished off with some style points coming in with the Sentinel, or is it just going to be the Havoc and something a little bit more traditional? It looks like BBG are going to be able to finally get this final KP, and that will be the first squad eliminated. So built by gamers, pick up 3 KP. They're going to have smiles on their faces at the start of things here, and they need to, Dan, because they're down in 31st position before play got underway today, as we see a Lava Siphon circle.
Luckily, no third party nearby, as you can see down on the bottom right hand side of your screen. But yeah, Lava Siphon, we're going to be heading down south of World's Edge, who'd have thought. And plenty of teams that are going to be happy about that. Exet being one of them after their previous victory. They are going to be sitting comfortable at the moment. They won't have to move too far. It depends on really where they want to try and prioritize. There are a few areas which you can go for, whether it be just through the tunnel, whether you stay in the Harvester area, or if you move down to the Lava Siphon area. There's 3 really big spots that you can go for, and Exet are going to be able to pick and choose, to be honest, because they're going to be there very early indeed.
Yeah, third beacon information going to be interesting for sure. With some of the more traditional zones that we've seen, you have the one, sort of right down the bottom of Lava Siphon. You have the one that's kind of plays around the tracks, or you might have the one that gets a little bit freaky, gets a little bit naughty, and pulls back towards Harvester, like you mentioned. But BBG, perfect start for them. We've already seen them engage in a team fight. Now they're going to have Dome all to themselves, and that means a little bit of crafting to be done here, Dan. Just making sure that everything is looking pretty in the backpack.
Yeah, and you speak of BBG, and they're not fighting for playoffs. We recognise that, but they are fighting to make sure they don't get relegated, because Pro League doesn't just finish once we get to playoffs and champs and whatnot. We still have more Pro Leagues to come. There'll be more splits, more chance to play with the very best, but you've got to make sure you're still within those top 30 teams, otherwise you will drop down.
100 Thieves involved in that end circle that we saw from our first game, and I kind of put in our little chat that we have in the production side of things. I'd love to know what 100 Thieves' point record is, average on that zone.
Amazing, isn't it?
Every single time that you see that zone, 100 Thieves, if they're in the lobby, they'll be there. They'll be there or thereabouts for sure, as literally vibing, make their way through there, the open fields and the little drill tower, which is just to the outsides of the beacon building as they traverse their way through the middle of the map. But not too much to see here from them, as they will be pretty comfortable. It looks like they've spotted out a couple of teams in the background. TSM are already inside of what might be their endgame position here, holding down that tunnel between Lava Siphon and Harvester, like you talked about a bit earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely where some teams may try and prioritize, but if you're not there early enough, it's not an easy one to try and push through. You sometimes get helped out by other teams. This also reminds me of a final circle we saw just a few days ago, or actually it was about a week ago, when TSM tried to play underneath those kind of gratings. But we'll see a little bit later how that plays out, as Slurpee G and the rest of the boys, G-Force, are on the push.
Yeah, G-Force running away by the looks of things at the moment, or sorry, chasing down the team who are running away. I mean, he's going to have to pop the bubble though. Has to fill the lungs and inflate that one. as the shots did come in, which made them feel a little bit more uncomfortable. This is a 2v3, as Bad Boys have lost Farmer Lucas in this fight, but the amount of damage that has been done here, Dan, if they can just focus one of these players, they do have a height advantage, so they might be able to get a pick and turn this into a 2v2.
It's not impossible if G-Force don't play it correctly, but if G-Force just stick as a kind of a 3 and make sure they don't allow one player to be easily isolated, they should be okay. They've got doors to play around, though, making it very difficult on the other side, our Bad Boys, and by doing so, they're extending this fight. It allows for a potential third party. A lot of noise is going to be made. You can see teams flying over the top of them, but there's another knock. It looks like G-Force slowly but surely getting the job done here.
Yeah, just making sure they pick up the final pieces. It looks like Promos are going to be taken down. He will be finished off as well. As we move over to Exet once again, they're going to be holding down the train cards here. They have TSM pretty close by in that vault tunnel, or I should say the train tunnel, so to speak. And both of those positions, even though they are strong positions, very difficult to hold down for a long time. You have, so many angles that are looking at you, not the biggest amount of cover inside those train carts with no doors to play with. It's just kind of open windows. BBG, we can also see making their way to Dome, into where we've seen some fighting going down in Lava Cypher, and they're inside of this truck. But the same can be said for TSM as well, with the position that they have. You've got to keep your eyes and ears to the ground, knowing that both ends of that tunnel are open, but also the fact that there's that little opening towards Lava Siphon as well you've got to be careful of.
Just imagining people
put their eyes to the ground,
putting their eyes to the ground, just straight in the sand, trying to see things through the floor.
If you need to, what is it they say? When you need to heighten one of your senses,
the
best thing to do is close the others off. See,
absolutely.
I'm redeveloping the meta.
Slightly concerned if people take your advice, but I tell you what, maybe you're onto something.
Never ask me for directions.
Never do it. You don't know what Mark's looking at. Exet, you were talking about this building, you talk about this kind of train car, and it is difficult to hold, especially if you don't have a core stick. Actually, the likes of BBG, who are playing the core stick, would probably have a better time, because you can just close off a lot of that vision with kind of gas emitted everywhere. But one thing Exet do have is they have Ash. They can transition to somewhere else very quickly, and they could maybe get out of dodge if they need to. As quite a few teams actually running the Ash. And an Octane, of course, from G-Force is something that we didn't really highlight properly. We are seeing a few more teams try something a little bit more different, experimenting ever so slightly. We saw Watson as well previously in Game 1. A few teams just trying to see if they can shake up the meta ever so slightly.
The G-Force just trying to force all the teams off of this building inside of Lava Siphon. It's going to be difficult to do with the amount of playable area there is inside of these buildings, but the more damage you can do, chip away at those resources, the more success you will have when it comes to that later game rotation as everyone tries to escape. So they're pretty safe for now. They're going to be pretty comfortable. And the good thing is as well for Mooney, you can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, he's got that gold bag, and we've already seen how influential that can be in team fights.
And it's going to be really important as we get the next beacon information. That's exactly what I wanted. So those who may have, gambled on that harvester pool, the less likely of the 3 pools, I'd have to say, are going to have to move over towards Lava Siphon. And even those who are kind of hovering around those train carts, it's not going to be fun for them either. They're going to have to move a little bit further east. So those who banked on an east pool are going to be sitting pretty at the moment and may pick up some extra KP on those who are trying to struggle their way in later on. But it's going to be a little while until that happens, because not everyone's going to have that beacon information for another couple of minutes.
I just think he's in a great position here towards where they find themselves in this game, but also looking forward to the end game as well. With the amount of teams that you mentioned, maybe not 100% sure without that third beacon information of where this zone would be pulling, kind of stacking up inside of Lava Siphon. That means they have to leave at some point and move towards this circle. And when you're on the quieter side of circle, like 100 Thieves find themselves, you can get some pretty tasty shots onto some of those players and teams rotating and put yourself in a great position for that end game once more. But for now, as we look at the right-hand side of your screen and see 100 Thieves, and also a little bit of a player comparison between the former 100 Thieves player at the bottom there now on Exet and the current 100 Thieves player in Scurry. They're going to make a little bit of a move here, Dan, up to the platform, up to the high ground, and maybe try and work their way even further from the north to the south.
Yeah, I think making your move early is good here, but at the same time, you have to be very careful about where you want to position yourself. You can already see 100 Thieves are under a little bit of a fire, but they're letting their presence be known, but thankfully they have an Ash to make sure they can move to a position without being taken down. And they will just take one of these little RV things that I still don't know what they're actually called, but I will still go with RV. And it's safe for now, but I don't feel like they're comfortable with it. Look at how they're trying to move their way across the map. They're doing it very cautiously, but they're trying to find somewhere that they can call home.
You're allowed to call it an RV just because you got an American passport. That's the only reason you're allowed to do it. They are caravans in my in my English dictionary, so to speak. There's some nice shots coming in from Scurry here with the 30-30 repeater. Gonna be doing a little bit of damage and also forcing out that bubble. And now he's going to say, hey, I'm hitting some good shots here. Give me that Evo shield. Let me get you a little blue armor to play with. There's also some fighting going down still inside of Lava Siphon. And once again, it's GeForce who are involved in that fight. Mooney trying to hold the line here and will hold the line. And that will be built by gamers who lose the fight. So that fight has been going on for quite some time. GeForce survive. Slurpee G is down, though, so they're going to have to look to pick up a res.
Scurry's just been taken down as well. Elsewhere, Lazarus have been able to do some damage from distance. So 100 Thieves not sitting as comfortable as they would have liked, but it looks like they get him back up. And that's one of the problems with playing inside of those kind of truck, RV, caravan things, is you do leave yourself very vulnerable. There are a lot of windows that you can be shot through. You've got to make sure you are covering every single angle, really, and trying to leave yourself in the best position so that you could just go about your business and survive and make sure the neighbors can't hit you. But Lazarus are going to be pretty much dead center of this next circle. They're going to be feeling good, and they have a beacon right next to them, so they'll get plenty of information every single time this ring closes.
I mean, GS Bird's doing his best Death Star impression at the moment. Anyone who peeks is going to be singed by the charge rifle, which is doing God's work at the moment for Lazarus, just holding so many different angles, getting so much information as well. It's another thing that really needs to be discussed when you have a player in your team who does have that extra little bit of scope to work with on one of these longer range weapons. You get the idea of the lay of the land. You can work out a little bit more comfortably the pieces to the formula of where you want to rotate and who's in a fight, who's not in a fight, and all of those kind of things. You kind of get that top-down view when you have that player with that responsibility.
Unfortunately, Lazarus, another team that are just off the pace when it comes to getting to playoffs. Even with a victory here today, they wouldn't be able to get enough points to push them into that top 10. But they are just fighting to try and stay within because, you know, a drop-off and a lot of the relegation teams popping off today, they could still find themselves in that bottom zone. So you have to be careful. You have to make sure you're playing at your very best. Otherwise, you will be probably regretting it a little bit later when you have to play against some of those challenger teams to try and get back into Pro League. There's going to be the next circle, then it is going to be moving further central into Lava Siphon, so where Lazarus were, they're going to be still very comfortable, and they can actually stay there for quite some time. As for some of these other teams who are on edge, it's going to be a bit of a difficult one, because a lot of the teams have already banked inside of Lava, and because it's just getting better and better for those who did rotate early, it gets worse and worse for those who are out late.
Well, Esports Arena holding down the side of the zone where the zone will be pulling towards that end game. However, they're going to have some work to do, as is Madness. And once again, it's GS Bird who's causing problems for everybody in and around Lava Siphon with that charge rifle. Should be pretty comfortable to be able to get the res. Trying to maybe thread the needle with that missile swarm. Can't quite connect for now, so you would imagine the Renegades will be safe and be able to get Madness back up. But he's just been such a pest at the moment with that charge rifle. Just stripping away his shields, and just when you think you're going to get round a corner and you're not going to be too worried about it, bang, another shot comes in, and unfortunately you've got a decision to make.
Yeah, I think everyone in the lobby would love to turn and shoot him at the same time and just wipe him out and say, for goodness sake, please stop. But unfortunately it's not as easy as that. But everyone is feeling the grief at the moment. G2 even similarly down in the lower side of this Lava Siphon pit also received some damage from the charge rifle, so everyone is feeling it. I really think Lazarus are in one of the commanding positions, because not only are they able to see the lay of the land, but they can get another scan after this if they are able to hold on to that building successfully. And to be honest, not many teams are going to want to push them at the moment. You're pushing towards a charge rifle, it's not an easy thing to do, and they're going to have the bubble so they can get the coverage to get that next beacon information if no one challenges them directly. So we'll have to see whether anyone gets the confidence to try and take that building from them.
G4 still inside of this building, still holding things down. Lazarus are a little bit away from them in the other side of the building, so they'll be safe for now, G4. You can see with the zone closing in around 40 seconds time, they won't have to do too much. They will find a playable area, but holding these teams out is priority one for them. All these teams they're looking at the moment are going to have to work their way towards zone, and G-Force with this high ground have the opportunity to get knocks, to pick up KP and influence some of these fights.
And GeForce could do with a big week here. They are one of the teams in that relegation zone. It seems like a lot of teams in this lobby today are fighting for relegation, and that is, you know, equally as terrifying as for those teams who are desperately trying to get into playoffs. It's a very different feeling and a very different way to play, but it certainly is similar when it comes to just being very scared about what might happen. Fury are going to look to jet to the skies and look to make their next move. I'm interested to see where they go here.
And this is always the little bit of a deep breath and a a prayer towards the skies, because you're not quite sure what is happening on the other side of this mountain. The Valkyrie passive is going to be so important to scan where these teams are, to see what playable areas there are, to see if there's anywhere that they can land without taking damage. They will be able to find somewhere to call home for now. Bubble does go down just to make sure that they get that safety net, but one team who doesn't have a safety net right now is Exit. The winners of game number 1, unfortunately, will be eliminated here. Esports Arena in the feed, light it up.
The highs and lows of Apex Legends. You can win a game, but then you can get shut down in 17th place very easily if you make one mistake, or if the circle just doesn't go your way. Esports Arena are able to get that KP. They've got 2 on the board, and now they're into the top 15, so that's an extra placement point. It looks like they're trying to get even more aggressive here. Skittlecakes, though, having to back off, and he's going to need assistance from Knocked in Duplex.
TSM under pressure as well, and it's going to be Team Liquid who are going to finish off Imperial How as well. I mentioned how difficult this tunnel is to hold down, and especially with the way that this zone has pulled, it becomes even more difficult for TSM to work their way out of this situation. Liquid will take the KP, and they will also back up for now, so they will be able to get that banner back in their hands, TSM, but now it's up to Reps and Verholz to try and survive it. At the moment, that's looking like even more difficult to do as Liquid now move in to finish off their dinner.
Yeah, this looks like it could be the end of TSM right now. Liquid are going to be able to close in. It's a 3 versus 2, and there's nowhere for TSM to run. Sure, you've got a bubble, you've got weapons to work with, but if Team Liquid play it correctly, they should be able to get the kill. But as I say that, TSM can actually just about scarper through before the red comes in, but you are going to be brushing it close, because now the round and the ring is about to close, they are going to be struggling, TSM. And I like that you touched upon it. It depends where that ring pulls, because it could have been an amazing area for TSM if the ring had gone their way. And unfortunately, with the way it pulled, it gets so difficult to try and break out of that. As GeForce, they've been putting pressure on teams. They've been making sure it's a difficult time for ESA as Skittlecakes get shut down. And the kill leaders now, GeForce, 9 kills with the squad. They are feeling pretty good.
Yeah, looking really good as well at the moment, GeForce. A couple of ropey-looking fights right at the start of the game, but ever since they've managed to charge up those evos and also charge up the adrenaline a little bit after a couple of team fight wins, they are looking better and better. ESA still in the game, though. Did notice that CLX had been eliminated. Also, 100 Thieves in the kill feed, but not for the right reasons. Once again, it's going to be James Fearless popping up, as Scurry will be taken down.
And again, Scurry gets taken down, but maybe he can get picked back up as Watson has set up her traps and fences. See if anyone is going to dare mess with that one. Well, Cloud9 didn't have a game 1 to remember, but they have got into a good position here with 1 minute and 10 before the round closes. They can maneuver their way through the rest of the building a little bit later on. But GeForce continue their tear. They add to their tally. That's 10 kills now for GeForce. And they're on an overall total of 16 after the 2 games. So they'll be propelling themselves up the leaderboards ever so slightly. And I tell you what, if they can get a victory here, this could really help their chances of making sure they are not one of those relegated teams.
100 Thieves and G2 also in a little bit of a skirmish as well. I noticed that one G2 player had fallen. As we have a look at our map overhead, you can also see in the feed that 100 Thieves have managed to eliminate Lazarus. The Zypher will be finished off by Onmu as well, so 100 Thieves starting to warm up a little bit, as is James Fearless with that car just stripping away at those shields. C9 now trying to survive and trying to do damage as well. They will pick up another one, and that's going to be James Fearless from G4, so C9 having to say on this endgame.
Well, GeForce getting very aggressive, but then running into Cloud9, who are just there waiting, biding their time, and almost expecting someone to eventually walk into their metaphorical trap. And James Fearless may have gone down, but Mooney and Slurpee are still very healthy when it comes to their shields, and they're going to try and get this res. And to tell you what, the GeForce ride has not ended just yet.
Goldbag is going to get James Fearless back on his feet as well. The Octane pad being used to escape that situation as well from Slurpee, which means they will be all kitted out in red evos towards this end game as well. 12 squads remaining as round 5 comes into close. So you can see that that last zone really has been an aggressive one as TSM now try and make their move into zone. Reps and Verholz having to do it as a duo, but where can they land? Unfortunately for them, they're landing in the middle of a defensive bombardment.
They landed to absolute war, but hats off to TSM for being able to survive, getting out of that tunnel, and still now being able to compete in this final circle. But there's going to be a lot of eyes on them. 3 bubbles down on your screen. Team Liquid in a place where they can shoot over all 3 of those bubbles, may I add. 100 Thieves and TSM struggling, but they have found slight safety here.
TSM doing their best impression of Super Mario right now inside of that pipe, but GeForce once again find themselves down to just 2 as Mooney will be taken down. The Gibraltar will be possibly brought back to his feet here. They were thinking about trying to get that that res off and sticking it. Furia also inside of this train truck that they've been holding down for quite some time in this game now, trying to do some damage onto C9, I think it is, inside of that building. As you see, Furia also picking up a kill on the other side of things. AIM taken down, so Furia doing some good damage to the lobby.
G2 out, Esports Arena just got eliminated as well, and I tell you what, Fury are in a good place, and that Watson could very much come into play when we get to the latter stages of this game. Buff Pathfinder have a little bit of a high ground advantage, and G-Force are down to 2, but somehow still alive, and the gold bag comes into effect once again, so our kill leader's still going strong, and I tell you what, if they win this game, I'm going to shout G-Force at the top of my lungs, because it has been an absolutely incredible play from them every single time we've seen their screens.
I'll be joining you on that one, don't worry, I've been waiting for this moment all my life, and we're going to execute it perfectly if we do get that opportunity. Renegades, though, they are still alive. TSM still alive as well inside of that pipe. Team Liquid overlooking all of this fighting that's going down in front of them as well. Speaking of going down, now G-Force. It hasn't been the first time we've seen them have some players knocked, but are they able to survive this? They get one Slurpee with the wingman. He's going to allow himself to get a battery off. Now, can he get inside of that bubble before the res comes in to do even more damage? The answer is yes. Now he's absolutely decimating this team in front of him. Unfortunately, he won't be able to survive. Renegades hold on by the skin of their teeth, but not without taking damage.
The G4 shout will come another time. A very impressive performance, but now they bow out in 7th position. Liquid, though, in a really strong place. They've got a lot to work with here. They know there's a few teams below them. TSM, remember, we're still alive just about as a 2. Bubble will come down because defensive bombardment is there, and now Team Liquid will look to push probably if a team comes close by.
At the moment, Renegades are just looking to finish off these knocks and finish off this team down on the low ground. Aim God will be knocked. But Renegades, you can see the Pow has got to get those shields back, so they won't be able to push aggressively for now. Sorcerer will be credited with that kill. As Pow now moves forward alongside his teammate. Watching these wingman shots is going to be vital if they want to survive, as are any shots coming in from TSM right now.
How are TSM still alive? Remember, they were down and out. Liquid could have completely wiped them. They got away. They're now into the top 4. They're just a 2, but they're going to be focused here, and unfortunately, it's a direct tunnel. It's easy pickings. We're down to 3 squads.
Liquid were the anti-TSM team in this lobby, but now we're down to just 2, and they are the anti-everyone in this lobby. They are the Kryptonite. Team Liquid will take home game number 2. And that's so important for them with how things were looking before today. They were just outside of those qualified teams. They were in 8th place, holding down one of the top 10 spots. But a game like that might go some way to securing their way towards playoffs.
We heard the communication in Game 1 when we had listening with Team Liquid. This means everything to them. It was so frantic. I think I wasn't even casting. I was watching and I was sweating just listening to every communication. God knows what they sounded like in that final circle, but you're completely right. That is so important for them to gatekeep the other teams that are trying to break in to the top 10 and trying to get one of those playoff spots. 19 points for them. They get 7 kills, but I do want to give a hats off to G-Force, who had 11 kills down in 7th place. That is going to do them wonders for making sure they don't get relegated.
It certainly is indeed. Now you're looking at Team Liquid, like I mentioned, you know their placings, what they're fighting for today to hold on to one of those top 10 spots. Furia were in 17th coming into today's action. A game like that could be one of those games, especially with how some of the other teams are performing in the other lobby, that could give them a chance as well. Some of the bigger names in the lobby not having the best of games. As you can see that C9 overall are jumping up 2 spots there to 17th. G2 a little bit quiet at the start of this one as well, but it's just a constant battle at the moment. Usually we're talking about those teams right at the top of the table, right? We're talking about the likes of Cloud9, ESA, but today it's a little bit of a different feel, Dan. It's all about those teams who are just trying to force their way into that top 10 or just hold on to one of those playoff positions.
Yeah, and we're seeing, incredible aggression. We're seeing compositions changed ever so slightly as well. The Octane thrown in the mix really does just scream, we want kills. And boy, did some of the teams deliver on that front. It's going to be frustrating for some of those teams who are trying to play a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical, trying to go for placement perhaps. Again, also an amazing performance from TSM, by the way. The fact they got to top 5, I think top 4 is going to be impressive considering where they were residing at one point. But I think the boys that are going to be happy are going to be those that are on your screen right now. Team Liquid had a lot to do coming into today's game. They could have been in a position where, you know, you struggle in games 1 and 2, and then you start to have a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Maybe you have to play a little bit differently, but that victory is just going to take ever so slightly the amount of pressure off their shoulders.
Big damage coming in from Nocturnal as well on the Ray. 2K for him, 2 kills and 3 assists. Fun. Always love watching him play Gibraltar as well. I think he's one of the best gibbies in the game. And Gilderson's that new pickup has started gel with the squad a little bit here. We've seen Liquid get better and better as the days have gone by. That is the official hand signal for Gel. You are quite right. But they've looked better and better, and I think if they can make it to playoffs, they will certainly be one of those dark horses in the lobby that could upset everyone.
Honestly, when I look at like the teams that could make playoffs and those who aren't actually in it right now, there's a few that I'm like, wait, how are they not in it? How can we not have like 6 of these teams being added to the 6 we already have? Well, we can't. We can only have 4 more. Like Sentinels are outside it at the moment. How are they doing in the other group? That's a big question for me, and we'll find out a little bit later perhaps. Torrent also outside of that group and can definitely jump in. And Team Liquid, you know, they need a good performance in this game day to make sure they hold out those teams and hold on to one of those spots.
Well, this is the overall leaderboards for Group A versus Group C, which is the lobby we're watching right now. That performance from Team Liquid is going to sling them up to the top of the table. 24 points on the board. They jump up 7th place. 100 Thieves, very, very solid in behind them on 23. Except falling down a couple of places, like you mentioned, the highs and lows of Apex Legends. The win in Game 1, and then a lackluster performance in Game 2. But I mentioned Renegades. They're one of those teams who might be able to do something. You never know in those last couple of games where they could throw themselves up the table. It's a big ask for them to do so. But Furia, GeForce, you never know.
And I think something that I took away from an interview we had a couple of weeks ago in Pro League was that the players were saying, look, we benefit in these lobbies where no one is consistent. And I think that if we have one of those days where a different team pops off every single time, that means every team is still within it right now. Even the likes of Cloud9, who are down in 17th spot, right? If they get one victory and one pop-off game, suddenly they're right back up to the top 3. And if we look at when these two teams went up against each other just a few weeks ago, or a couple of weeks ago, it was a case of Cloud9 getting 2 victories, and that was enough to take them to first place. Even though they had a 19th, they had an 18th. So even if you're first at the moment, that can very quickly be stripped away from you if you don't have consistency here.
It certainly can indeed, and we now have ourselves just one game left on World's Edge. And like we mentioned, there's another group of games going on at the moment simultaneously. Make sure you go and check that out. And speaking of which, if you want to get an update, we can give you that update. CLG, what a big performance that is, Dan. They're currently up in first place, jumping up 2 spots, and they were the team who were sitting in that final qualification spot for Stockholm. That is a massive number to see for them next to that name.
Yeah, CLG and Complexity are the 2 teams that are kind of the benchmark that everyone is chasing. So to see CLG at the top is amazing for CLG fans. However, the fact I can't see Complexity on that top 10 screen, and I can't see Sentinels on that top 10 screen, does concern me a little bit. Torrent are still within a shout being in 8th place, so I think they'll be happy with their first 2 games, but I'm sure they'll be looking to push for more if they are going to get a little bit further. But now we see Sentinels down in 14th, Complexity 19th.
Yep.
It's scary. Scary times for these 2 teams, but with only 2 matches played, still plenty of time to go.
Plenty of time to go, but at the same time, even though there's plenty of time, it's starting to slip through their fingers a little bit now. 4 more games to go today, and only 1 more game on World's Edge for teams to either consistently put those points on the board, or maybe we're going to see some teams fall apart. All will be answered when we get back from this break. We've got 1 more game of World's Edge coming your way.
I'm hitting 1 south.
Heard. I'm batting. I'm absolutely on everyone! Bless him!
Cracked! Let's
go, boys!
Good boys!
Oh my god!
Had 0 light ammo. I literally had 0.
No. I literally hit every wingman shot.
What?
Dude, I no troll had 0 light ammo. I just started PKing people from range.
Dude, I heard it.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
2 games down and 4 more to go in our final day of the North American ALGS Pro League, as we, of course, are waiting to see which final 4 teams will qualify. Xset performed in Game 1, Team Liquid in Game 2, both teams that needed it, Tom.
All the squads from both of the streams, they're doing it big. It's just insane to watch how much this pressure is making Diamonds right now fall out. We have one more game on World Jets before we switch on over to Stormpoint. I can't wait to see where the zone goes, what these teams are bringing to the table. I love Apex Legends.
You and I both, man. So much fun to watch. And it is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Diamonds, for one. But 2, the fact that these teams that need to show up do. I mean, it is miraculous what a little bit of will, hard work, determination, and really desire and passion does for these squads that are fighting for their lives quite literally. And they're the ones that are all showing up. It's so impressive to see. Final game of World's Edge here in game number 3. Any kind of bold predictions? Who do you think's going to take it?
You never know right now, but Furia is a team to definitely keep your eyes out because how well they've been playing the last 2 days. And just imagine if they didn't have that tiebreaker yesterday with 100 Thieves, they'd have 4 extra points. They'd only be 1 point behind Xset. And that is something to definitely keep in consideration as you look at the teams trying to make their way into the top 10.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, unbelievable to think through what could have changed, shoulda, woulda, coulda. And same thing happened in EMEA, right? There were a couple teams that were just a few points away from qualifying, and any of the Pro League days could have made the difference. Team Liquid dropping in their favorite trials, or they've been dropping for quite some time. You know they'll leave Looted, Furia right below them in Countdown, and 100 Thieves right above them in Skyhook. A lot of stacked teams dropping the northwest side of the map.
They've always been locking this spot down. This has been Team Liquid's area for such a long time. You know they know how to rotate from this spot. They're going to be looted along the time. And you have to love the way that Nocturnal's been able to IGL. I think that the decision-making has been on point. The teamwork's been completely on point. As you take a look at the fight happening over towards the dome side, it's going to be Wash. That's going to be the 30-30 PK combo. A lot of action happening already early as built by Gamers. It's going to be Sync with the initial knock.
Wow, good start for BBG, and it looks like Wash down 2, and Built by Gamers will win that clean wipe fight for Dome. You don't really see Dome always even contested, let alone double contested.
No doubt about it. That's a POI that gets left pretty unlooted for the majority of things as we take a look at a northern zone. Okay, so now we have different vibes happening for a majority of our teams. There's so many different options, right? You have Survey, that's an option. You have Epicenter, which is an option, but you also have right in the middle there, that respawn building where the train tracks are. Could go over there too, so we'll see exactly what our pro players are thinking in terms of positioning themselves.
Yeah, we've seen a few South Zone obviously in Game 2. We saw all South Zones in EMEA, all North Zones yesterday in North America. A nice little split half and half here today in North America. And of course TSM will benefit from that, coming from Fragment East on their quick rotation. They're a team that likes to play early, rotate, have since the very beginning. A team like Built by Gamers likes to play edge. They'll be able to do exactly that, coming all the way from the dome, and now they continue to be undefeated against Washed in these early fights.
And they're just watching their back, making sure no crazy third parties are happening, which you gotta respect. But also, with that Rampage in hand, you may want to grab some more ammo there, Wicked, right? It's time to... All right, that's a great teammate right there. I got to give respect to Wicked. Instead of looting, instead of crafting, he's going to be the guy that's watching everybody's back while the rest of the players are making their moves. Now, 100 Thieves, they're going over towards that respawn building, that beacon building, as we were discussing. So this is a priority position that could be taken in showing the cards of where this zone is going to potentially pull away. They're locking down the trailer area. There's a lot of different spots that you can end up holding over here, but 100 Thieves definitely feeling like they have the strongest position if this is going to be the zone.
Yeah, that's right. As they should, right? They're rotating from Skyhook East. They play basically Skyhook East in a split through tunnels as well. Anmu grabs that loot quick. And a fast rotate coming through from 100T, and they're going to find themselves in the best buildings and best positions. So this will be a much different game for 100 Thieves. 23 points. Reckon their Jordan number right now is they'll just be posting up. Meanwhile, Ottawa Ambition, what's interesting about them, Tom, is they actually are the team that dropped over in Tree first game and fought Renegades and then got third party by G2. Looks like they did their homework this time. They didn't do their homework going into the day, and this time around they say, you know what, let's avoid that fight. Let's drop Survey Camp instead.
1,000%. Playing it slow a little bit, but Luxford is one of the players that is going to end up potentially switching on over to Loba. Looking forward to see what happens for them going on over towards Stormpoint. But when you see the zone too, you wonder which teams know this zone and which teams are kind of just hoping that the zone's going to pull over there, because Fragment is going to be in, so you never know over towards the marketplace side. That is another potential spot where this thing could pull, but Nightmare is advancing a little bit more. They're trying to find out where that real estate is, building after building, ping after ping. They're going to work their way forward.
Yeah, and they typically drop Landslide. Xset drops in Harvester, so this is obviously a quick rotation for them from Landslide trying to get there fast, but gotta be cautious. We do know that Banshee, Jaren, and co. do drop Frabbing West, are probably nearby. TSM likes to rotate early, but will clean up these kills if they can.
And they just leave Washi out in the middle of nowhere, right? Aim God's like, all right, I'm going first, I guess. Lexward's like, all right, guys, I'm glad that I have a jetpack so I can move a little bit faster. And the team that was shooting them over towards the side is going to dip on out of there with the skyward dive. But a little bit of a scary moment right there as they were split. There was no opportunity for the bubble. Back on board with Furia. We all know they're over towards this Lava Fissure side. This is tough because with Watson, you already want to be in position. It doesn't seem like they're even close to doing so.
Yeah, they do typically like to take their time, and especially if they have a refiner or a replicator, obviously opportunity to craft. But a team rotates fast. That might be Yubbin Promos and Lucas. Not exactly sure if it is, but we do know that they are nearby. You gotta be careful for that squad.
It's good movement there from Zeratricky. He's going to throw the defensive bombardment and force them inside of the donut and then hopefully advance. And I was expecting that team to kind of stay there and maybe take that fight, but they backed all the way off from that defensive bombardment over towards the building on the roof.
I think it is most likely the Bad Boys nearby. And honestly, if I'm Furia, I'm kind of okay taking this fight. Obviously, you'll have teams like G2 that might be in the distance, rotating. But if you can take it fast enough, you can... And it's actually, no, Yubbin Promos and Lucas are going to be on their early rotate over towards Exodus. I'm not sure which team that actually might be G2 right behind them. So, interesting fight if they do decide to take it. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we got to go back up towards Survey Camp where teams are early rotating and trying to find some real estate to post up in.
Really smart phase breach there from Klein. You could see that they were in a little bit of danger. They didn't realize that Cloud9 was waiting really on top of that rock, trying to collapse as Lazarus is in the wings too. So you had 4 teams over towards Survey, and Xset kind of felt that pressure and said, you know what, we're getting into this safe building and we're going to be good now. But Cloud9, they rotate back on and over towards the side too. So a lot of different favoring going on over towards the zone, and it makes you wonder exactly where this thing is going to go. We'll know a little bit more in round 3 and 4.
Yeah, and obviously, courtesy of some new spectator mode features, we can actually see and preview the next ring, or the next ring. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep you updated. Team Liquid finds a team nearby. And obviously in this zone as well, and in this lobby, one thing that's important to keep in mind is Cloud9 does not have the pressure of complexity going and dropping Epicenter. So they basically can loot Epi, they can loot Survey Camp if it's untouched, and Climatizer for free. So that's a lot of loot that Cloud9 could lead with if they take their time. It looks like Cloud9's kind of evolved a little bit from being a hard edge team to playing a little bit faster on the rotate, Tom.
You have to adapt as we get more and more intense, and a lot more real estate is going to be taken throughout all these situations. As we see where zone number 1 ended, or game number 1 zone ended, this is another fight happening between ESA. It kind of gives you flashbacks of when Knock was ratting out, but this time they have the full 3-team squad, and Built by Gamers is in the vicinity.
That's right. ESA getting gate kept right now on a far rotation all the way from Lava City and the southeast side of the map. They're going to be content taking the wide rotate up. Might and likely will hit this beacon on the way so they can get some intel. Obviously, you need to be careful for teams that are trying to gatekeep from far away, but nothing to be worried about if you're an ESA fan. Just a smart rotation coming from them.
Watching here.
Yeah, they're always playing so smart throughout the entirety of the Pro League split, and Furia, another team with some big brain plays coming through. You said that they are comfortable taking their time here. That seems to be the case again as Team Liquid now making their rotation, another late rotation for them going on over towards the Skyhook side. Now this is going to be one of those things where since they're playing the edge, they're just going to rotate along with the circle, right? And no Valkyrie passives popping up, so they're feeling pretty safe about that. Some shots coming in from Literally Vibe, and that's going to actually showcase where they're going to be. But I like that play from Liquid. I think that that's extremely smart to try to get out of there and play this safe, considering that there's not going to be many spots to go. Plus you need to know which zone this is going to be, so maybe they're going to go and hit a scan and then do another redeploy later.
Yeah, and you're right. A dead side rotation for Team Liquid. Definitely the safe, smart move. Textbook move and wise decision. You take a look at the map here. Team Liquid will be that team going all the way through the north tunnel from Skyhook. They might meet a team right through tunnel that is gatekeeping. I'm not sure which squad that is. We'll try and see who exactly it is. And it's going to be 100 Thieves keeping their eyes right behind. And oh my goodness. Yeah, that'll be a forced fight here, Tom. I don't know if they're going to be able to go back through. I mean, they could go back through zone on the west side instead.
Well, you have two teams. Yeah, you have two teams coming from Countdown over to Skyhook, right? And they don't realize Team Liquid. We have that mini map over there. The rotation from Skyhook over to the high ground where the sniper post is available, which is shocking that no team is there yet.
Wow. And I'm just curious, does Team Liquid have the next zone knowledge? would they be making this decision to go through tunnel instead? I know on textbook says the tunnel rotation is good, but a team's going to be holding that choke for sure, and 100 Thieves are going to call them out. So Team Liquid has two options. They can either fight this fight against 100 Thieves, which is probably not the wisest decision, or they can back out, backtrack, and try and play through the west side of the mountain instead. Again, they don't know what we know, which is that it's wide open, Tom.
It really is, and it's not going to be wide open very long because there's 4 or 5 teams coming from Countdown. So we'll see what the play is from Liquid. Nocturnal's calling things out, but also 100 Thieves may have did them a favor because of the pressure that they were adding right there. That just goes to show maybe this is one of our top teams, right? They are so on top of it. They're hitting their shots. They're forcing us back, and that's what you want for 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is not trying to fight right now. They're just trying to show presence.
That's right. And that's a good point as well, Tom, because Team Liquid is obviously very familiar with 100 Thieves. They have been splitting Skyhook with them for the better half of a year and a half now, since 100 Thieves was Kingarna last year. So they know how 100 Thieves likes to rotate. They know that this has to be a 100 Thieves roster. That's a heavy-hitting roster you don't want to mess with. That's probably another reason they're avoiding the fight.
1,000%. Now we see Furia.
How did they get his house?
I have no idea. Now there's multiple teams over here, and this is not good for Cloud9. I know that it's a good spot, but this is where a majority of the players are going to die because everyone thinks this is going to be available. They're going to fly on over here, and there's not many buildings, and there's not much cover, so this is usually the desperate spot that people play Fallout.
And Cloud9 was the first team to rotate here. I mean, they came from Climatizer. They should have had first mover's advantage. Furia just got there and somehow either bullied them out or Cloud9 decided to set up below the building, which is a lot more susceptible to damage, a lot more visible. Not sure what's going on in the mines or comms of Cloud9 right now, but with caustic barrels, you'd think they'd easily take inside the building.
And it's so interesting that wasn't 100 Thieves the first team inside that building to begin with, so now Furia is going to take that, Cloud9's going to take below them, and 100 Thieves is maybe looking for more kill opportunities, or they just weren't feeling like that was the vibe for sitting inside and it could have been a different zone.
Yeah, I think they're predicting a North Pole in the northern zone. Maybe they got Beacon and realized where the zone's pulling, but they're predicting the zone to pull northward, which I think is the right decision here. So smart decision from 100 Thieves, but you're right. Really interesting that they did give up that spot.
I am going to just, respect the big brain plays coming out from Amu, and I loved the interview yesterday, how he was talking about Vaxon makes the end game calls. Amu's always been someone that's had great zone knowledge throughout all of Apex, but we don't have time to talk about that because the fight's taking place. Nightmare down Aim God. Not feeling good about that situation as the bubble comes out from GeForce.
Yeah, they're in the South Skyhook tunnel. So GeForce and Aim God is their opponent, and Caustic Gas is their Nightmare right now from Nightmare that's nearby. It's looking scary for them.
It's still that zone, though, so 100 Thieves unfortunately gave up that best position, and Fury is going to love that, but the shotgun plays are coming through. Fearless takes so much damage. Now it's a 2-on-2. This caustic zoning is so strong right now for Nightmare.
Yeah, Fearless maybe living up to his gamer tag, playing absolutely fearless. They see a great knockdown shield, and they say, this is their opportunity to get a knock. But here comes the third party, a team right behind them, and that's going to be goodbye and good night for GeForce. It's going to be Razor Bursty, Buff Pathfinder right behind them. They'll pick up a few kills. And a lot of these kind of teams on the fringe of relegation are the ones that are kind of taking each other out.
Because they're getting desperate for points, right? They're trying to cause the action. They're trying to pop off here and have some momentum going forward, but you never know who's waiting in the wings right now. And Nightmare, which looked like they were done for after that first knock onto Aim God, they bounce back strong and are looking for some extra points over here in the cave.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Nightmare in 23rd place with 37 points in Pro League right now and looking pretty decent this game. They have 13 or 14 points. Buff Pathfinder is another team that is currently not in risk of relegation. They're in 20th, so good job to them. Trying to earn those coveted ALGS Pro points, which, by the way, so everyone's aware, you can qualify for ALGS championships a few ways. One, by being a top Pro League team with ALGS points, or two, with the last chance qualifiers. And, of course, it's really, really important to get as many ALGS Pro points as possible to qualify for championships to avoid the absolutely brutal gauntlet that will be last chance qualifiers.
No doubt about it, especially with the amount of competition that's going in there. A lot of eyes on that as well. We know the grind is real for those squads. I was talking to Noko. He's getting back into it. We know that Nick Merckx is grinding it out as well. So you got to watch out for these teams who are trying to take your spot. Now Liquid, they're looting and zooting over there. You saw the little cheeky angles going for the crack shot in between. That wasn't available, so that other team is going to dip out back on over towards the cave. I'm still astonished the way that Furia was able to get into the priority position, though. And now things are going to start getting very interesting because there hasn't been much fighting. Realistically, the only fight that we saw was the original 50-50 plus the fight in the cave. That means a lot of teams are going to be here for these rounds.
Well, we're seeing the two extremes right now, the far west and the far east. And it looks like XSET finds himself in a bit of a fight in the far east. Let's jump into a listen in with XSET, see how they play it.
We need to walk left, I think. Oh, no, we can't. We just have to fight. We just have to fight. Take my TP if you can. I'm so dead, bro.
ALGS 1. ALGS 1 on me, Kenny. Yes. Yeah, come to me. It's up here. I'm gonna give you a knock.
Gibby, swing your left. Top left. Top left. Yeah, I don't know.
And that's going to be an unfortunate exit for XSET, and they cannot afford it. TSM going to shut them down. Renegades nearby as well, and I wonder if TSM is going to continue to roll here. TSM versus Renegades. Well, it might be a 2v2, Tom.
We're talking about real estate is going to be hard to come by, and XSET realized that. He said, we're so dead, and you know that you're dead for sure when you call that out, because otherwise you'd be saying anything else besides that. That is heartbreaking for XSET. The rotation had to come through a little bit earlier. Just wasn't available. There are so many teams alive going on over towards this zone. Once we move into zone number 4, you can anticipate this is going to drop down to 10 teams real quick.
By the way, quick Fallout coaching moment. We're so dead should never be anything that you say in any game. I don't care how dead you are in a competitive lobby like this. I mean, look at 69 IQ and EMEA. They should have been dead, and they easily could have been so dead, but they survived and ended up getting a second and third place finish in that game on Storm Point, for those that were watching the EMEA broadcast earlier. As soon as you say it, you manifest it, plant it in the seeds of your teammates, it's all downhill from there.
You know what? I have the reverse psychology coming through. Once my teammates start yelling at me, you got it, you got it, you got it, I tend to blow it. I try to choke. I like the call, you never lose these. That's the vibe. You never lose these. I've never seen you lose these. That's the Apex call I like to hear. G2 will find out if they lose these. The Nox gas grenade goes inside, but this could be a we're so dead moment, Fallout.
This might be a we're so dead moment. This scenario, Designful last up. Something tells you the confidence of Designful, he's never going to surrender, but Nightmare is absolutely taking advantage of them right now, finding 2 kills. G2 is out of this lobby. So after a really good performance 2 nights ago, G2's been really quiet on World's Edge.
This Devotion looks absolutely terrifying. He's got the gold mag, the turbocharger, the 2-4 Skittle Cake is going to damage around this corner. Wow, that didn't go as according to plan, but Nock is there to answer, and he's not interested in ratting this one out. The shots from Nock, the cleanup, however, the third party is there. I thought Skittle Cakes was going to be able to rip that team apart, but unfortunately, I think he thought the same thing, and the damage was just too strong on the opposite side. Luxford going to get the bleed outs on that one, but they've already been taken out. Serial Cruising and Hakulo. They are in a pretty good position over towards the side right here. You can see the coexisting happening in the building. Fury is there. They've been there for quite some time. Cloud9's in the area. They've been there underneath the building, and then more teams are going to filter in on over towards the side. But 11 teams here in zone number 5, 31 players. TSM is one of them. You can see around the corner, they are trying to take down Euban, Farmer, Lucas, and the rest of the squad. Team Liquid's helping out as well. TSM looks like they're in a good position here if they can get Furholz back to full shields.
Look how aggressive Hal is playing. He's going to now just breach his way out and survive for now, but Reps is going to go down as well. TSM down to 1 member, and it's Hal. It's not the fight that they wanted necessarily, but look at this spot that Hal has found himself. I don't know how long it'll last, but we'll see if he can channel his inner knocked and survive with a team nearby. And you mentioned coexisting earlier, 3 teams splitting that house just to the northwest of Hal right now. We'll see how that fares.
100 Thieves making their way after giving up the priority position inside the building. They went back inside over towards the train car areas, and now they're trying to find some damage underneath the bridge where a team is filtered over, but they're not interested in overextending. You can see the callouts. Vaxon definitely taking control of this type of situation. They're trying to focus the teams on the building because that is where they're most likely going to meet resistance Fallout.
That's right. 100 Thieves, Tom. Boy, are they peaking at a great time. They've been looking great lately.
They really have, and you wouldn't want to have it any other way if you're a 100 Thieves fan. Continuing to pick up momentum. Vaxon has been such a great addition. Let's hop into a quick listen with 100 Thieves.
Roof. Okay. You ready? Follow me.
Bob going through right away.
Fuck me. I have any shields. I need shields.
Got Bob. You got Bob right away.
I'm playing the back.
99 on the Valk.
I'm playing the back.
80 flesh on the Gibby. Or the Caustic.
Might have to drop. We will. There's team behind you. Here.
I dropped.
Fuck, man. They're getting shot. Might be able to bubble up on that team on your left.
No bubble.
They're gonna get.
The building of death. There are so many squads over here running around. Team Liquid hasn't found out that Scurry is around the corner right now, but there it is. The bubble comes down. Team Liquid is going to know right now. But I like the comms still, even throughout all of that hecticness. It seemed like they knew exactly what was going on. Meanwhile, Furia inside of the building. They're going to have to make a play eventually, but we have 7 full squads here in this tiny little area.
Yeah, BBG out, 100 Thieves out. Cloud9 fighting for their lives right now against Team Liquid. We know Furia is just camping and surviving. C9 gets eliminated here. It's going to be to the hands of Furia. Again, we don't know why Furia got this position for free, but that could have easily been C9's spot.
And he has another gen. The fences are in a great spot. The bubble's in a perfect spot too for Zara Tricky. And they're trying to take down this last player who's just hiding behind the knockdown shields. Nicely executed coming in for the Furious squad, who really needs a big performance. Honestly, they need to win today if they want to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is massive. They need a first place, nothing less, because they are well behind. Another team that needs at least a top 5, top 6 is Team Liquid. They can qualify. Zeratricky last alive. He's going to go down. Team Liquid peaking again. Back-to-back potential wins here. Optimal Ambition above them, and guess who's still alive? It's Imperial Hal ratting.
They're not slowing it down. Hal is directly in the middle, too, so this is a great position to be in. He could definitely pull a knocked right here and get some major points, but there goes the gold extended energy, and the Cast a Curse. Hal, sorry about that, as he's going to go out in 4th place as TSM get some decent points. But Team Liquid, what a rotation. We were on board with them as they went from trials. They go all the way through Skyhook, and now they're getting rewarded big time for that late play.
Yeah, great rotations. They're playing so well as a team right now, winning their fights as well. They're going to get the first knock on OA. They're going to take out OA, so that's another 3 kill points for them. And here we go, an opportunity for Team Liquid to close this one out. Fun, Nocturnal, and Gilderson's the newest addition to this team against Buff Pathfinder.
It's so important right here for Liquid to close this one out. They need the points. They're trying to make the playoffs. Bursty doing whatever he can with this Nox gas grenade to make sure that doesn't happen. Kimchi Lee, one of our great players in terms of playing on Valkyrie, but also a nasty Gibby, has so much versatility. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do in this fight. Team Liquid, though, they're avoiding all of that Nox gas grenade and just waiting, healing. As this bubble goes away, Liquid's going to collapse immediately.
If Buff Pathfinder wins this, then Respawn, you have to buff Pathfinder. I'm sorry, we're saying it right here, right now. Fun, we're deciding. Fun, you're going to get down to 5 HP, good damage, and nope, sorry, Pathfinder remains. You're done for. Team Liquid wins it again. Back-to-back wins for Team Liquid, peaking and performing at the right time, single-handedly clinching their spot, or trying to, in Sweden and in the Split 2 playoffs.
Once they infiltrated the building, that was the moment where Liquid said, we're taking control of this game. We're going to get rid of Furia, and we're going to try to stop Furia from making it into the playoffs. Some gatekeeping action coming in throughout a majority of that time. Team Liquid wasn't having it. They went all the way over towards the north side. They avoided 100 Thieves and methodically made their way into that zone. It doesn't get much better than that in terms of making tough rotations in a tough game.
Yeah, that's right. That was one that they had to earn, certainly. Even though they did drop over in Skyhook, and you would think it would have been a fairly easy zone for them, they did not make it easy on themselves because they didn't necessarily call the ring right away in the rotation. They rotated late, and they found success still. Obviously a team that will be fine playing Edge because of their gun skill, and it paid off for them. 21 points, 9 kills, back-to-back dubs for Team Liquid. And it looks like we might have the blue and white in Sweden if they keep up this performance.
If they keep that performance up 1,000%, back-to-back wins for the first time for Team Liquid during this split. I guess the big head-scratcher there was, how did Furia get into that building, and why did 100 Thieves leave that building when they knew the zone was potentially going to go on over there? They had some good ideas. I just don't know if the execution was there, maybe trying out some new things because they feel pretty confident in where they're at right now.
Yeah, and I think they may have just predicted wrong as well, Tom. I think they thought the zone would pull north. It did not. It ended up pulling more central or south of where they thought it would go, and as a result, Furia and Team Liquid both benefit, but it's not enough for Furia, right, Tom? They're not going to get the top 1, top 2, top 3 finish that they need And they're just going to, it seems like, watching as Team Liquid is performing here, at least on World's Edge, but we're going to Storm Point soon. That's going to change. Esports Arena with 4 points. Renegades with 7 kills, but so far behind in Pro League standings, it's obviously looking bleak for them, trying to avoid relegation.
And a little bit of heartbreak there for XSET as they finished in 17th place and didn't really pick up any points as we see the damage coming through. Gilderson's the new addition to Team Liquid, rocking the 4 kills, 1,500 damage, MVP of the game for sure. But the shot calling, the decision making, it seems like Team Liquid is just a little bit faster than these other teams in terms of what they want to do. And we heard that in the listening in game number 1.
You know, I thought Gilderson's was named Gilderson's because his last name was Gilderson. Now I have no idea what a Gilderson is. His name is Zachary Dennis. I'm so confused. But he's one heck of an Apex player, that's for sure. Controller player, addition to this team, and obviously flanker, longtime player for Team Liquid, had such an impact on that roster. They pick up Gilderson's, though, the young up-and-coming player that came from the Pittsburgh Knights, looked really, really good on that team. Top, very solid controller player, already having an impact on this squad. He's very similar to kind of like the Nocts of the world, and Panders, and players that immediately join a team and have an impact, Tom.
Well, maybe he's Gilder's son. Maybe his dad's named Gilder. We'll find out if Team Liquid wins. We'll get an interview with him. But let's bring Kate back in to help us break down the action from the first 3 games.
No, I think we should definitely continue breaking down his name. Let's figure this out right now on stream. Just kidding. I will say that this has been absolutely incredible, certainly for these first 3 games. There are so many teams, we keep talking about it again and again, so many teams that need the points, that need to keep themselves out of relegation, that need. And yet here we are, Fallout, as we take a look at match number 1. We see these teams find this team particularly, I should say, not G2, excuse me, Team Liquid continue to say again and again, wow, we'll take this match, thank you, and good night. Now, in match number 1, we saw 100 Thieves pulling in 12 kills. I always like to highlight that because while it is important to win, especially in that match point format, having 12 kills is not a bad thing when it comes to seeding or, of course, getting yourself into those playoff berths. But the devious rat strats of ESA's Noct was sheer poetry here, Fallout. Take a look at these match 1 highlights.
Yeah, poetry, or he's just one heck of a hide-and-seek player, one of the two. But hey, good job from Noct as he enters the fight at the perfect time, comes through, and takes the easy second-place finish. But this was all about XSET, Kate. Really well played. They early rotated. They got themselves God spot in the best choke point, just west of where TSM was, and they ended up getting the dub as a result. They find Noct, pick up that easy kill, and close things out. Good start for XSET, but they didn't really follow that up in game number 2, Tom.
They're so healthy, too. You know, if you're Noct, you're like, man, I ran all this time just to run into 3 players. Not one of you are Noct. All 3 of you had red Evo shields. It's like, it's a little bittersweet there for Noct as he was trying to really clutch it up and make something special out of that moment. But game number 2, this was a very interesting moment where Team Liquid started to gain the momentum, and they haven't really given it up quite yet. I love the way that they're playing right now. We saw in game number 1 when we had the listening with them what they were able to do in making something out of nothing. Well, they continued to do so and made this lobby much more difficult for the rest of our squads.
Yeah, we just saw Esports Arena right there for a second. They've been relatively quiet for their standards, at least. They're obviously very good on Storm Points. I'm interested to see how they fight back, but they might be giving up that first place spot here. Obviously, G2 and NRG are right behind them, and it's not like G2's performing necessarily, so we'll see how ESA fights back in Game 3, but really it was all Team Liquid here, Kate.
Yeah, absolutely. I will also give a nice shout out to G-Force, a team that very clearly is trying for not relegation, but they were doing some incredible things with that Octane and certainly barreling through the lobby when it comes to KP for sure. But talking about this number 3 match, you can't not go into the Team Liquid fan club with this back-to-back here, Tom. Talk to me, expand that moment they took the building, because that was such a pivotal moment that really changed the tides, turned the tides for this match number 3.
It really was. That was the building that 100 Thieves was in. Furia ends up taking that one. Cloud9 was coexisting underneath. You saw so many fences and the generator that was down, but Liquid wasn't interested in that. They said, you know what, we're going to push into this one. You saw that as soon as they went down low, maybe that was the opportunity for Liquid to move in, and then they methodically picked these teams apart. Again, this 3v3 was so clean at the end going up against Buff Pathfinder. They left no room for error. There was zero chance that they were going to lose this once you saw the wingman shots coming through.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like these are the moments when if you can perform under the bright lights of an online tournament, Fallout, that has to have some bearance on being in person, because I feel like that's got to be, the pressure is remarkable.
You're spot on. The pressure is definitely applicable in those moments, but there's nothing like playing on land. And I'm excited for these players, some of them to experience it for the very first time, actually. It's going to be fun to watch who's going to show up. But again, the experience certainly does help. And if you can get yourself back in that rhythm and just get used to playing based on muscle memory in those high-pressure moments, you can perform on land as well.
Absolutely. And we talk about zones here. I mean, we've had some northern pulls, certainly. We've had central near Lava Siphon. My goodness, Tom, we've sort of had that nice grab bag that everybody knows and loves, especially on World's Edge.
And we were wondering if Renegades was going to continue to get 50-50. Didn't happen. G2 with that early rotation coming through. I love the way that G2 played that one. When you saw that Fallout, you say, this is G2's lobby because of the way that they were playing, how aggressive they were. That's the type of stuff that you see from them when they start to dominate. I guess that's kind of one of the shocking storylines, too, is that they haven't been able to pop off after getting those initial kills.
Yeah, you're right. I think both of us thought that they came out swinging, came out hot and ready to play. We thought we'd see a repeat from G2 from what they did 2 days ago, dominating a lobby, taking home first. But not sure what happened. We didn't catch them on screen or on feed a lot, but relatively quiet, Kate.
Well, you know what isn't quiet? Our leaderboards. We have them ready to rock here for our groups as we take a look at the overall here, A versus C. Yeah, that's a good way to put it there. That's a good way to put it. I think that might have been Fallout that said that, but that's whistled that. Yeah, I'm with you. Team Liquid, that's a pretty handy lead going into Storm Point.
Yeah, I don't know how to whistle, so I would just be breathing into my mic there. But I think that, again, XSET slowing down, that has to hurt them a little bit. How they do in game number 4, Fallout, I feel like is going to really tell the story for them because once you start to fall back, you don't want it to come down to the last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy here for me, Tom, is, if you look at, obviously, Team Liquid well ahead, but 100 Thieves at 25, all the way down to Nightmare with 19, TSM with 21. I mean, from 7th to 3rd is a 4-point difference. So this is still anyone's lobby. Team Liquid certainly gaining a lead, but going into Storm Point, Kate, any team can come out hot, swinging for the fences on Storm Point and still take this home.
I'm also going to put something out there. Buff Pathfinder that went up seven leaderboard spots earlier in that graphic, as well as, of course, Furia. Both of those teams are fielding different comps. Octane comes for the Buff Pathfinder. They are joined by G-Force that's fielding an Octane. And then, of course, Watson and Furia. What does that tell us a little bit about this lobby, that they are getting at least some success with that little bit of a comp change?
Yeah. For me, what that says is the teams that are playing Octane are desperate. They're trying to avoid relegation. They need kills. They need to play fast, aggressive, hungry. Furia, what it says is it's tech, doing tech things, big brain tech, as I've always called him, obviously studying the meta, student of the game, Scrim Police King himself. And he's been watching APAC North. He's been watching EMEA, studying and learning. And I'm interested to see if they pull out Bangalore here on Storm Point again, Kate.
Ooh. Me too. I like it spicy. Let's take a look at our secondary stream. Once again, that is twitch.tv/versus_gaming_GG.
Wow.
And wow, indeed. Tom, who would have thought WRCO in contention here for potentially getting themselves into a playoff spot?
We have to call out where all of these teams are in the overall leaderboard, all right? W, they're sitting at 15th. RCO, they're sitting at 12th. CLG, they're sitting in 9th. Scurry, they're sitting at, 12th, tied
12th?
with RCO? Yeah. Oh my goodness, this could not get any closer.
Insane.
Yeah, I was going to say, John, we talked about a lot the need to get this certain point total, the need to do this and that. And part of the reason we have this secondary stream happening in Congress with our main stream is to maintain that competitive integrity. But good grief, I mean, the reality is we talked about earlier, a great situation if you're a fan of Team Liquid, or a great situation if you're a fan of this or that team. This looks like a really scary thing for any of the teams in our lobby right now.
You know who this hurts? This hurts the teams in our lobby that we're watching. This hurts XSET big time. This hurts Furia big time because that's 16th and 17th seed. These teams are just a few points ahead of them, and they're sitting 1 through 4th in the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's just see where Space Station is. Okay, they're in 13th right now, and we said it. The only way Space Station doesn't qualify with 83 points is if they drop a goose egg or 1 or 2 points. And, right now, they're looking okay. I think this should be fine. But, yeah, Sentinels are slowly trending up. Complexity and dead last. Breaks your heart if you're a Complexity fan. But kudos to the teams like RCO, some underdogs teams, right? Scry, RCO, both of those teams, and CLG technically, are all Challenger Circuit teams from last season. I know the Challenger Circuit finals are happening right now. You mentioned Noko earlier. He's playing with Stunny, top controller player. My boy Nick Merckx is competing and grinding. These Challenger Circuit teams came to play, and they're taking the lunch money of some of these pro teams.
Yeah, and I will say this. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Relegation is, a scary word for so many teams, understandably. But part of the reason it's scary is because of the teams you just mentioned, John. The people that are coming into the Challenger circuit through the means to get here to Pro League and go, okay, this is but a stop on our way to where we know we can go. And that is a scary lobby for sure, especially when there's momentum and a nice little piece of emotion that goes along with it.
That's right. I'm just excited for the second half of this lobby, of next lobby. We got Storm Point, baby. We've been talking about it all season. We don't have to keep beating that drum, but it's just been fun. I know fans, viewers are enjoying it as well. And I think deep down the pros are. They complained at first about Storm Point. I think they're enjoying some diversity, getting able to play 2 maps, and I think overall it's been fun to watch. So here we go, Storm Point. Some teams can play better on Storm Point, maybe not as good as a World's Edge team, and we get to kind of hit reset here. It's like almost like the second half of a football game.
Here we go.
But the rules change. It's
the rules change.
We're going to go from Tampa Bay and you're going to play in Jacksonville, Florida instead.
Perfect. Both vertical. That's fantastic. Anyway, you know what? A huge thank you, of course, guys, for bringing us that latest match. And, of course, we're going to Storm Point here in a moment. But first, make sure you follow us on all the socials. We've got some incredible content that those teams are putting together. If you want to level up your gameplay, if you want to know what your favorite pros are doing, if you want to learn a little bit about your favorite teams, those are the places to go. Trust me. And hey, if you want multi-view, @PlayApex, twitch.tv/@PlayApex. It's the place you want to be, certainly to be the pro viewer we know and we love. At any rate, we have match number 4 right around the corner. These teams are going to Storm Point. We'll see you in just a minute.
Hold the ball, Brennan.
12 seconds. We need to start peeking down.
Okay.
65 on Caustic.
60, Valk 60.
Caustic.
Right.
Flash. Dead.
Give me dead.
Go! Oh my god, it's so easy. It's so easy.
It's too easy. Oh my god, fun. That was sexy.
Let's go, baby.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Baby. That's what I'm talking
right there,
about.
baby.
Nothing short of Sweden.
I'm going to give you a hug, Brennan. I'm going.
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the North American Apex Legends Global Series Pro League Split 2. And we're halfway through the final day of action now in North America, and we still don't know who's going to be taking those final spots in that playoffs, the playoffs, Dan. The playoffs is what we're talking about. Team Liquid, though, going back-to-back. Huge performance from them, one of those teams who were holding down one of those spots. And with their performance today, you would expect them maybe to be not just holding down those spots, but maybe look at a few plane tickets over to Sweden pretty soon.
Oh, they might start thinking about it, that's for sure. But looking at the other group and what's happening elsewhere, there's certainly are a lot of people kind of biting at their ankles. So they've got to keep this consistency. They've got to carry on from World's Edge here into Storm Point to ensure they stay afloat and they stay up top. What I was looking at prior to this game was who succeeded last time these guys played against each other last week when we saw them on Storm Point to begin with. ESA, G2, 100 Thieves all had incredible games, consistent games, may I add. But victories from C9, Nightmare, and Bad means that there are going to be some teams who could actually, you know, break through and get a victory here or there to try and shake things up.
We're going to have to see if Team Liquid can pull off the three-peat here, and that pretty much, you would imagine, might solidify that little spot in Sweden. You heard the comms at the end of that game, just before we went into the break as well, as they picked up that second win, and it's so easy. It's so easy. The confidence is back for Team Liquid. I saw Nocturnal putting out a cheeky tweet on Twitter just in the break as well, saying the confidence is back. As simple as that, and sometimes it is all about confidence, Dan.
It is all about confidence, and listening to those comms at the end, you can feel what it means to them, and they know that they are very close. They can almost taste Sweden at this point. And I tell you, Sweden can taste pretty good. There's some good delicacy over there.
Cinnamon
Food's
tastes.
great. Oh, yeah, cinnamon rolls. I tell you what, they do everything right over there. But we are going to see the first circle on our screens, and it is going to be slightly western in the central area of the map, but it's going to be good for BBG, who are already there, but for everyone else, they're going to have to start making their way, of course, to see whether they can get one of these early spots. But I'm expecting a lot of engagements in the kind of mid-game here, because there's going to be a lot of chokes you have to get to one of these priority positions.
Yeah, I get the feeling this is going to be a pretty aggressive game, pretty high pace, because when you see that zone, you don't see a huge amount of playable area, not a lot of buildings to put your posters up in and make nice and warm and toasty and put your feet up. It's going to be more of just trying to hold whatever you can, maybe a little bit of height, maybe a little bit of a rock, maybe that bubble for as long as you possibly can. Certainly going to be an explosive game, especially like we mentioned, with not just those top 10 spots, but the teams fighting to stay in the Pro League as well, avoiding relegation, and only 3 more games to do so.
And remember, you can watch all of the teams involved in these games on multi-view. You just have to click the command center and you can choose up to 4 POVs and also hear the comms from those squads as well. So if you are one of those viewers who likes to really hear what's going on and likes to hear the excitement, then make sure you click the command center. But Washed and Cloud9 look to be in a little bit of a scuffle. Cloud9 have got the initial pick, but are they going to go to try and get more?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the priority positions for teams to try and hold down, I think. Cloud9 should be able to finish it off. Zach Mays are missing a couple of bullets with that wingman. Connected with a 45 flash, and the push should come in now to clean things up. Last player alive is going to be that Valkyrie. One day, Zach will hit a shot with one of those wingmans, and for now, it doesn't matter too much because it's not under too much pressure. Maybe he's saving those clutch moments for the end game.
Cloud9, I mean, they have their position secured already in playoffs, but they haven't had the best of days. But maybe the transition over to Storm Point, they might be able to find a little bit more success and push their way up this current leaderboard, just so that they can give themselves the best opportunity for their seeding when it comes to those playoffs. Of course, the higher your seed, the more match points you will have later when it gets, or at least more points towards match points, should I say. You know what I meant. Everyone, you know what I meant.
Well, let's see what ALGS can do. A good start for them today, but kind of gone a little bit quiet after that. And they are one of those teams who are in the aforementioned chasing pack, so to speak. Esports Arena are going to be looking maybe for a little 3v3 engagement, but Noct is going to get baited by the battery. He saw it, he wanted it, he went for it, and he lost his shields.
Baited by the battery. I've seen that movie. And it's not a good one, and I don't want to be involved in it whatsoever, but Esports Arena, they're also in one of these buildings that are quite central. I think there's maybe 3 or 4 teams that have made to these ideal locations that you spoke of a little bit earlier, but then it's where do you go outside of that? Where are the areas you can really play? Sure, there's going to be a couple of hillsides, there's a couple of rocks that you can work with, but usually you're exposed to 1 or 2 angles. So maybe then you start playing Edge, maybe then you start looking for those engagements, and that's why we said this could be a lobby which is full of a few fights earlier than usual.
Well, Buff Pathfinder are inside of the zone and inside of the beacon as well. The second zone that will be popping up, or should I say the third, excuse me. TSM, thinking about buying tickets to Jurassic Park for now, but taking a few charge rifle shots in the back is going to make them reconsider and maybe put the tickets for another day. Fully blue across the board for Verholst, Reps and Howe. And as they make their move towards Jurassic Park, they're trying to hold maybe a team out from inside. Let's jump into a listen in with TSM.
I can literally control this door. Right
They went to the tunnel, I think. I think they went
all
to
the way up here and look through the wall.
Jordan, you need to look southwest.
Okay. I'm gonna play right here then. You control that door. I'm gonna play right here. Look
There's a
southwest.
team beacon. There's a team beacon over there on my red ping. I'm trying to look for fucking mags. There's a 2x4 here. I found a light mag, a white light mag.
I think I hear a car coming our direction.
Okay. I'm 8-4 right now.
I'm just gonna look towards antenna. I'm 6-4.
I am 11-4.
Give a team on beacon.
Yeah, the team on the island is gonna just fly. Of course, they have a charge rifle, bro. That's like the worst. And there's a triple take shooting me from over here. I'm just gonna sit in this corner, to be honest with you.
Stay on that door, Evan. There's a team to the southwest.
They're going into the building, it looks like.
Can't hit them. Looks like they're going for that building, and they might end up just playing this tunnel. But they know we're here now, so they're not going to try to like do anything stupid.
I'm getting focused by a triple take in charge. I can't really move around.
It's fine.
The zone can go.
Guns. Sense of wingman.
301 mass. 301 massive.
Yeah. You say car wingman?
Yep.
Evan? Okay. What's your mag on your wing?
White. Same on car, white light.
He's not giving up with the fucking triple take.
Your team just walked into Jurassic over here.
Yeah, don't let anyone just walk up to the door, by the way.
I'm gonna...
So for now, TSM chilling, much like a lot of teams will be, with a little bit of fika when they're in Sweden. If you don't know what that is, of course, a little bit of a coffee and a pastry break. That is a tradition in the country. And of course, TSM, one of the teams who will be in Sweden, in Stockholm for those playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, TSM are going to be a real threat when we get to playoffs. They are one of these teams that just perform on the biggest stage, and being back at LAN once more, and of course the last LAN we ever had with Apex, who were the winners? TSM. Of course, slightly different was the variation of the three, but two of the core still there. There's the next view on the circle. Then we're going to be going southwest of the original location. And a few of those teams who did find buildings and places to hidey hole, they're going to be safe, they're going to be comfy, they're going to be getting the coffees, as you say, as they watch and wait others to join them. But for TSM, they've still got a little bit of a way to go. But I think for now, they're going to be happy. Like, they don't really need to move anywhere because there's a lot of teams that they could pick up KP from.
It certainly is. One of the teams that's surrounding them at the moment is going to be CLX, who are kind of just playing on the edge of zone for now. They're going to be pretty comfortable inside of this building. Take a little bit of damage finding their way towards this building, but they will be safe for quite some time. 19 squads still remaining in this lobby. And one thing to note is actually how the pace of this game has gone down. It's been a little bit slower than maybe we were expecting. Teams kind of desperate to pick up points, you would imagine, at this time. But Storm Point, a little bit slower than we normally see.
Yeah, I thought people would be taking a lot more fights, but I think everyone at the moment is hovering around the edge waiting for the information as to where that circle is going to go. Not everyone has got that beacon, not everyone knows where they're going to reside, so instead they're waiting, they're being patient. But as we say that, Exet are getting involved in this engagement, some good shots coming out from Vayne, and they might try and push on this fight if they get a real crack.
You can see they're just holding, or trying to force their way into zone. They're being held out at the moment. My team just over the other side of this wall. Nobody able to get the angles after the defensive bombardment went in and got that shield crack to finish off any of those kills. little bit unfortunate for them as more damage is going to be exchanged. XZ looking to continually push up onto this. As you can see, in around 50 seconds or so, the zone will start closing behind them. So they need to make a decision. Is it going to be to push? Is it going to be to try and take a little bit of a rotation path away from Nightmare? And it seems like at the moment, XZ have made the decision of the latter.
And Nightmare was one of the teams that I did focus that had a really good time when it came to Storm Point. They seem to play a lot better here than on World's Edge. Something about it just seems to fit their play style. As we have a overview of two buildings where ESA and BBG are going to be right next to each other as neighbours, but XZ looking at the make all the way round here. They say, we do not fancy being held whatsoever. We are more than happy to take a little bit of storm damage, but I tell you what, you've got to get on your bicycle because that storm is going to get heavily worse in 10 seconds.
It certainly is going to start really chipping away at that health. So hopefully got the meds, and you would imagine they would have the meds to do so. Also got the ability to maybe use Kenny's Valkyrie ultimate and jump into a skyward dive to traverse a little bit of extra ground a little bit quicker. G-Force also chilling in the zone at the moment, something that we see quite a lot of on Storm Point. Teams not being forced into the zone as quickly as maybe we would see on World's Edge, and a lot of that down to the lack of playable area on some of these zones. You have to wait a little bit longer, just plan that next rotation, and for G-Force it looks like they're pretty close to zone, so they're just trying to hold this team out. Not too much worry for them at the moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves in the lobby now, and that can usually go one of two ways, right? You can usually get people unnecessarily pushing, getting aggressive, looking to pick up kills because they're desperate to pick up some KP, or those who just don't want to take any fights at all and they want to play to the very last moment, really play on the edge of circle, get as much information as you can before you have to make, you know, one of those risky decisions, especially when you've come from afar and you know full well you're not going to get one of those best places by rotating early. As for XZ, at least they found a crafter so they can get to work and they can help themselves with any meds they may need. But it is a long way to go for them. And remember, XZ were in 16th position coming into today's play, so considering how good Team Liquid have been playing, and we've seen CLG doing well, and the other group as well, like Scary doing well, Torrent doing well, that's 4 teams that are ahead of them, all have more points than them right now. So that really kind of reduces the chances of XZ getting into playoffs unless they were to top this group.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, though, you've got the likes of Complexity, not doing too great. Sentinels not doing too great as well, who were slightly ahead of them. So it might come down to those last few games. XZ with a lot of pressure on their shoulders to not make mistakes in these final 3 games. The opportunity is there. The question is, for XZ, can you seize it for now? But as they craft away and get those med kits ready to go so that they can take a little bit of damage and take a little bit more damage for as long as they need to. There is a fight breaking out here on the edge of zone and just inside the zone. Pathfinder trying to hold this team in on the bubble.
Yeah, they've got such a vantage point at the moment, but they're not really sure if they want to engage on it. It's Furia who are on the other side. 30 points for them at the moment, and it's Bangalore mixed with Bloodhound and a little bit of Gibby. It's not your traditional comp, but it's one that can definitely work, and Furia do seem to be the teams that are kind of pushing the barrier a little bit with these comp changes. They haven't gone down just yet, neither team really engaging properly in case, you know, a third party were to arrive, so it's just kind of pushing, prodding right now.
Buff Pathfinder trying to pressurize Furia inside of this building as well, trying to do what they can, but not able to get the significant damage that they do need to decide to push, to bobble in, to do some damage. And when you've got Furia playing this composition as well, it's so difficult to push against it just because of the fact that you've got those scans constantly coming in from Pandas, you've got the smokes, you've got the ability to drop that bubble down to reset if needed. So not an easy comp to try and push against here. Maybe not as difficult as maybe a Caustic, because they don't have those barrels down to hold the position. But for now, Furia holding their ground.
They should be able to hold it successfully, but they are going to have to move in about 30 seconds, and that's why they are going to try and take that opportunity now, and Pandas is going to have that ultimate, or at least try and get that ultimate a little bit closer, because it can be so important when we get to the latter stages of this game and when Bloodhound really comes into play. Team Liquid, could they try and go back to back to back here as they're getting really aggro on this team, and you're going to shred with a Spitfire for sure.
Yeah, Nocturnal just playing with all sorts of confidence right now. You saw him just, as soon as any damage was done, he swings wide with that Spitfire, cleans up the kill. XZ also in the kill feed as well, as Vayne has picked one up with a flatline in his hands, as Fun now moves in to finish off this team. But the only problem is, there's another team just sneaking around at the moment, and they have to be extremely careful. Fun will survive. XZ on top of these little bits of rocky geometry outside of where that circle is going to be pulling, looking safe for now as far as the zone is closing behind them, but also coming under pressure.
Yeah, a lot of teams just naturally getting forced into one another now, and that's just going to play into the hands of those who do have more points, who can afford to be a little bit more risque. As Team Liquid say, I tell you what, we fancy a little bit of this. Peacekeeper in hand, and Nocturnal is going to now try and decimate the team on the other side.
It's a Fury inside of this bubble as well. Big shot with the PK, 84 damage. Tries to pre-fire the second one. Nocturnal having to wait for his teammates to move in. They will move in. They will clean up. Furia eliminated. As we have now 15 squads remaining, and once again, the confidence that Team Liquid is showing in these team fights is something we haven't seen for some time.
Yeah, Team Liquid looking to try and take as much momentum into Sweden as possible at this point and really put on a show and put down a statement to everyone else who is going to be in that lobby when we get to LAN. C9 still alive, Renegades as well, a squad that looking to try and do some damage in this lobby, and I tell you what, that's some damage being done with a 30-30. You do not want to be on the receiving end of that one, that's for sure.
Renegade just prodding and poking away at that team. Couldn't get that knock. Vaxilon is going to finish off Farmer Lucas, which means the Bad Boys have been eliminated at the hands of 100 Thieves. Serial also starting to pick things up, and this is where you're going to see TSM come under a bit of pressure. You're also seeing the lobby start to be decimated. This is what we meant about this zone. Not a lot of playable area means that there's going to be teams who are going to be forced to fight at some point, and with no cover, the third-party opportunities are there. The teams who have found cover are going to be able to influence those fights, but now behind TSM, as a sneaky little Zach Mazer and C9 are going to make their move.
Well, the bubble comes down very importantly, because otherwise TSM were going to get obliterated in the back there. But now, without a bubble, that means this next minute is going to be very difficult for them, as there is going to be plenty of eyes over towards that kind of Jurassic Park entrance. There's going to be a few Lobas down now. People trying to maybe steal some loot away from others, and also get a little bit of extra resources here or there. TSM making their move and just desperately trying to stay alive at this point.
Making their move, but not being able to move too far at the moment. That Thermite is certainly going to warm up Pow on the rest of TSM, as are some of those shots which are just peering over the top. But now the move comes in from TSM. They decide they want to get aggressive, and they will get aggressive. Reps and Verholz pick up the first two, and Imperial House says, "Come here, boy, it's time to go down."
He says that looks like a nice bubble. I'll join you. It looks soft and cozy in there, and TSM will get the KP. And it's G2 going down elsewhere as well, but TSM under a little bit more pressure. They should be able to get the armor swaps and at least reset ever so slightly, and they get the final kill eventually onto Scurry, so that's 100 Thieves getting eliminated. And TSM now into the top 10, and they'll be looking to try and generate some more points here so they can get towards the top half of this leaderboard, or at least try and get closer towards that top 5. As for Team Liquid, they've gone back-to-back victories. They're on 53 points as it stands. I tell you what, that might be getting closer to 60 if they keep playing this way.
Might have an opportunity to hit headshot here. It's actually going to be just the shoulder which gets grazed by that Kraber. And it's been one of those days for Team Liquid in the best way of that phrase. So many times we've seen them on our screens, things going well for them. TSM, though, under pressure. As CLX are going to be moving in, Mr. Hakula has to back up those. Verholz gets the first knock in that fight. TSM looked dead for rights for a second there, but they managed to turn things on their head.
That's just TSM all over, isn't it? They managed to turn the fight in their favour, but now they're going to be focused by several other teams, and I think it's just going to be a case of when they get eliminated rather than if, and they do go down in 8th position. TSM out. CLX also get wiped, 6 squads remaining. GeForce, one of the remaining teams, and with 6 left, that gives them a fantastic chance to try and win this game.
Maybe that chance to scream G-Force is just around the corner, but maybe another team who's just around the corner is going to be Team Liquid. And look at this, if that bubble disappears, Nocturnal might have been able to pick up about 5 kills with 1 click of the mouse there. For now, he's going to have to wait his ground because Gilderson is moving in with that Peacekeeper. Once again, Team Liquid influencing games, and Nocturnal takes down Ommu.
Omnu gets eliminated, and a carry on from Nocturnal as it's shot after shot as the lobby is slowly being peeled off by Team Liquid. Up to 57 points now overall, 4 squads remaining, and with play like this, Liquid are looking to make it back to back to back, and it would be really a statement to everyone else, not just in this lobby, but that are going to be at playoffs.
2 more Kraber shots here for Nocturnal. Can't connect with those ones, unfortunately. A couple of KP just slipping through the fingers. There is one player in front of them. There's another body shot, which is going to influence that fight. They've got all the loot they could possibly want here, Team Liquid. They are looking good. They are well dressed heading into this final zone.
That's really just the last remaining player of Lazarus that can be a thorn in their side here, and he's just about getting away with being alive. Ever so slightly below fun. It's GeForce on the other side. So GeForce versus Liquid, and a Lazarus thorn in the side that can really just... Well, he can kind of choose who he wants to help here, but at the moment, have Liquid farmed him? Have they spotted him out? I think they have.
I think they've sniffed him out here. And they are aware of where that rat is. For now, Team Liquid going to focus their attention towards GeForce, though, in the 3v3. All of them matching, dressed in red. In their Sunday best, looking forward to this fight, I'm sure, with the confidence that they've had in every team fight we've seen so far, that they are going to be ready to take the 3v3. But one man who's not ready to do anything as far as fighting is going to be G7 Dank, who drives into a tree. We'll leave that one for everybody to decide how that one went, but now we have a straight 3v3. As the comedy ends, it's time to get down to business.
Yeah, Liquid versus GeForce. Liquid, as you say, all red, but the same can be said on the other side. And it is going to be Liquid maybe on the worst side of things. They are closer to that circle, so they've got more of a way to go. They have to expose themselves first. It really depends on the angles that GeForce take here and how Team Liquid look to try and fight this one.
I wonder if Nocturnal still has a couple of shots in that Kraber as well. If he does, he might be able to turn the tides of this very, very quickly. 9 kills in this game as a squad for GeForce. The defensive bombardment is going to allow them to move up, though. That's a big play coming in from Fun. A big call from the IGL as well to clear that space as Liquid try to push forward. Gildersons is in problems, but so is this player in front of Nocturnal. Nocturnal, though, can't finish off that kill, and GeForce are standing strong.
GeForce doing very well here. They've done a lot of damage, but no knocks just yet. It's a trade for trade in terms of the damage that's outputted. Battery's going to get off. Both teams retreat ever so slightly. Neither team wants to dive in. No one wants to be the first to go down because it'll be so detrimental.
Good respect being shown by both teams, but here is Slurpee showing no respect. Peacekeeper shots. Gonna try and follow up on it as well, but the confidence of Team Liquid once again comes to the boil as they go back to back to back. It's a 3-peat here for Team Liquid.
The 3-peat that surely guarantees them Sweden at this point. It's only game 4, and we can call it that with the domination, the destruction that we're seeing from Liquid. And I'm just looking forward to hearing what the comms were like in that final circle. I love it when we get the replays. And I tell you what, get the bleep button ready because they are feeling themselves right now. 3 wins in a row. What a statement that is.
It couldn't be more of a statement, right? When you're coming into today and with the pressure that is on all of these teams' shoulders, and Team Liquid were inside of that top 10, but not by far. Not by far. They were in 8th position, and with how tight it was, they still needed to put in a performance today. Team Liquid, I said you might be looking up some plane tickets to Sweden. Well, we can almost guarantee that you will be after 3 back-to-back wins. 23 points for Team Liquid in that game. The first game on Storm Point, 11 kills. And every single time we're seeing them in a team fight at the moment, it's Team Liquid who are coming out top.
Credit to GeForce, another impressive performance from them as they look to try and ensure they fight out of relegation on the other side of the table. Lazarus being able to rat out allowed them to pick up enough points to put them in 3rd place overall, but Team Liquid took the lion's share of the points alongside GeForce, so there wasn't really much to go around after you look below literally vibing. Built by Gamers, I guess, got some kills to work with. CLX as well with some of the aggression they were able to find. But for the most part, it was the Team Liquid show, and GeForce will just be second best to that.
It has just been the Team Liquid show so far today. Nobody else really has put their hand up to be counted, so to speak. Exet, a little bit disappointed for them, even with the 5 kills that they got. They had a good start to this game, but just fell away a little bit too early for their likings. G2, very quiet today. I can't even remember really talking about G2 at all, but they won't be too worried because they're currently sat before things kicked off today in 2nd place with their tickets already booked. But they're going to have to step it up. The one thing that you don't want to do, Dan, is have a really off day here heading towards playoffs and then think, oh, we've got to make some changes. Maybe the comp isn't right. And there's those questions that start creeping into the front of your mind as we look at the stats coming in from Team Liquid.
And that was my worry coming into today's play. Like, how are those teams who have already secured their spots, what's their mentals like? Are they going to be, playing as well as they have done in previous weeks? This is why I almost predicted the likes of Liquid who, needed points. But I went for a Cloud9 who had performed well the previous time these guys had matched up against each other. And I hit, and I completely missed, because Team Liquid have been the team who clearly wants it. And sometimes that drive, that momentum behind you and just that kind of passion that you need to win these games can sometimes be enough to start you off on the road that can apparently win you back-to-back games. And very impressive from Team Liquid, and I'm sure they're going to be buzzing right now.
Well, they're going to be buzzing. Let's take a look at the leaderboards, though. Let's see how things are stacking up for our teams at the moment. This is the Group A versus Group C. Leaderboards are no surprise to see Team Liquid not just on top, but dominating at the moment. 68 points. GeForce with that 2nd place as well will jump up 6 points themselves. into second place, 38 points for them. But that difference, Dan, that is huge.
That's a massive difference between first and second, but the difference between kind of second and even 10th is still very manageable. So the likes of Esports Arena, Renegades, Buff Pathfinder, TSM, like, you can still get yourself up those leaderboards and take some big points from this lobby if you have some good games. But GeForce, they're going to be delighted with their position right now. The aggression has really paid off for them, and I'm sure they'll be looking to try and do the same. Not been the best of days for G2 and Cloud9, as you say, but, you know, still one pop-off game or two back-to-back pop-off games, and you are going to be there in the mix for top 3 very easily. That's how tight this lobby is outside of first place.
And of course, the overall leaderboards are what we're going to be looking at as soon as we can as well, just to keep you a little bit updated on what's going on the other lobbies. Of course, if you want to watch the other lobby that is going on simultaneously, you do have the ability to do that. So you can go and watch that secondary stream to keep your eyes on everything. Like I say, it's kind of a requirement at this point if you're watching ALGS to have multiple monitors or multiple televisions. Whatever it is, you need to have multiple ways of watching all the action going down. You've got multi-view available as well. But, I mean, Team Liquid, it's almost like we were waiting for it, right? We were waiting for a performance like this. It's been quite some time coming, and I feel like the team change of adding Gilderson's one of those controller players who's just going to give you that consistency in those team fights is really just kind of breathing the confidence through the rest of the players as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, controller players always play that part, and especially in those final engagements when you are so up close and personal with other teams. But as we look across at the other leaderboard then that's happening elsewhere in B versus D, W still top that one, CLG in second, Scry are in third. I'm sorry, I've been calling them Scary this whole time. I thought it was an abbreviation, but no, it's Scry. They are in third, and they're looking good right now.
They certainly are indeed, but a couple of teams that are noticeable absentees with 4 games done and dusted are going to be on the other page. Torrent down in 10th place as well. A little bit of a slow day for them, but I mean, you're looking in 20th place. Complexity, I mean, when the pressure is on, unfortunately, not being able to put one of those days together, and it's looking like they might be a team to miss out. The same could be said about Sentinels, Dan, and I mean, you're looking at the names on those rosters, and it's pretty crazy to think they may not be at playoffs.
It doesn't feel right with some of those names not being at playoffs and not being at the LAN, but unfortunately that's how the cookie crumbles if you're not able to get it done on the last day. I mean, no one's going to be more frustrated than the players themselves, but 2 remaining games, it's not out of the realms of possibility to have some massive mammoth games that kind of puts you up to the top side of that leaderboard and gives you chance and hope of playoffs. It's not quite out of reach just yet, but certainly is looking pretty doom and gloom right now for those guys.
It certainly is, and as we jump into a break before we get back for our 5th game of the day, the question that I will leave you with to think about in the meantime is, can anyone stop Team Liquid in this lobby? We'll find out when we get back.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
First game of Storm Point is complete, which means we got 2 more games left in the entirety of the Split 2 North American Pro League. My name is Fallout, joined alongside T-Squared. It all comes down to these final 2 games, but I think the story's already been written, Tom. Team Liquid is looking like they secured their spot in Sweden.
Not only do they look like they're securing their spot in Sweden, they look like they're about to win Sweden, John. Let's be honest. We talked about how stacked this lobby is. Team Liquid is not playing games today. They're looking like the best team in the region, possibly the best team in the world. Keep it up. 3 games in a row. Holy cow.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see, actually. Let me take a look at the overall standings here. I mean, Team Liquid was pretty far behind. They had 67. Do you think they could possibly leapfrog with a 25-point win? That puts them at 92. I mean, that gives them a chance to leapfrog C9, maybe TSM. If they don't perform SSG, that may get a 5th seed, actually, let alone the fact that they're going to qualify. They're playing that good.
And you could take this and say, how did we get to this point if you're Liquid? What made us play this well? How did we get into the zone today? What was the thought process? How can we stay in that zone, that sweet spot going into playoffs? Can we bring that intensity into our scrims after we qualify? That's going to be the big question for Liquid, because it's the pressure. It's the urge, the sense of urgency to try to make it, and that's bringing their best out right now, and that is what you love to see.
Yeah, they need to play with that continued urgency in Sweden. Whatever they unlocked and unleashed today, bring that same exact energy. And look, at the same time, maybe they're just finally getting into form. I mean, to make a roster change is significant. To make a roster change, let alone breaking up the longtime duo that was Nocturnal and Flanker, even more significant. Gildersons joins this team. It takes them a couple of Pro League match days to kind of get their grind. They were good, not great, and they've been looking great tonight. But you're spot on. The craziest thing about Sweden, Tom, is that it's a month away. I mean, that is a full month where teams can either grind and prep or be lazy and not. And as a result, some teams are going to show up and some teams won't.
They got to bring the energy levels up, right? They're talking faster to each other today. They're communicating. They're working well together, more than we've ever seen before. And you could tell right from that first listen that we had when they were making the rotation through and it didn't work out, they were still really positive about their situation. But here goes the 50-50 happening over towards the side over here. G2 needs to be careful of that door. Designful's on top of it. Great job scouting this out. But the Valkyrie is going to go on over towards the roof. This is ESA still continuing this onslaught of 50-50s that are going to continue to take place.
Yeah, it's been an onslaught of 50-50s. No matter what lobby they're in, if they're playing Sentinels in Group D or now G2 in Group A, they are getting contested. And that's what's interesting about Storm Point is it's not yet determined who is going to own what real estate. Unlike World's Edge, where everyone has pretty much decided, kind of, gentleman's handshake or handshake agreement. This is going to be our spot. Not the case yet on Storm Point. Here comes a push. Designful wanted it. Not going to get it. Going to back out.
There's been some amazing teams that have tried to contest G2 throughout their career, going all the way back to Thermal Station. There was, so many solid squads that just got punched out. G2 is not a team, and either is ESA, that I would want to mess with. So this just goes to show how, confident they are. Maybe a little bit of ego comes into play right here, but you have to be that confident, have a little bit of an ego if you're going to be one of the best players and best teams in the world. Now things are going to slow down, and they're not interested in running away from this fight. This fight's going to happen, bet.
Yeah, ESA and G2 both have pride. Let's just leave it at that. They are not going to back down from a 50-50. G2 truly believes they're the best 50-50 pound-for-pound fighting team in the game. They've shown it in a lot of arenas tournaments that UMG has hosted. They're constantly placing top in those tournaments. But for now, looks like they're just going to back out, reset, use a little Ash ult, and keep looting up, at least for the time being. I'm curious to see if this fight ends up happening. They might actually take the Trident. And
they want to share roofs.
Yeah.
I think that they want to get the high ground because they just feel like at such a disadvantage below. But what they don't realize is they have a huge armor advantage up against ESA, who's yet to pick up any blue armors.
That's huge. Hey, here comes the fight. Skittles going to be down to 2 HP. And to survive, and Noct is actually going to get the first knock himself on Gentrifying. And just like that, Skittlekicks gets his health back. Designful's hunting for Skittles and won't find him. Noct goes down right after. Skittles going to get back to healed and result in Designful find themselves in a 2v2 against Skittle and Duplex, the duo.
This is so fun, but now it's a 2v1. Designful's going to go hit that battery. He's got the sound cues around the corner. Skittlekicks with the shots. God. It's the Mozam. It's the hammer points. The potential armor swap, but you can see the rest of G2 coming in. It's going to be Resulta. He has to hit the shots, and he does. Smooth plays from G2. It looked like Skittlekicks had their number, but it's Resulta in the end. giving the results that G2 wanted.
Yeah, and great job initiating. I'd love to actually see that in slow motion. I think it was Designful that got the great damage on Skittle Cakes, which basically broke ice and gave them the opportunity to then take their 3v2 elsewhere, get a knock on knocked, and then win that fight. But it was tight, a lot tighter than they probably wanted it to be. They'll get a quick res. They will get Designful back in the game, and they'll be fine. They'll live to fight another day. Bad Boys now still alive. They find themselves in their own battle. Looks like it's going to be Yubbin. Connects for one, but going to get taken out right after.
Yeah, nice job there from Washi from Team Nightmare. Our second fight going on over to their favor. And what I love about the gentleman's agreement over towards the mill is nobody really decided that they wanted to get in on the third party. They just let that happen. Unlike this fight for Nightmare, they get third party basically immediately from Furia, who really needs these points.
Yeah, Furia, this is a big fight over in Thunderwatch right now. Furia drops up in Lightning Rod, so they definitely heard all that action. Nightmares drops right to the left of them or west of them, and that's why it's an easy third party, easy decision. But Built by Gamers wants to join the fray. Sure, I can't remember where BBG drops off the top of my head.
Multiview is live. Check out the top of your screen. Go to that command center below. You could watch all these 50-50s taking place. You could watch the final circles. 4 points of view and the team comms. One of the best additions that we have in esports. Love that for Apex. I love that Furia, again, is just playing so confident without this rotation composition. You have nobody that's going to get you across the map like Valkyrie. You have no high ground control with Ashe. It's still been working out for them.
Yep. Yeah, you don't really exactly. You don't have a rotator legend, and that is kind of crucial. Most teams will kind of say a legend has to make up of 3 components, one of them being a rotator legend, either an Ashe or a Valkyrie or a Wraith who can quickly port you or rotate you. But in this situation, nope, they're going to take it by foot. And guess what? They're going to do so with some Bangalore smoke, which means they're going to like to take their fights.
I feel like if Bloodhound wasn't a recon champion and you couldn't scan and get the beacon, you'd be basically in prehistoric time. That's like, all right, cavemen, it's time to adapt over here. But maybe they're just living in the future, like Onset in our predictions.
Yeah, exactly. Onset tried telling us he predicts winners, he just predicts them on the wrong days. I'm like, that's not predicting winners. But hey, more power to him. Onset just sees a different world than we do. But right now, we're going to jump on board with TSM. They do drop antenna and get antenna for free. No one ever wants to try and contest TSM because they know how prideful Hal is. He's not going to back down from that fight.
Oh, 1,000%. And another great entry fragger that we have in North America, Madness. Unfortunately for Renegades, they have not had the split that they were hoping for. But Fallout, you know, it's another one of those new teams, and a lot of adjustments have to happen, and Apex isn't an easy game to have to go through those growing pains. Hopefully Renegades has learned through the split, and they continue to keep this team and see some success going on into the next split. Fortunately for them, they were able to get out of that relegation area and have secured their way into the next split. As TSM now going to go for some heals. Verhulst, you can see, is a little bit away from the team, but they're going to be A-okay. You don't see anyone on the player outlines adding too much pressure.
Yeah, and just to kind of add some color to that Renegades comment, I completely agree with you. I mean, they just picked up Madness. Take some time for teams to mesh, and you know, this is a team of greats. So a lot of really great players. Pow Pow and Saucer, formerly Flying Saucers, played really, really well as a duo for a long time. Madness has won 4 or 5 championships with that CLG roster, so we know what they're capable of. I do hope they stick together. But right now, it's actually Xset. Oh my goodness. Albert Lely is going to join the fray. He loves that charge rifle. He's like the Mandy of North America. And it looks like Xset is going to get eliminated.
That's horrible for Xset. They needed to stay alive, especially with what's going on in the other stream on the Versus Gaming _GG stream, where we have a lot of teams that are fighting for this top 10. Tough break. I mean, they started off with the win. Fallout, you think that they're going to continue that onslaught and momentum, but Team Liquid, the way that they've been able to play, they said, you know what, this spot is ours. You guys are going to have to fight your way through us to get it.
You know, and it's crazy to think, Tom, I don't think any of us could have predicted in a final day of Pro League with Complexity in 9th place, CLG in 10th place, tied with 66 points, Sentinels in 11th place, Team Liquid right above them, SSG right above them, that RCO, Scry, and W might be outperforming Torrent, Xset, CLG, Complexity, and Sentinels. If you would have asked me to put any amount of money on that, I would have said you're crazy. It just goes to show what grinding, sticking together as a team, and maybe you're not signed, maybe you're not the reputable players, but you put in the work, you're going to get paid off.
I would say the most surprising team would be RCO because I've had a chance to cast their games throughout the esports arena tournaments fairly often on a weekly basis, and that's a team that may not even pop off in those lobbies unless they're playing really, really well. So to watch them play consistently day after day, it's kind of interesting how the Pro League worked here with all the games being kind of crunched together and you having to adapt on the fly. And maybe that kind of helps some teams, maybe it hurts some teams because you don't have as much time in between. So these new rosters like we're talking about, maybe because you've had your roster for quite some time, it makes it a little bit easier to go through those adjustments.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. RCO is the only team of that bunch that's a qualifier from last season. CLG technically as well. Nano was on that team, but Mamba and Vetro played through Challenger Circuit. So kudos to these Challenger Circuit teams. It's darn impressive. And if I had to give a breakout player of the Pro League Split 2 so far, it's Sleepy Panda for me, Tom.
Yeah, it's tough for that. That's a tough call, really. One of the guys that's been impressing today is Fearless. He's on your screen. He's actually the kill leader for today. And this dude absolutely goes in. Like you said, his name is how he plays, right? So, you know, Fallout, you don't want to play like Fallout, do you? You want to know? Because then I'm just kidding.
You don't play like Fearless. You don't want to fall out of first place. You know?
You don't want to play like T-Scared either, because that's just not
T-Scared. Yeah, man, I'm just going to admit I was 13 years old. I thought it sounded cool. It was a terrible thing. I was like,
I like the gamer tag. You went, the dude went pro, so I think you did pretty good throughout your career. Yeah, I think we have a quick listen in with GeForce. Let's hear what they're talking about.
Let's do it.
Oh, never mind, JK.
No listen to GeForce. But hey, GeForce, we still appreciate you. James Fearless, been playing and competing for a while, playing with Mooney and Slurpee. Slurpee's been been here for a long time. I mean, GeForce came in today, honestly, with potential to get relegated, Tom, and talk about showing up with your backs against the wall to stay in Pro League. And by the way, so everyone knows what's kind of at stake there. The bottom 8 teams, there's no Split 3 that's announced. This is the end of the season, right? So there's no next Pro League necessarily announced yet. We don't know what's going to happen when ALGS gets announced. But what happens is if you get relegated, you have to drop into the Last Chance Qualifier 1, which is the first phase of the qualification process for ALGS Championships. And you have to play against 22 hungry Challenger Circuit teams. So you want to avoid that by not getting relegated, because the teams that don't get relegated, that also don't qualify by ALGS Pro points, will automatically make it to Last Chance Qualifier 2 to play the best teams from Last Chance Qualifier 1. You get to avoid potentially getting knocked out and upset by Challenger Circuit teams.
And since we do have James Fearless in that kill lead, let's show some GeForce love over here. Let's do a quick listen in with GeForce.
If you need one.
Whatever, dude.
I got a dirty 30.
No. Ration. Alright, where the fuck are we just walking up?
I mean,
we can walk up, yeah. Should be careful of that right, because people frequently like to play there.
Yeah, I'm just beelining it with my bubble at the go. Wait, I think I heard someone above.
You dead, you dead, you dead, you dead.
Are we able to move up?
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Right in front of us, 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 right in front of us.
Where am I, Ash Tether?
On the other side of this wall. Right above.
Yeah, they're up above it. Be careful,
up
man.
Above.
40 on Ash.
I'm gonna ult this. We back up,
Yeah, I think we back up. We might have to.
In a bad spot. You play on me or some shit. You gotta play over there.
They are in a bad spot.
What about our backs? Can we clear this? Can we clear this first before we do something about this?
They left. They're over here now. They're over here. Watch
we can pick this fight with them if you want. You can even get towards them.
I'm gonna pop an ult.
On me!
I knew that shit happened.
Is it a whole family?
In this corner, I think.
Okay, it might be one. Is it 48? I don't know. We should check together. Yeah, it's multiple.
Give me
multiple.
Let's crack!
I threw an arc in.
Above forward.
I cracked them. They're pretty cracked. We're gonna
have
to
arc
clean up
inside.
on this fast.
I have the back.
Hey,
real quick.
Give me in.
Crack, give me. Crack broke.
Here, I'm fucking weak as shit.
Box one. Nice. Look left. Nice. Ash.
Oh my fucking lord.
Armor swap. Look for a new team. Look for a new team. One of y'all res.
I'm watching.
What if y'all res?
Res him!
I'm going to res. I'm waiting for him to get around the corner. He can get shot, bro. Fuck these kids. Fucking ratting on us.
Too. Watch for
dog shit, bro.
Actually, no, we're good. We're on super edge. Behind! 1 second on bug.
Here, hold on. I'm right here close.
I got stuck. I'm swapping.
Shit on the fucking Ash. No shit on. I got Ash.
Give me dead.
Let's go.
Oh my god, boys. Oh my fucking god!
Kill him.
Dude, I actually just
Fuck
fucking
outta
did
here,
some crazy
Jordan.
shit, bro.
Fuck
I'm not
outta
gonna
here.
cap, bro. I did some crazy
Oh my
shit like
god!
this, bro.
Fucking go. Get the
Not
fuck out of
really,
here,
but, like,
motherfuckers.
what I did the fucking Jordan was kind of disgusting. I'm not gonna lie.
Yo, Tom just accidentally called for that listen in. We're just going to give you some behind the production magic here. And that ended up being the best ding listen in we've heard in a long time. They are playing with such confidence. James Fearless is playing out of his mind. Man is shooting bodies instead of rezzing, getting yelled at by his teammates, doesn't even care. And then they take out all of G2 to boot.
What's great is all these guys play ranked against each other and with each other. G-Force, G2, they're friends. They're a little bit of enemies when they go in up and playing against each other. Two amazing teams just get taken out. There's so many awesome parts to that listening, but this is the new thing that I'm going to start using. Is it a family of rats, okay? Is it a whole family?
They're ratting a whole family? Yo, I'm dying. There's so much gold in that listening.
You know, the quality of the listen-ins, too, you know, it's really great to see what the players are doing. And you could do so, too. Check out the multi-view that's going on in the command center down below. You can go and listen to all these teams, click their points of views. But I'm really grateful to be able to listen to them so we can see. I think that could be one of our first listen-ins with GeForce that we've ever had. So you can catch the vibes of your team. That is a fun team to watch.
That was awesome. I just became a giant fan of this entire GeForce roster and James Fearless and every single person on this team. I know a lot of y'all did too. That was absolutely gold. And apparently, according to Onset in our chat here, a fun fact, a group of rats is called a mischief. Do you believe that? I don't believe that.
I don't.
I feel like Onset's the type of guy to just like pick a random word in the dictionary and try to convince us.
He really is. It's like he has some sort of side bet with one of his friends. Like, if you use the word mischief on broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. We used to do that, by the way, in Halo. When we'd cast Halo, we'd all pick a random word out of a hat and have to incorporate that into the broadcast. We should totally do that in Sweden.
Yeah, I don't know if production's going to be too stoked about that, but let's get back on track over here. As you see Furia throwing down the bubble. Zara Tricky a little away from his teammates. You never want to toss the bubble just for yourself to go and heal, but that's exactly what they had to do. A lot of collapsing happening too, and I'm shocked to see not as many Bangalores as we expected with the Digi threat being in the Crafter.
Yeah, that's a great point, especially after Mia makes it popular. Well, hey, look, Furia is definitely pushing the mold here. Let's jump into a listen-in with Tech, Big Brain Tech and Furia.
I'm looking at it. Give me, bro. I'm nading. Might get a knock here. I almost cracked Valk as well.
Hold your nades. We can't do anything with these nades, man. We need to start killing underneath.
This team's right here. Yeah, there's a team playing right here. Is it 2 teams still? Yeah, it is. I think it's 2, unless they're just pulling all of that alone.
We need to start clearing teams, guys.
Are we gonna try? Are we dropping on this team and killing them? Or?
There's a whole team here.
I'm looking.
Flash, all flash. We need to angle the team when we kill them. We just have to walk up.
Popping a cell.
Angle in 2 seconds.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Ash TP. Okay, so we're crossing over to that team or what?
Yeah, just wait for them to start getting ticked. Are there windows here?
I don't know. I think there's a balcony. Oh, are they playing underneath the entire way?
They're playing ultimate low. They're playing ultimate low.
They're playing ultimate. Okay.
Going. Pushing left. Push left. They're above right here. All looking at me.
Bumping us.
I pop it back.
Almost cracked 2. I cracked 2.
I died to nades.
Oh. And there you go. Furia, not the same caster's luck we had last time. They get taken out now, but Pathfinder, who almost got taken out by James Fearless and Go earlier, might be fighting them now. It's going to be a nice first shot put through. 1 versus 1. Kimchi Lee last alive, and he's going to get taken out here. Is that the same squad? No, it's built by gamers this time.
So many different squads collapsing on here. When you're watching Furia's points of view, it was almost impossible to think that was going to be the situation that was going down as we see GeForce now making the rotation, the Valkyrie Skyward Dive. They're going to eat a little bit of zone damage, but it was necessary. That is a large thing to go around. I don't think they were expecting to lose half their health.
Now we got to jump back on this GeForce journey. That's exactly what it is. They have 9 kills already. James is not missing with that wingman. He wanted to ult, and they said, okay, let's hold off for a second here. Walk this in. Let this third party play out, and let's actually capitalize here. They are going to take advantage and get all of this loot. BBG taken out, and GeForce has a hit list right now. They're running through the entire lobby.
They may need a bubble though. Mooney, does he have it available? You can see Fearless is going to slide back, has plenty of batteries from the amount of kills that they've picked up along the way. This is the team that's looking really hot right now, and now they're continuing to fight through the smoke with that Digi threat. So powerful, and Fearless's shots, you can see why the man is the kill leader right now, and he's continuing to do so. Not just the kill leader in this game, the overall kill leader for today, trying to add onto that total and maybe help this team get a win. But you know who's still in this lobby? Liquid, Nocturnal, looking for 4 in a row.
Yeah, and I think TSM might be as well. He's not missing with this car. The car wingman duo in combination for Fearless has been mint. And just like that, GeForce will pick up a few more kills. 14 kills to their name, and still 5 other squads alive. GeForce might be setting a record here, Tom.
They're on the verge of that, and you can see the way that they were able to team fight against G2, one of our strongest team fighting teams in North America, while they were getting third-party goes to show you the level that they're bringing right now. And there goes Madness from Renegades with the knock onto Scurry. This is not looking good for 100 Thieves because you know the third party's coming in, and guess who it is? It's GeForce trying to answer the call.
And he maintains his ultimate here. He's going to actually hold on there. Joyce going to absolutely decimate yet another team from the high ground here. Love that nade, love that positioning. Most of them were knocked, but nonetheless, the damage is being done by James Fearless. 1.5k in damage already.
But it sounded cool. The amount of cracked shields, that's really all that matters, and it looked awesome. Plus, that damage still goes up on the ticker. Nobody knows.
Yeah, here they want to now finish these kills. And looking, hunting. It's going to be Slurpy G Mooney. James Fearless playing absolutely fearless all game long. Look, when you're on the brink of relegation, in the bottom 8 teams, you play like you have nothing to lose. Right now, GeForce is playing like they have nothing to lose.
No doubt about it. Playing fearless with nothing to lose. It's exactly what they're bringing to the table with the shots again. Onto Imperial Hal. 3 winger dingers onto Hal, and now they're going to have to get their boy back up on over here, but I don't think Fearless is interested in that. They're going to continue to add the pressure. Amu making his way around the corner, and that is going to be TSM going out in 4th place. Actually, 5th place as 100 Thieves goes out in 4th, and you still have C9, you have Team Liquid, and now you have GeForce. It's all up to Fearless.
That's right. Cloud9 finally showing some life. Fearless last alive for his team here, so the Cinderella story, as it seemed like at least finally, might come to an end as the clock strikes midnight. Team Liquid going to go back-to-back ×4. Are you kidding me if they can close this one out? Team Liquid against Cloud9 against a single member of GeForce. It's James.
And the focus is going on over towards the knockdown shields, which is the right thing. You want to eliminate the rat here before you go and take this straight up 3v3. Oh, nice shots with the wingman there for Stay Naughty, but can't count Fearless out quite yet. He's been popping off, and there it is. He goes out in 3rd place, but a very nice performance. We'll see what Cloud9 does. I mean, they have the high ground here. They also have them fairly spread out on the other side. Fun used his bubble already, so if you were going to fight, you would think this would be the time once that bubble goes away.
Yeah, exactly. You have the utility advantage, so this is a good time to fight. But they do have high ground. They may not want to waste it just yet. Team Liquid right below them. So it's a little bit of an Oreo sandwich here. Stacked high and low ground. C9 above. And I'm not sure if C9 knows exactly that one member, I think it was Ash, was teleported. So Naughty's still looking far away from where no one is, but here comes the drop. The call comes through.
Yeah, Naughty's interested in pushing because Nocturnal's armor was down, but no one's really done it quite yet. Cloud9's taking their time. The thing about this situation is it's such a high drop that you are going to get a little bit of a gun punch, which means you may have to just toss your bubble down immediately and stay there for the fight.
Oh, I see that changed to Loba. Zach on Loba here. But the bubble will come back here for Team Liquid, so that's big. They will have the bubble in this fight. Look at Zach playing wide left using that Q. But ultimates aren't going to be really in effect here. I don't think either team has their Gibraltar ultimate. Not sure if I'm wrong about that. If we can scan the Gibbies on both teams, that'd be great to see which ultimates are available. But for now, the zone's going to drop right below where C9 is. Zach has the wide angle. He's going to get hit by Thermite.
This is risky from Zach because they may just go and full send it on him right here. You know, there's an opportunity to throw the bubble down and realistically push Zach out, but his bracelet ends up coming back, and maybe he takes the high ground over there. Fun takes a massive amount of damage, goes inside the black market, isn't able to find an armor swap, and Team Liquid looks like they are on the ropes right now. C9 has their number, and they're able to stop the Liquid onslaught. No 4x right there, only 3 for Liquid, but C9 getting on the board.
Yeah, the hot streak for Team Liquid put to an end, at least the winning hot streak. They still get 2nd place and rack up quite a few kills. And basically, now it's just going to be a victory lap here in game number 6 for Team Liquid. But Cloud9 needed that, and so did Dan Gaskin and Kate Yeager, who predicted Cloud9 and the predictions overall. I know my man Gaskin's kicking himself, saying I was actually this close to picking Team Liquid, but hey, Cloud9 had a good game 5.
That was a great game from Cloud9, the way that they were able to methodically go about their situation in that final moment there. Very risky play from Zach Mazer, but that's the way that he plays Apex. He's going for the dub, and you can see 23 points for GeForce. They almost set a kill record.
Wild. If they would have won that game, they would have gotten 20 to 23 kills. That was one of the best and most dominant slaying performances we have seen. Kudos to GeForce. Again, it's obviously for stakes. So they were in 35th place, bottom 8. They would have gotten relegated if they didn't show up today, and they're now in second place overall in the standings, I believe. 100 Thieves at 8 points right behind them. TSM picks up a measly 4 points from placement, not able to get any kills necessarily. But again, the story there is Cloud9 finally shows up. Team Liquid continues to stay consistent, and GeForce dominates.
What an amazing story for GeForce too, really, because like you were talking about, needing to perform, everybody performing for different reasons. Some have more to play for in terms of prize money and going on over the playoffs. Some are playing for pride and just to try to stay in this thing. You got to give credit to them for the level of intensity that they brought. Team fight after team fight coming through. Their third parties were on point. Everything that you want to see from a great squad. GeForce, but might as well perform on that last day if you're going to perform on any day.
That's right. And because of that, they will avoid relegation, which means they will avoid having to play in last chance qualifier number 1 against some hungry Challenger Circuit teams. So there's some pretty big stakes here. 2.7k damage from Mac. Insane showing from Alberlili on Gibraltar. Stay naughty, 0 kills with 1.7k damage, 5 assists to his name. Happy to play that support role. My man Kuzulis, my Greek brother, of course Zach Mazer does a good job with the 1.1k. 5 kill damage, cleaning up, picking up Loba as well for Game 5.
I wonder how Zach got his gamer tag. That's like the big question for me that I've always been
really
wondering. That's great damage, though. Great methodical play coming through. You know that Stay Naughty is going to be coming through with the wingman in the car. Alberlili most likely going with a little bit of charge rifle in those type of instances, but they put themselves in a great position with the end game with Lobo.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and bring Kate back to the discussion here following game number 5. Team Liquid Coast and Kate, how you feeling?
Well, you know what I'm feeling is that I'm feeling the force from GeForce. Team Liquid, fabulous job, incredible three-peat, not to be underestimated, certainly, but I gotta say, let's start with this match number 4, because quite honestly, this felt like the fight between it's the story of two. It's what's that called? We have the two cities. Yes, exactly, John. What was that?
Tell of Two Tales.
That's yes, exactly.
Maybe?
Well, you know what? That was GeForce and TL, and the three-peat for TL, taking so much of this lobby, come out 3 times in a row. Are they the new ESA? Is my question, and feel free to answer this, my friend Fallout.
The answer is absolutely not. GeForce looked really, really good. Moments of greatness, but to be the new ESA, you gotta perform consistently, and you gotta continue to do it. Team Liquid as well. Obviously, has been good all season. Shows one sign of greatness here, but ESA has been doing it all season long here, Kate.
You are not wrong at all, for sure. And we'll talk about consistency in a minute as we take a look at match number 5, in fact, because one of the things I want to bring out, as we've mentioned GeForce earlier, they've been collecting kills throughout these matches, of course, and big up to C9 for taking this match number 5. But let's talk real quick about that GeForce car wingman, that nice little duo that we've been able to see from one of their squad mates. Consistent KP, but maybe not consistent win success. Match 2, they had 11 points. 11 kills. Match 4, 10 kills. Match 5, 16 kills. Wow. Tom, as we take a look at GeForce doing GeForce things, I gotta ask, how are they so consistent KP and yet can't turn over into the W?
Just look at the shots, though, and that's probably a good problem to have, Kate, right? Is that you're able to really slay out. As long as you could focus on how you're going to stay alive in these final moments, that's something that you could look at from a strategic standpoint and see what other teams are doing, find out what type of positioning you're needing. The hard part is the team fights. You want to make sure that you're one of the strongest team fighting teams, because that's what you need to do in order to get yourself in these type of positions. So when it comes to closing games out, that's something that they're going to look at, but they at least know they have the hard part and it's over.
For sure. And John, I got to imagine, as you've mentioned in during the cast, you have to have that in the back of, or maybe perhaps just in the front of GeForce's mind. They know that relegation is on the line, and that kind of pressure isn't always on the line for every single one of those tournaments. So sometimes that emotion can fuel a fire, and we're seeing that in Fearless, to be sure.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And it's a different type of pressure, right? It's a different type of pressure than having to perform to qualify for Sweden, a chance to play for $1 million. It's, hey, we got nothing to lose, boys. Let's go out and have some fun. If we get relegated, we get relegated. We're in 35th out of 38 teams or 39 teams. Let's go do our thing. And they certainly did their thing. They're playing this like it's a ranked lobby right now, like a bunch of Masters players just preying on silvers.
No mercy, and we like to see it. It's fun to watch. Speaking of things fun to watch, let's see the leaderboard change and move here, Tom. Wow. Yeah, wow is right. Wow is right.
We'll see what Fury is going to be able to do. They're not going to be able to catch up to GeForce most likely. I don't know if third place mathematically is going to be enough for them, Fallout, but Liquid seems like they've done the Liquid fans justice today, locking things down. You know Hod6 going to be stoked behind the scenes. Cloud9 jumping up from 16th place over to 5th. That's a big dump for them because they're continuing to try to fight for positioning and prize money in that top 10 as well.
And perhaps more important, Tom, they're fighting for the predictions game for the casters, okay? TSM 3 points behind. Sorry you picked Onset's pick, so you're just done for. But now it's between me, Gaskin, and Kate picking Cloud9. I got TSM.
Oh, man. And
ESA's still in it? All right.
What's that?
I said ESA's still in it. You still got some hope, Tom.
A little bit. I knew I was doomed right from the get-go. As soon as I saw that smiling face coming up and smirking at me, I was like, we're absolutely gonzo. But, you know, the most surprising thing would probably be G2. Yes, they're dealing with the 50-50, and they were able to win the last one. But a team that has looked like the best team at times and a team that looks like a middle-of-the-pack team at others. And it hurts to say because I really love watching G2 when they're playing at their best, and I think they're all, you know, very, you know, they're just grinders, man. They've been putting on performances for us in the ALGS for quite some time. So it makes me scratch my head what the mentality is for them. Do they need to have their backs against the wall in order to perform?
Well, speaking of performances, gang, I don't want to play spoiler because we're going to take a look at the leaderboards for our secondary stream. Apparently there has been a change. And holy cajoles here, Fallout. Let's take a look at Space Station. I believe the math is in their favor officially.
Yeah, I don't know what a cajoli is, but I like cannolis. That is a really, really good performance right there from Space Station. 58 points. They leapfrog, and they could be playing spoiler for W. RCO, Scrime, a couple of these teams, CLG right behind them. And the bigger thing, though, that's going to do, you know, Kate and Tom, is that means Space Station might get top 3 in Pro League or top 4 because they had 85 points. They were right behind everybody else, or 83 or something, which helps them for seeding and gets them more money. Crazy.
Yeah.
They're playing
Tom,
at the right
talk
time.
to me about Sentinels here. They are blowing up in our talent chat.
No way.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels popped up a little bit. They're in 8th place. Maybe they can have some sort of miraculous performance.
Crazy.
I believe they were sitting very, very low before that. Not just 13th, but something even worse than that. But one thing's for sure, Complexity is having a heartbreak day. I'm not quite sure where they are on the second page of things here as we start to move on. But CLG, W, RCO, Scary, those squads are looking pretty solid. You can see Complexity bump their stock up a little bit. It's just really crazy to think that we have these teams that did so well in the beginning, have done so well in the past. Atlanta Premier is another story that we haven't really talked about enough, that looked so strong with top 3 performances early on, and then they kind of fell off as this split went on.
Absolutely. And of course, it's always a good moment, especially if you're newer to our streams here, that all of these teams have either qualified to get in here or been invited. All of these teams have made their way here. All of these teams have proven themselves again and again. And unfortunately, to our caster's point, there has to be some losers if there's some winners. But I will say at this point that we have had some incredible games. We have one more game left. And by the way, if you'd like to get in on our second stream, head on over to twitch.tv/versusgaming_GG. They are doing a great job over there holding down the other group. And of course, we're doing that here in North America today so that we can maintain that competitive integrity, so that we can see those leaderboards light up. And Fallout, I'm going to say this. I cannot believe I'm saying this, that the next game is the last one for our groups.
It's crazy. Time flies. You're having fun, Kate. It's sad, though. Pro League Split 2 coming to an end. I've loved this new Pro League format, and it's crazy to think the next time we'll be casting ALGS Pro Play will be on LAN in Sweden for $1 million in an international competition with teams from APAC, North Korea, Japan, Australia, Brazil, Chile. I can't wait. I'm so excited.
I love it. Well, it's the final match, gang. Who's going to come out on top? You'll have to wait and see. We'll be right back right after this.
I had no kills that game, but I'm horrible.
God.
I just dropped the goose egg, baby. Come on.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
That off angle was so big.
Good.
Welcome back, everybody, for the final time tonight. It is, of course, the North American ALGS Pro League, and we have one more game to go. And this could not be more tense. It could not be more nervy for all of these teams and players, Dan, because this is the final game, not only of today, but of the split overall before we head to playoffs. And we still don't know who is going to be going to Sweden. We still don't have those final 10 teams solidified. It's all on the line.
We're starting to get an idea. You know, Liquid have put themselves in the best possible position that they could have. 82 points coming into the final game. I mean, the only team that can realistically catch them is the boys of G-Force. An absolute tear, and have been a pleasure to watch all series long today. As for 100 Thieves, Furia, you know, they're in a good spot, but Furia needed probably a win today to realistically put themselves within a chance of playoffs. XSET as well, one of those teams who are just outside of the reach of that top 10. They needed a big performance, so we're going to need some very big games from some of these teams if they are going to be able to push their way towards playoffs.
This is going to be a wild lobby. This is going to be a wild game, and I think everybody's just going to throw everything out there to make sure that they give themselves at least a chance of making one of those crazy runs before those final places are solidified, Dan. I mean, I've got to say, I've been very impressed with Team Liquid today. I think that they finally found that combination and that chemistry they've been looking for quite some time. Again, Nocturnal just popping up on my Twitter feed there in the break. It's just said, see you in Sweden. And I mean, that's confidence, right? That's what you want to see. He's looking forward already. He knows that they've got the job done, so to speak, with their performance so far today. It was back-to-back wins and then a second place in match number 5, but match number 6 still needs to be decided here, Dan. It's the final time we'll be jumping out of the dropship before we head to Sweden.
This lobby was always going to be about Team Liquid, to be honest, because 5 of the teams that feature in this lobby had already made it into playoffs, so they were going to be sitting pretty. They were going to be waiting for whoever else joins them. Team Liquid were there just tinkering on the edge of maybe getting playoffs, maybe not, but with the way they've been playing and the points they've already secured, they have all but guaranteed it. Our attention then goes to the likes of XSET. Can they do something miraculous here to try and build up enough points to catch the likes of Complexity, who have been really struggling in the other group? It would have to be, again, a huge Game 6 here if XSET were to do so, but that still means it's possible, and if anything is possible, then that means we have to at least entertain it, and maybe, just maybe, XSET could get it done.
You never know. XSET is kind of the story to watch. I think you're right. They're one of the teams that could maybe pull off the miracle, and with what I've learned from watching competitive Apex Legends for quite some time now, is that the unexpected has a funny way of popping up and becoming the storyline of the evening. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled on that kill feed. Make sure you keep your eyes on XSET as well. Maybe open up a second monitor, get Command Center there, and see if you get some XSET in the corners of your eyes as you watch the main broadcast as well. But already some fighting going down here. 100 Thieves involved.
100 Thieves already taking this early fight, as you say, but will they actually take it, or will they just try and get away? They might be forced to take it with the damage that they're receiving. Vaxlon is just going to be throwing some Mark Stars in defense here and actually connect with one. And, ooh, okay, the damage has come out onto his teammate, but has he done enough against G2 here?
Well, G2 did not have a good day so far. They didn't have a good last game, and for now, they did get that initial knock, but that's been traded out. So 100 Thieves and G2 keep on rolling. They keep on flying. That's going to be another knock as Ombu will unfortunately fall to his knees and have to crawl away. Last player alive is going to be that Valkyrie. Manages to scarp her away for now. Designful going to be left on his own, and it looks like 100 Thieves will lose that battle. G2 throwing caution to the wind in this final game. I think they just want to upset the lobby.
Yeah, I think G2 are probably quite angry after what happened previously. Their boxes got abused after they died in the previous game, to put it lightly, and I'm sure they'll be looking to seek revenge. But they're going to have to get Designful back up first, as we do hover over and see XSET are going to be nearby. The team who is looking for that big game, as Klein gets to his knees and will crawl around to try and silently approach the G2 roster.
Next contenders to the arena, please. It seems like all the fights are going to go down inside of this building here. The command center is certainly going to be something that a lot of people will have open right now. And I tell you what, G2 are going to have their eyes open, because XSET are chasing them down right now. The Gibraltar took damage, trying to escape. Not going to happen. Resulta falls off of the swing into the river and down to the ground. It'll be Resulta on his back into a death box, and Gentrifying is going to just hit the cannon, I think, at this point. Maybe he's going to go back for some beef. Who knows at this point?
I think the good news for XSET is that, you know, Complexity and the other group are struggling. So one of those spots in the top 10 is available. The bad news for XSET is Sentinels have just put points on the board. They're very close. RCO are very close. Torrent are very close and could, you know, cause an upset in that other group. And W have been performing very well in the other group as well. That is, what, 4 teams that are above XSET? So realistically, we need to see XSET jump into the top 3 minimum to even give themselves a chance of playoffs here. But we'll see how they do. They've got 1 KP on the board as we take a look at the circle. As you said, it's going up towards Command Center anyway, so XSET poised perfectly to try and get a good placement as well.
Yeah, certainly in a good position, but I will say this. I get the feeling that quite a lot of teams will have disappeared from the lobby before we get to that end zone. I can't imagine we're going to have more than 7, 6 maybe teams approaching that final zone, just because of the fact that, you know, teams are desperate for points at this point. And it's not just the teams, like we mentioned, who are chasing those golden tickets, so to speak, to Stockholm for playoffs. It's the ones who are trying to stay in Pro League. It's the ones who are trying to avoid relegation. All of these teams still have something to play for here. XSET, though, they have their first points on the board. They only have 1 KP as a team for now, but 1 KP is 1 KP closer, maybe, to pulling off a miracle.
I'm glad you did mention it, because, you know, ALGS points on the line. You're still looking towards World Championships. Prize money is still available as well. Getting into the top 20 secures you $1,800, I think, minimum. So just being able to push yourself that little bit further, even if you're not one of the teams who is able to get into the top 10. And of course, you want to try and get into those LCQs so that, you know, you have that chance of World Championships as well. Cloud9, our previous winners, are having a little fight early on, but are they going to entertain it? That's my question.
Doesn't look like they are for now. Stay Naughty only has a Grey Shield to play with as well, and it's going to be Nightmare who are putting pressure onto them. So C9, the winners of our previous game, having made a little bit of a rotation here, not too far towards the northern side of things. Look like they're going to be pretty safe for now as Nightmare decide to take a little bit of a different move here towards the northern side of Storm Point here. Prowler Camp. Never knew that was the mini POI name around there, but hey, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, every day's a school day. Just like, you know, a group of rats is a mischief. That's something that I didn't know prior.
Yeah, and the mistrust, I have to say.
There wasn't there? A lot of mistrust.
Understandably, but still, I mean, that one was true.
It's very rare that Onset gives you factual information when it's anything other than Apex.
and it is correct.
It stays true. When it comes to Apex, he does usually hit the nail on the head. As we jump on board with XSET, and I think it's quite right we follow XSET throughout the majority of this game, because they are the real team that we have to build a story around. They are the only team now in this lobby that can realistically make playoffs outside that of Team Liquid, who we have to imagine has already done so with the points they have accumulated. Otherwise, GeForce, I mean, another team who have just been amazing so far today. Incredible aggression, and I'm sure they'll be popping up in the kill feed sooner rather than later.
Yeah, GeForce have been the team to watch for sure, just for numerous reasons. The entertainment factor, the aggression, the pop-offs, the listening, which will go down in history, I think, as one of the best listenings we certainly had in the ALGS, showing the you know, the energy flowing through all 3 of those players as they managed to not only win that first fight, but the one on the follow-up as well. Huge performance from them today. Cloud9 also just returning to form a little bit, and just at the right time. Albrelele sitting here with a Havoc with that turbocharger in his hands as well, as we see XSET dancing. And, you know, they're obviously not feeling as much pressure as maybe they should be.
Yeah, they feel pretty happy with the position they're in. With where the circle's going, I think they're like, all right, well, this is all good. But is all good and just playing for placement enough? They probably need some KP to go alongside it if they are going to put themselves further up the leaderboards. As for Cloud9, even though there's less to play for, arguably, because they don't have to try and clinch those playoff spots, of course, those extra prize money, there's better seed going into playoffs as well. With the way the seeding format is going to work, you're more likely to play kind of worse teams the higher seed you are, but you know, I'm going to be honest, I think every team that's going to be there is going to be terrifying, so I wouldn't really bank on any teams showing any weakness, but XSET are going to have a little merry dance, as you said.
You certainly are. Vane's just holding this door at the moment. You can see the Clane's taking some damage as well. It was always a few moments ago as we were on board with him walking through that tunnel as if it was a guided tour of the building of Command Center with the pace that he was kind of strolling through there at. Team Liquid, the standout performers without doubt today, are under pressure though. Fun already had those shields broken as Furia looked to play spoiler.
And Furia were one of the teams that were trying to get playoffs, but they realistically needed a win today, and with how Team Liquid have been performing, maybe that's out of reach for Furia, but they can certainly work their way higher up the leaderboards, give them those extra ALGS points. They hear the res being popped, and that means the push is going to come through, and they're going to look to try and re-engage.
Nocturnal down, Gilderson's down, Fun just got back to his feet, but unfortunately, you get the feeling he might be back on his knees in just a few seconds' time. The last player alive for Liquid has managed to escape for now as XSET continue this battle outside of Command Center, and they look like they're going to be getting the better here of Renegades.
And they'll get the better, and they want to keep this position. They're pushing out, it's risky, they do leave themselves vulnerable to a third party. Klein and Vayne are going to Kenny the last two remaining players, and they just about get it done. Now you've got to get back inside though. There's the portal because they know how dangerous it is and how vulnerable you are with a lot of teams close by.
Team Liquid out, their job is done for today. Usually you'll be pretty frustrated to go out this early into a round, into a game, but knowing what they've done so far today, I think they just get an opportunity maybe to reflect on their successes of what has happened.
The celebrations can start, right?
Exactly. It's time to pop a few bottles, my friends, because you've done what you needed to do and held on to one of those top 10 places, as Furia, unfortunately, for Team Liquid fans, were the team who did the damage to initially get those 2 knocks. So Fury going to control the height here and look down on all of the peasants who may move up to them, and it looks like Tech's going to be using that Bangalore smokes just to make sure that Fun's box is completely looted. He's got everything he needs as they move towards that end game.
And I'm interested to see where XSET end up going, because they pull back inside and they probably try and hold that building as aggressively as possible to try and stop teams. As we speak of aggression, here are the boys. Here is G-Force, once more engaging in a little scuffle, and I tell you what, it's CLX on the other side. They've taken a lot of damage.
They certainly have, and this fight's happening inside of the zone as well. Yes, it's only zone 2, so it's not going to hurt too much, but it just means that if you get caught on a cross and you take a little bit of damage, you can go down almost immediately. Serial is finding that out himself. Look at the kill feed as well. Lazarus there, but there's James Fearless again. The man is living up to his own game attack today. The amount of damage he's done, the amount of knocks and kills he's picked up has been superb.
He's literally been taking every fight, hasn't he? He has been fearless, and the shots he's been hitting have been insane. Gotta hit some more here, though. There's gonna be some amazing wingman shots. Oh, James, you once more impress us on the biggest stage.
The only problem is he popped the battery instead of the medkit. That means he's going to go down, and Slurpy G will be left on his own now. What can he do in this situation? That's the question. Slurpy's going to get back to full health. Is he going to go for a res? Is he going to try and 1v1? With the way that they've been playing today, you wouldn't be surprised if they go for the 1v1. Instead, he goes for the thirst.
Punch them into the room, get a successful res. You get the thirst, so you know you're going to have the advantage if you get both of these players up. And of course you use the third player still on the floor to gain a little bit of information. Bubble goes down, and I think the G-Force who have done just enough here, as the last remaining player on the other side is going to be a little bit too late to the party.
You love seeing wingman shots like that connect to that kind of position. The headshot just completely turned that fight on its head. And speaking of which, the Gibraltar comes in. He will fall as well. Easy, light work here for G-Force. Every single time we see them, they seem to be winning fights and just melting through players. CLX will not be challenging G-Force again. James Fearless back to his feet and back to form.
And that's a huge fight with the implications down in the relegation zone as well. G-Force were only one place ahead of CLX, and we were saying how amazing G-Force are, and they're fighting their way out of relegation. Well, that could solidify CLX down in those relegation spots, losing that fight right there. So, unfortunate for them, as Optimal Ambition taking a fight. Boxer T is very low, needs some help from the rest of the team.
XSET in the feed as well. And XSET have just won another fight, it looks like. They have 3 kills to one of their names, but now you can also see on the side here that Klein has just gone down as Optimal Ambition are going to move in. Vayne is also going to fall, so only one player alive now for XSET. And what has been a great start has started to fall apart now.
The miraculous game, the miracle run that XSET needed, maybe it's just been shut down by Optimal Ambition. Maybe XSET got a little bit too ambitious as they pushed out of their hidey hole. There's going to be one remaining player, of course, but I think Optimal Ambition know exactly where that player is. You can see the pings are raining through, but it's still not over for XSET. They still could get those banners, but it's going to be an extremely difficult time.
And like I mentioned, the pace of this game is certainly higher than any we've seen so far today. 14 squads remaining. We've already lost 6 of them. G7 Dank trying to clip a few wings of the players falling from the skies in the redeploy. Not going to catch any feathers for now, but Lazarus set up inside of the zone. They've got the Loba roll down as well, so they'll be able to have plenty of ammo to play with, as you can see in the R9 there. 300 plus bullets for Viz8. And Esports Arena, who have been quiet today, Dan, it has to be said. Got the job done pretty early on in Pro League, but maybe not the day that we expect from them. Certainly not from me, who obviously put them into my predictions.
Well, the important thing for Esports Arena is they're still alive in this last game. They still have to try and accumulate as much points as possible to try and get first here in Pro League. They were top of the table coming into it, and first place gets $30,000, right? Second place, half that at 15. So it's not good if you get ousted by G2, for example, who were only 1 point behind Esports Arena coming into it. So still plenty to play for at the top side of things. 100 Thieves were also not far off, but we saw their downfall a little bit earlier. G4 still making their way through the circle. Very low in health, but they should be fine. We'll be fine.
Swapping the gold armor to make sure that those meds are going to be used as efficiently as possible. And as they make their way towards zone and maybe towards their next target, it's time for us to jump into a G-Force listening.
Right now. I can drop a little bit, yeah. Alright, we should be good.
Can I get a med kit or oranges? Give me your gold and give me a wrench.
Alright, now let me hit this and then I'll give it to you. We can walk in when next zone, so we should be good. Go ahead. Here, come here. You said you need heavy?
Yep.
Like 40 right there.
Yeah, that's good for me.
Yeah.
You want your gold back?
Buddy. We could play this pocket here.
I have one the gold, Mooney. Here,
I
I
don't really care.
Here, man. You hold on to it, yeah. Here.
Me?
Here, man. Here, do you need cells?
Need wrenches. I have cells. I need wrenches.
I only have two. Here, I'll give you one.
Okay.
Just come over here towards me. Look
Careful
for nades. There's a lot of nades around. Need nades. Like, we can still chill here for a little bit, but this zone... Okay, I don't remember this zone exactly, but I'm pretty sure this one pulls, like, somewhere towards around here in, like, the waterfall area. It's somewhere, like, towards there, I'm almost certain. If I remember correctly. Just look for nades as well if you guys, you guys need any, because I have 4.
I have 2. I have an arc and a therm.
I have, bro, I'm getting... James, you're fucking yoinking all my kills
13
today,
squads, bro. 13 squads.
Bro, I've been putting out damage today, too.
I know you have.
Yeah. Team sitting in the building right in front of us.
Just looking at her back. Hard looking at her back right now.
Yeah. We can probably hold over here, James.
Yeah, we can hold here. We just need to get, like, a little presence up on the hill so nobody, like, pushes and looks down on us. I want somebody to just, like, straight up look on us for free. That team's looking in the window, so just be careful.
He's doing a great job at it.
Yeah, he's doing an amazing job, isn't he, Snip?
Hey, bro, I can't chow that Eddie.
Where are they?
They're aiming.
Ow.
That
guy's just cracked.
That's horrible. Alright, we're gonna have the Valkyrie.
Well, here, let me look real quick, because I'm trying to see, because I know that there's a lot of spots.
We can probably portal to a spot over here. We probably
we're good. We're in right there.
You should actually... Are we in right there?
Yeah.
But do we have cover from
not
anything
exactly.
up there?
Like, we're in, like, right in here and shit, but they can see us. We can walk up maybe right in there and shit, too. This team in the building is going to be our problem. We just need to get...
They're going to Valkyrie or fight us for this spot.
Somebody else might try to fight us for that spot.
Well, as we jump back into the game and back to our voices, I have to say, if we're giving out awards this season for this split, I think best listen-ins just by today. Usually complexity take them, right? Usually we love a little bit of the complexity or a Sentinels listening, but G4 certainly up there, Dan. I think they take the take that title today.
Oh, what I take away from that listening is Americans do know sarcasm. The rumors are not true. I mean, I always heard that Americans didn't understand it, but
brave statement of a North American broadcast from you.
Well, you know, if we're going to go by stereotypes and British teeth and all that jazz, you know, that's the rumors that I've heard. But tell you what, those boys knew every word as they were put some interesting comms down. I very much enjoyed that. That was an enjoyable one for sure. TSM under a little bit of pressure, though. You saw that there were some shots coming just east of their direction, and they don't really know where they want to go right now, but they've got 10 seconds to try and decide.
Well, let's see if TSM are as brave as Dan Gaskin is. Let's see if they can make a move, as you say. A little bit of time for them to play with, but not too much. The zone's going to be closing pretty soon, and we're down to 11 squads already. 3 kills in total for TSM as well, so one fight that they've taken, they've been successful on the other side of it. As Verholst is going to step forward. This is one of the first times we've actually seen TSM involved sort of in the top 15 or so, where it feels like they've actually got some good armors to play with. A bit unfortunate with the loot today. It's always been greys and blues, and sometimes that's just a little bit of a symptom of making an early rotation and trying to get to a spot quickly. But TSM now looking a little bit more well-equipped, a little bit more well-dressed.
Certainly has been a difficult day for TSM as well. We've seen them as a 2 or a 1 so many times ratting out, but Hal on the horizon is going to drop that black hole, and he's going to get very much involved in this fight and just trying to avoid some of these gunshots as high as possible in the air as TSM look to try and find a little hidey hole.
Tech in the kill feed as well. Imperial Hal will pick up one of those kills. You can see Farmer Lucas has gone down. G2 still alive, somehow or other. Designful getting the kill onto James Fearless, so that will be G-Force losing a player. Albrelele also for C9 involved as well, with 10 squads. Looks like it's going to be cut down pretty quickly here. G2 managed to at least get back to a duo here, and we know how dangerous they can be in these final games.
You know, and G2 and ESA probably thought they were sacrificing their first place position in Pro League, and maybe NRG would take it in the other group. But with all the teams kind of fighting for playoffs, NRG haven't been up there. NRG aren't picking up that much points. So ESA and G2 can still get, you know, that massive prize pool of being the first place position in ALGS Pro League. So they've still got a lot to fight for here. But as a 2, it's certainly going to be difficult for G2, but we've seen them do it before. I'm sure they could do it again. 10 squads remaining.
On the quick side of zones though, so they're going to have a tough rotation. Speaking of which, Cloud9 making things look easy. Nobody taking damage. Nightmare eliminated thanks to the car starting to sing a little bit of a tune coming out, staying naughty. They're stuck under this bridge though, Cloud9. They are right in the middle of zone, so everyone's going to have to move towards them. TSM looking to creep forward as well. Imperial Hal, last time we saw him, he had a purple armor, but as they won that fight on the edge of zone, he's managed to get that Evo up to red now.
Yeah, it's looking far better for TSM, isn't it? They're in a decent position. They do have to try and walk up, and providing they can avoid some gunshot from their east, they might just be able to get away with getting to the rocks that are right in front of them. That's where they're picking at the moment. That's where they ideally like to get. But it's easier said than done sometimes.
BBG still alive as well. Mooney still alive as well. The solo player trying to make something happen for G-Force. Esports Arena going to be taken to the skies as well. They'll be playing down on the low ground. The difficulty for all the teams at the moment is the teams who are up on the extreme height, and that is what TSM are kind of falling symptom to here as well. Reps will go down. How's going to probably go down as well. Verholst is left on his own, and that will be the end of TSM's day. They will be in Sweden though, but not the performance maybe they would have wanted.
Yeah, TSM get wiped. Lazarus have lost 2 as well. They're going to be struggling ever so slightly. BBG are doing a lot of damage here and should be able to pick up some KP if they play it right. They get the wipe onto Lazarus. 6 squads remaining, where BGBG are far too weak, and they're getting focused by ESA, who look to try and make a statement in this final game and still try and secure that first place in Pro League.
Important for them to do so as well. G2 still alive as well though, as that duo. And they will be able to climb up a little bit later on, maybe. At the moment, they're just the mountain goats on the side of the cliff and the waterfall. We see Optimal Ambition. They're on the island at the moment. But G2, this could be a big game for them in the standings.
Yep.
Especially with ESA not performing in the way they would have wanted to, so we'll have to keep our eyes on this.
And especially, like I just looked, NRG were on 9 points in their group coming into this game. So NRG are down in the bottom half of the table. Points they're going to get in the overall standings, very minimal. So ESA and G2, this is very much within their grasp now to win Pro League Split 2. Going into playoffs, get the most prize pool you can, and put yourselves as that #1 team seeded when all those groups and whatnot are decided. Cloud9 are in a pretty tough position, but at the same time, they're quite well protected by the waterfalls above them.
I was going to say, maybe in the black market there might be an umbrella for them to put up, because at the moment it is raining and it is pouring. I have to see if they can catch a team snoring now as they try and move forward. G2 is going to be making their assault on the team up on the high ground as well. Gentrifying going to use that cover from the smokes just to keep them alive for a few moments. That's a good play from G2 to climb up onto that high ground and be able to influence that fight. Optimal Ambition, they were the team on the island that we saw a few moments ago. Furia, all decked out in red as well, making their way towards the island as the Ultimate is going to come in now from Bangalore to try and force that team away.
Cloud9 have just taken down one member of G2. That's going to be great news for ESA. But of course, they won't know it just yet. G2 down to just 1, but are still alive and are still going to be scoring points. Optimal Ambition are being pushed by Furia now. The kill leaders are looking to hunt them down and try and pick up some extra KP.
Elsewhere, ESA just took down Albrelele, so ESA overlooking all of this fight's fighting that's going on. And if this is timed perfectly by Skittlecakes, there might be the biggest amount of numbers you've ever seen in your life. 2 Arc Stars go down, big numbers starting to pop, but not quite the knocks he was looking for.
Snap, crackle, and pop. That's going to be my cereal in about 2 hours when I get up for breakfast. But Esports Arena looking to try and make some dinner right now as they are absolutely shredding the rest of the lobby.
Oh, they certainly are. They're just watching the carnage unfold in front of them, and they have easy pickings. They're going to move in now. A couple of knocks go down. Last team alive is above them. But it looks like ESA will back up what has been a fantastic split by closing things out the way they started with a win on the board. ESA back to form, reminding us all that they are, at the moment, looking like the best team in NA.
And you'd have to imagine that's going to be enough points for them as well to secure the #1 spot going into playoffs here in split number 2. They've had such a quiet 5 games, but that shows what they are capable of. And when we think about match point, and that's what's going to be happening when we get to LAN, I tell you what, ESA look like one of the scariest forces of teams who are just able to kind of pull it out when they need to.
Yeah, it's certainly a team who kind of built very well for match point, right? They have the ability to slay out in games, to reach that match point threshold very, very quickly, but also the ability to win games, which is important as well. They seem to be able to adapt their play style as and when they need to. And with that, they are going to be top of our leaderboards after match number 6. 25 points for them on the board, 13 kills as well. A lot of them presented in those final moments. A better performance from G2 for the first time we see them inside the top 5, I think, today. C9 also up there. A decent game for Furia too.
I'll tell you what, for your predictions, suddenly Esports Arena doesn't look so bad because Cloud9, they did alright, they get 12, TSM only says 6 points. You might have actually come out on top, but I guess we'll get confirmation of that later. What's more important is as we look at who managed to survive relegation. I mean, GeForce, they got 5 more points on top of what they've been able to solidify throughout the day. They should be okay, they should have been able to put themselves out of reach of those relegation spots. As for Xset, we didn't have that Cinderella story. We didn't get that chance for them to try and get a big game to push themselves up and take one of those spots that are currently being fought very hard by the group that is currently going on elsewhere between B and D. And I tell you what, I'm very excited to see who is able to take those last few spots.
We'll take a look at the stats from that last game as well, and I'm expecting Skittlecakes to have quite a lot of damage. Yes, he does indeed. We saw that play towards the end, the Wombo combo, with the Arc Stars and the nades being thrown into that black hole, which really did do a huge amount of damage to those two teams who were fighting Duplex as well. 6 kills to the Gibby, 1.5k damage for him with 3 assists to go alongside it.
Just an amazing, impressive performance at the end. We see the benefits of playing a Horizon, not only with Skittlecakes on it, but also Imperial Hal was playing it on that final game as well. Once more, we're still seeing chops and changes when it comes to legend selection, and I'm sure when we get to playoffs, there'll be an entirely different story as to who uses what in that scenario. But Horizon, the black hole really played its part at the end there, and so much damage just found with the Arc Stars combined.
Yeah, it was a very impressive end game coming in from ESA, something we said a lot of times already this season. And when we head towards Sweden as well, I'm sure they'll be wanting to hear it a few more times as well. But we still got to find out. The waits for a nation of scores, and there's one person who's going to be able to help us out with that. It's going to be Kate, of course. Let's bring her back into the convo because the games are done where we sit. Maybe the games are not quite done on the other side, but we certainly don't have the points tallied up yet.
You are not wrong. The math is still being mathed. But we can definitely talk about what we just saw, of course, that started off with a really fabulous little fight. And I shouldn't say little, but an in-zone fight with Fearless. And quite frankly, that also, if I can say this, Teargaskin, showcased Slurpee on that team. Really, he is no weak link during this skirmish in that early fight, as we'll see here in just a moment from our Match 6 highlights.
I think GeForce have been one of the most exciting teams to watch today. And I think that says a lot about what we'll see for the future of ALGS, and maybe they can try and find one of those LCQ spots to get to championships. Because I tell you what, with the way they played and the aggression they showed and some of the fights and shots they've been hitting, they would be very welcome at World Championships for this game. But they weren't able to get much further than kind of top 12 in this particular match. But the fight that they did win was very important because it probably solidified themselves out of that relegation zone and within a chance of that LCQ that we speak of. But this game was all about Esports Arena. They've quietly gone about their business for the last 5, but suddenly they turn up when they needed to, when they realized they could still top the ALGS Split 2 situation going into playoffs. They'll quite gladly take that extra prize money.
Absolutely. And Onset, I think it's important to remind ourselves that we just saw GeForce time and time again prove that they can mow through this lobby with incredible double-digit KP.
Yeah, I mean...
B, yeah, sorry,
Sorry
go for
to jump in there. It was quite funny because I think that's the perfect way to how they've played today. I think they kind of just mowed through people. It was like, okay, there's a team here, let's mow through them. Okay, there's a team here, let's mow through them. Okay, there's a team here, oh, we didn't mow through them. And that's kind of like just been how they've played today, right? You heard from their listening, it was like, okay, we can kind of walk in here, we can kind of do this, we can kind of do that. But it was all about just finding a team. And it was like, okay, let's just fight them. Let's just fight them and see what happens. And it worked. I mean, sometimes the simplest thing is the best thing, right? And it just seemed to work out for them so well.
It did indeed. And I will also give some credit where credit is due, of course, with Furia. Furia is one of those teams that we saw consistently be in that top 5, making themselves known throughout our split, or excuse me, throughout these last 6 games. And they have been doing it with a rotationless comp on Stormpoint. So Gaskin, I mean, I feel like since we're going into the Stockholms of, we're going into this place, this time when the regions will come together and we will see so many different comps. Is it safe to say that this is something that teams who normally have been fielding those, the Wraiths, the Ashes, the Gibbies, the Valks, these pretty typical comps on these World's Edges and Stormpoints, is it something that they should consider doing, knowing full well that the team comps they're coming into don't look like much of the team comps that they've just been playing?
Maybe there could be something up the sleeves of some of these teams, but it's an entirely different story when you get to LAN and suddenly those shots start to register a little bit more successfully. Those shots start to hit a little bit harder. Are you going to be as confident to take those risks, or are you going to play it a little bit safe? These guys haven't played on LAN for 3 years, some of them. Actually, some of them have probably never played this game on LAN, so it's going to be a very difficult time to experiment. So we might see a lot of teams play a little bit closer to the hearts when it comes to what they're comfortable with, but either way, it's going to be blooming exciting.
It will indeed. I cannot wait to actually hear the team comms in the room. That'll be fun. Let's just talk about that for a minute. But more importantly, let's find out the math questions. Kids, stay in school. Math is important because right now our leaderboards are going to show us how this story will end for some. Okay, Onset. We knew Team Liquid came in here with guns blazing at that very crucial second spot.
Yeah, crucial for them just to stay in the Pro League for the next split, and that might have been enough for them to do so. Furia jumping up at one place with their last game performance, and Esports Arena as well, jumping up as well. I just want to say that. 9 spots. Doubters, where are you? Doubters, where are you? I can't hear you at the back there. Predictions, guys and girls. What are we saying?
Oh.
Come on, man. You got to give me 1 week, Kate.
Gaskin is going to be insufferable, but yes, GG, well done.
Thank you.
He's done it again. We've all predicted a team that's done average at best, and he's still taking what he can as he gets a 2-point lead. That's Onset written all over, but, I guess we were all red-faced because none of us picked the likes of Team Liquid, or the G-Force was the biggest surprise, right? But when we look lower down in the table, G2 down in 15th. I mean, they had the chance to win this split when it came to Pro League, but they've thrown that away, and Esports Arena will quite gladly take that extra prize money.
Oh, yes, the extra prize money. You're absolutely right. And it's something sometimes we forget that just by going through this split and finding yourself towards the top of our leaderboard, you find yourself in the money. Well done. GG's to them for sure, to be honest. The reality here, Onset, is that there are so many of our teams that have worked so hard to get where they are, and quite frankly, all of them still have another option. They still have another way. Even those that have been pushed into relegation, which we'll see in not too long here, even those teams have a way to find themselves back. And quite frankly, some of these teams we've seen succeed in these very scary lobbies. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's always something to play for, right, in the Apex Legends Global Series. There's always a stage to step up to, whether you're coming through the challenges and then you make it into Pro League, that's step 1, then it's staying there, then it's maybe making a push to top 10, then it's maybe winning a LAN, who knows? It's all of these things that give you that progression. There's always something to play for, as I say, for the teams, and unfortunately, if maybe you've got relegated this time, you find yourself a new team, you come back stronger next time.
Absolutely. What a great story that would be for us as casters, analysis, and hosts to tell. Speaking of stories to tell, I know this lobby we were looking at on our main stream has been excitedly looking for the second stream leaderboard, and here we have it. Okay.
Wow, whoa! Blimey.
Scry.
Scry indeed. And I will also say, you know what, just a real quick GG's to Space Station. We talked about the math ahead of time, we understood that there basically had to just go zeros, the entire time, but very clearly Gaskin, Space Station going to the playoffs.
And I'm thinking, just judging from what I'm seeing, Scry and CLG take the final 2 spots after Liquid and SSG. That's my guess. Complexity drop out. Sentinels don't do enough. RCO also don't quite do enough. But that's my prediction. It's just from some very quick math from what I'm seeing there on my screen. But this lobby was so close, by the way. We had 6 teams all fighting to try and get what was essentially 2 more places in playoffs after what we saw Team Liquid do in the other side. And it was so tight every single game, and Scry jumping 4 spots in the last to get 69 points. That's incredible.
Absolutely. And Onset, as we take a look here, you know, you don't want to beat a dead horse, but I will say that all of us know how great Complexity has been. We know the success that they have had, and we had much higher expectations for them. But the truth is, they're going to come back swinging. Of this, I am sure.
Hey, I've just seen a couple of tweets on the timeline again from Monsoon. He started off the day saying, hey, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and we'll be at LAN. And unfortunately, it hasn't happened, right? It hasn't happened this time around, but at the same time, Complexity will be back. There's too much talent on that roster for one bad day to sum up how good they are. And I think they've got to remember. You've got to remember as well. They've had to make a team change as well in the last the last week or so, which has obviously affected the chemistry, how they want to rotate, all these kind of things that come into it. So it will be extremely sad not to see Complexity at playoffs, but I have absolutely no doubt at some point that lineup or a combination of players from that lineup will be lifting trophies in the future.
Lifting trophies for sure, and not just the crown that that Gaskin was gonna wear today, but obviously Onset you have at least temporarily taken that way.
It's okay to give me the credit. It's okay. I know it's hard, but I'm happy to take it. It's fine. Look how Dan is seething. I love it.
Do I have to confirm how this game works, by the way?
Leave me in this moment.
Do I have to confirm it's an average points across the whole split?
No,
and
Dan,
we know who has done the best.
As we all know, as Englishmen, it is next goal wins, and it is always next goal wins. So I've won.
I'm more upset that T-Squared's beaten me, actually, because I think he's my closest competitor, realistically, with the average score. I'm not even worried about this guy. It's about T-Squared. He's waiting. He's there. He's lurking in the shadows. Anyway, Kate, sorry, carry on.
No. Please continue. Just kidding. I will say that, you know, Gaskin, all joking aside, we got to give credit where credit is due to some of these teams that, you know, were in that yellow, that really have secured their place in the pro league, you know, and I'd love to know if there's any headlines for you in especially these last 6 games for NA that have been so just, I don't even know if I'm going to use the word interesting, but it doesn't really cover it.
I think it's just how competitive these regions are. When we have to try and cut down just 10 from each region or 5 from some to try and take us to international competition, you start to wonder, like, is that even enough to show the world's best? When you look at some of the teams that didn't qualify, it's gut-wrenching because these are some players who have played for years hoping to play this game on LAN, and they're not going to get to do it just yet. But I guess my words to them would be kind of stick with it. Don't blame your teammates. Don't get into a position where you argue and you fall out over it. There will be more LANs. It's going to come. The world's getting a better place, or, well, hopefully, fingers crossed, it's starting to get a better place. And these tournaments will start to crop up, and we're going to see more of these teams get their chance to finally play where they deserve to.
Absolutely. Speaking of teams getting their chance to play, let's take a look at the standings here for our regular season, our NA, our regions here that we've been playing, and here we are, Dan Gaskin. Somebody did some fast math.
Yeah, Scry managed to pip the likes of Sentinels and RCO by winning it in the end. CLG also just about hold on. I mean, W had a great week. If they would have found themselves in first place rather than Scry, they would have been the ones that were going to play off. Sentinels not going to be there is the biggest one for me. I mean, you look at Complexity, you look at Sentinels, you look at Torrent. I mean, I could name so many players from that 11th to 20th list that I cannot believe are not going to be there at playoffs. But I tell you what, 1st to 10th, you look at all the squads that North America are going to be sending to international competition, and that is the cream of the crop.
Ooh, cream of the crop, absolutely. And Onset, I want to give credit again to our yellow teams, if you will, those in our regular season here. And as we mentioned Sentinels, we mentioned some of these upsets here, but as we take a look at our second page, this big thing, this big headline for that second page has got to be who's in the red. And I will also say this on set, who is not in the red, because the red looked a lot different than it did earlier today.
Yeah, indeed it does. And you're looking across and we talked about GeForce, right? Look at them. I mean, they were probably looking over their shoulders at the start of today, but what a day it's been. They jump up into 21st position and probably thought, hey, what were you worried about? But look how close it is. You know, where they are in 21st place with 47 points. The cutoff is 37 points. So it's only 10 points the difference between staying in the Pro League for the next split and unfortunately having to go down into relegation and fight your way back. But, you know, all the teams that have made it in this split and unfortunately won't be joining us again maybe for the next split and have to go through everything to get back in. There's different stories, right? Some of these teams, it is an achievement to get here in the first place. So hopefully they'll bounce back and hopefully we'll see more of them.
Absolutely. Well, let's shift gears for a moment here and talk about some of the key teams that have had key players that have some of those players been particularly key in strategy and particularly deadly in today's lobby. Let's see what our analysts have to say. Dano the Mano, who were you looking at today and thinking, yeah, that's the one?
I've been wanting to say this all day, and it's going to be a player from GeForce! It's going to be James Fearless, because, wow, that was such an amazing performance from them today. GeForce were tearing through the entire lobby, and James was leading the charge, hitting shots like he was on something different today. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I definitely want a taste of it. Honestly, like some of the individual talent we saw and also the in-game communication that we heard from this squad, they are definitely going to be a team that we need to watch out for when we look at future competition. Okay, they won't be at playoffs, but they demonstrated something today. They can hang with the biggest and best teams in one of the toughest lobbies that you might be able to put together in North America, and James Fearless, you know, he was at the forefront of that. So I think because of that, GeForce, they have to be up there, and James, I mean, hats off to you. You had a great day.
Well done. Fearless indeed. Onset, who do you got?
Good pick, Dan. I like the pick. But we have to go with Nocturnal. I think it's only right that we highlight one of the players on Team Liquid, and the man was popping off. You heard it from the listen-ins. You heard numerous times that he was not missing a shot. Now, I have made that a little bit more family-friendly in comparison to what we did here in those listen-ins, but rightly so, right? The guys were getting hyped, and it was great to see Team Liquid finally kind of hit the levels we expected of them for so long. They've been so quiet as a roster, but the roster has shuffled, the roster has changed, and Gilderson has given them maybe just a little bit of belief, maybe just a little bit of confidence that has flowed into Nocturnal now, and he is just leading the way. It was wingman shots, it was Kraber shots, it was just consistently pop-off moments coming in from Nocturnal, and when you have one of those games where you start hitting wingman shots and you start winning end games, it flows through you, it flows through the team. And I think the Team Liquid deserved to be top of the pile, and I think the Nocturnal was the reason for that.
Well, let's take a look how Nocturnal and Fearless did in our kill leaderboards. I suspect we know who's at the top. Gaskin, GG's to you.
Yeah, notice how earlier when Mark was like, oh, look who I picked, where are they in the leaderboards? Well, James Fearless, 22 kills, but, you know, Nocturnal second as well. Both of them were outstanding today. I think they are deserved to be the two we focus after how they performed, but you could say the same about their teammates as well, and there were plenty other people we could have been focusing, but a very impressive day from both of these two players that we've looked at. 22 kills and 13 kills, that is not easy to do in a lobby like that.
And yeah, no kidding. That is, and I will say GG's to all the way down at number 20, Zach Mazer and Albarelli at 15 here on set, even though obviously Skittle Cakes coming in for your ESA pick at number 12.
Yeah, I mean, Skittle Cakes is always going to be here. I mean, you got to guarantee it. Just throw Skittle Cakes at that page and he will stick at any point because the man is just he's a special talent for sure. But I think that both our picks kind of reflected in the kills leaderboard. I think that James Fearless certainly was leading the way. He had one of those days where he just wasn't missing. And then Nocturnal had one of those days where he just couldn't stop clutching. So both players deserve a lot of recognition.
They do indeed. Well, both these players are, in a word, monsters themselves. And I can't wait to see what they do on the road to our next split, the playoffs, and maybe even the championship. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. When we talk about Fearless, it's one of those players that we were watching here, Gaskin, that I felt was so... I feel like they didn't stand still. They were just constantly moving and constantly getting that forward momentum in a way that I have not seen for quite some time.
Oh, they had... What in their eyes they had nothing to lose, even though actually they had a lot to lose if they dropped into relegation. They played like they had nothing to lose, holding down that W key, always pushing teams, always looking fights, almost playing like they were playing a ranked game. But sometimes that's the most comfortable you can be. You take that pressure off, you don't think about placement, you don't think about positioning, instead you just go for an all-out brawl, and they had a lot of fun doing so, and it was bloody entertaining to watch it as well.
Yes, it was. Speaking of entertaining, the man himself, Fallout, is going to be bringing us one player that I think everyone knows and loves. Fallout, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Fallout here, joined alongside my good friend, former co-caster, co-host on the analyst desk before he decided to take Team Liquid into the sunset. How you doing, man?
I'm over the moon, man. I'm doing phenomenal.
Of course you are. Congratulations on the big win. I got to ask you, 4th, 9th, 6th, 6th, 7th, then 1st. Your placements in Pro League. Team Liquid's first win in Pro League, first win in ALGS since February of 2021 back in Winter Circuit, and it came at a good time. What was different about Team Liquid today?
I mean, we did a lot of soul searching the last couple of days. We knew on paper that this is the best version of our team that we had, but we were insanely disappointed with our own results, as I'm sure probably a lot of people were. I think a lot of people expected us to do very well this split. And we just kind of went back to the drawing board and looked at when Guild first started playing with us before he was technically announced. We played really, really well with him, and we were trying to kind of figure out how to get back to that spot, like what was different from then to now. And I think it's safe to say last tournament and then this one, I think we found it.
Absolutely. So you guys were in kind of the honeymoon phase early on, the 4 stages of group formation, right? Forming, norming, storming, and then performing. You certainly performed today. Talk to me about Gildersons. What does he bring to this roster, and why'd you make the roster change? Obviously, Nocturnal flanker, long-time duo, long-time teammates. Why the change, and what does Gilderson bring?
We all absolutely love flanker. Was a great friend to all of us, but we realized we were just kind of way too complacent with what was going on. We wanted to be the team that everybody feared, and in order to do that, we want to be the team that everyone talks about, that that people are picking for their favorites to win. And in order to do that, we needed everybody to be hungry for the success that we wanted. And we found that with Gildersons, and we played literally once with him in that one tournament, that like APAC tournament that was with like a mix of like NA and Asian teams, and instantly knew that it was just kind of meant to be.
What? Yeah, I do remember that tournament. That's crazy. And he brings the fire, obviously an up and coming talent, controller player, brings some diversity to your team. That's for sure. You talked about soul searching earlier. I want to ask you, what specifically, what'd you find in that soul searching? Was it a difference in team composition? We saw you running Loba on Storm Point. Talk to me about kind of what was the result of that soul searching, and tactically, specifically, what was different?
Yeah, I mean, our Storm Point game, when Storm Point was first announced, I think most people would agree we shot out to be, and we were like instantly probably the best Storm Point team, I would say. But that started to crumble as just teams started to kind of figure out how to play around us, how to just play Storm Point in general. That meta changing almost every single day. Strategically, we just, for World's Edge, started to be our weaker game, and strategically we just, we still think Caustic is a really good legend to run on World's Edge, but we don't run him because I kind of started to realize that we're just not comfortable on it. So the reason we go, like, for example, Wraith, Valk, Jibby is I just want my team to play at their utmost, like, best and their most confident. And that's the biggest thing that we found that we were lacking over the last couple of days. Mainly, hate to put him on the spot, but mainly Nocturnal, the IGL, the man who's calling everything. I realized he just didn't have that same confidence that he had since Guild first joined. And that's the kind of, like, we were talking about over the last couple of days as a team, like, how do we make that? How do we help you, like, enable that to feel confident in every single call you do, never second guessing yourself? And I think it's safe to say he absolutely showed tonight, and he found that in himself. And I could not be more proud of him, man. He's playing some of the best Apex I've ever seen him play.
It's actually a perfect segue because my next question was about Nocturnal. I've always said on broadcast, in my opinion, Nocturnal is the most underrated player and is arguably a top 5 player in North America. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I have so much faith in his IGLing. I definitely think he has the potential to be the best IGL or one of it, like top 3, top 5 IGL in NA. But I always knew there was that like one little piece of him missing, and I think we finally like found that, and we just need to make sure we can kind of like harness it and definitely keep it going into Sweden, because confidence was his biggest was the biggest thing that he was missing in his calls, and it seems like he's starting to find his groove again.
Love to hear that. It's a good time to start finding your groove right before the biggest LAN we've had since Poland, arguably even bigger. Speaking of Sweden, last question, prep for Sweden. What's the preparation going to be like? What's the day in the life of Team Liquid, you as a coach? And how are you going to prepare? And then ultimately, you're playing against other regions. What are some other regions you're really maybe nervous about, or who are some regions or players that you're looking out for? Is NA still on top?
It's scary, man. I mean, it's going to be the first time, like, yeah, a lot of us have LAN experience, but I feel like it almost doesn't even matter at this point. It's been almost 3 years. We're going into 2 maps, and insane, like the most diverse meta. Back then in Poland, the meta for every region was basically Wraith Path Watson. There was no diversity there. Now every single region is playing something different. I feel like every lobby is going to have its own little meta game, and you'll probably see a lot of like comp switching mid group stages until people figure it out. So it's going to be really scary. But day to day, I mean, we're just going to get to the books, study a lot of what the other teams are doing, rotations of the people in our groups, all that good stuff. And we'll be boot camping, I believe, a week in Netherlands. So that should be a good time.
How about it? That's awesome. Stay away from Amsterdam and the streets, my friend.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself, though, in the Netherlands, that's for sure, as you're prepping and boot camping. And honestly, I love to hear that the role of a coach has never been more important. There's film. There's a lot out there on different regions where you can go and study these teams, put together a playbook so everyone knows what to expect based on your group matchups. Just about who works the hardest. Love to hear y'all are boot camping, and we'll be getting ready. And I'm excited for what Team Liquid can do in Sweden. Congratulations on qualifying for the playoffs, man.
Thank you again, Paul. It was a pleasure talking.
Always a pleasure, my man. Much love to my boy Hodsik, the entire Team Liquid crew. Congratulations on taking first place. That's going to be us at the desk. Next time we'll see Hodsik, we'll be behind the team and with the team in Sweden for the playoffs. Back to you, Kate.
And thank you, Fallout. And of course, thank you, Hodsik, friend of the family here. My gosh, Onset, I know how excited you were to see Hodsik on the hot seat.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great man. I'll never forget when the first time that I started casting in Apex Legends, and we got announced as being one of the talent for Poland. And immediately, first person to reach out to me without being asked was Hodsik. He's like, anything you want to speak about, you want to know, just hit me up. And ever since, he's just been one of those people who you can always speak to about the game, how the game is evolving, his thoughts. And he's just a good all-round person, Hodsik, one of the good ones. And shout out to him and Team Liquid. Their success is deserved, and I'm super happy for him in the team.
Absolutely here. And Gaskin, as we think about this next portion of the journey, is there anything that you want these teams to know? I mean, the truth is we have this big chapter that we have now turned the page on, and where we were in this group stage and everything was heavy. Now we look towards the future and go, okay, let's go.
I'd say enjoy it. This is going to be an amazing moment for all the players that are going to get to compete on LAN, and there's going to be a lot of players who are going to be jealous. A lot of other esports, they're probably going to be jealous at this, because I think this is going to be a special one. So enjoy that moment, and for those who didn't make it, there will be a next time, and look, you'll enjoy it as well.
I want to quickly say as well to all the teams who do go to Stockholm and Sweden, I've got some amazing coffee shops, bakeries, all of this stuff. Just let me know, hit me up, I will hook you up, and you will eat well, and you will be highly caffeinated for the entire time you're there. So just let me know, I've got you covered.
And that's why you were in Stockholm this last week, right? That was
just
one of the
doing
reasons that you and Dan were there, was to scout for...
Just eating pastries for a week. That's all I was doing.
Excellent. Well, let's talk about those teams you are going to see having punched their ticket to the playoffs. These teams have made their way here, and we got to give credit, again, where it is due. As we said, we are the Apex Legends Global Series, and I can't be more excited for these regions to really showcase what they can do against each other on land. First up, we have APAC North, and of course, the thing that got me so excited here, Gaskin, they really showcased that Watson can do some interesting things in this team comp. APAC South, and of course, South America bringing it in with 5 each, 10 from APAC North here, Gaskin.
Yeah, forget about pastries. I like the look of Team Burger. That's more what I'm thinking when we move over to Stockholm in Sweden. And then you look at EMEA and North America. Like, these are the 2 regions that we've been covering, we've been focusing on personally. But as we heard from Hodzik, you know, the other regions, they're bringing something different. There's going to be a lot to talk about with compositions. But congratulations to these 20 teams who are going to be going to Stockholm, who are going to be playing on LAN. I think that EMEA and North America are both putting their best foot forward. We are going to see some incredible competition, and I'm sure it's going to be some amazing memories for everyone involved.
I love it. Memories. I can't wait. I will say also, it has come to that time when we have to do the talent predictions. You already know what this looks like, but just so we have it confirmed, there they are in the colored frames. On set, take your bow, my friend.
Honestly,
enjoy
I didn't
this
realize
ESA
that they
moment.
had a version of my talent picture in color, because most of the time it has been in black and white for the entire season, but I closed out strong. I did go for what was the most obvious pick, but I felt like I did that most weeks and didn't get the results I was looking for. But yeah, I think the story today should not be about me for once. It should be about Liquid. It should be about all the teams and players who made it to Sweden, because it has been a tough split for numerous reasons, and all the teams and players have put everything into it, and everyone who's going completely deserves to be there, and I can't wait to watch it. It's going to be amazing.
Truer words were never spoken. Well, it's about that time for me to say a huge thank you to our cast, to our crew. A huge thank you to our friends at Lenovo and Monster Energy for helping to support the ALGS Pro League, and to the players. God, we got to thank you so much for showcasing this awesome talent under sometimes difficult circumstances, grinding day in and day out, and especially under the pressure of these crazy, crazy lobbies. And to the fans, we say a huge thank you for joining us on this journey. It has been a rocky, fantastically bumpy one, and I'm so excited for what lies ahead. So for the last time from this dropship, we're going to say thanks for watching. Have a good night.